of interest include vegetable crops and potato physiology, and nutraceutical and medicinal plants. And he has the PhD from University of Alberta, Edmonton, Canada, and MSc from University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore, and BSc Horticulture also from University of Horticulture Sciences, Bangalore. He has several awards to his credit, and he is also teaching one of the pet subject of mine also, that is plant propagation in the university, and quite a few publications to his credit. Now, without spending much of time about the introduction of things, I request Dr. G. N. Mohan Kumar to share his presentation and start delivering the address.
I think I need permission to share the slides. I can't share the slides.
You will be given, sir. You will be given.
Okay.
Release program.
So can you see my slides? I hope you can hear all me.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I had to admit that I am not an expert in the field I am talking to you. So I am more of a messenger than a messiah. So what I have done is I have compiled information that exists in terms of peer-reviewed publications, and I have examined the authenticity of this, and I have put them in a framework of my own. So if anybody wants to use these slides for teaching or for undergraduate courses or whatever, that factor has to be taken into account. So here, it's a nutraceutical horticulture. I have a lot of interest in this area, although I don't work in this area per se. And here is some disclaimer. It's not intended as a guide for treating diseases. And I have my sources mostly from peer-reviewed publications and online resources. So to begin with, here is a slide that shows the plants that we are powered by a renewable source of energy, that is the sun, and non-polluting chemical factories. So they produce a number of phytochemicals, which some of them serve as food, a large portion of them. And we also use them as a source of pharmaceuticals and medicines. And of late, there are some which have no pharmaceutical value, but they enter our digestive system along with the food, and they serve as the nutraceuticals. What they do is they interact. These are very minor components in terms of quantity, but in terms of their ability to modulate cell function, they have a major impact. And they modulate biological functions of our cells and impart health benefits. So the whole of my talk is to show how these nutraceuticals and how do they interact with the cell components and modulate cell functions in such a way that they impart health benefits. So here is nutraceuticals that our horticulture crops like fruits, vegetables, spices, plantation crops are the rich sources of these components, although they do exist in other plants. And these phytochemicals, as we call as nutraceuticals, they interact with two major components in the cell. So I have oversimplified the cell here. So here you see a cytosolic protein known as the nuclear transcription factor, which interacts with another factor, which is a membrane-bound factor, known as the tumor necrosis factor. They interact, and these phytochemicals interact with these two components to modulate the entire cell function. And so by interacting that, they sustain normal cell function. So which means if the cell functions is derailed, then you can get into a lot of metabolic disorders. So first of all, I will go and try to tell you what are these tumor necrosis factors for those who do not know about this, and what are nuclear transcription factors, and how do they interact. So here is to show you so here is a simplified schematic as to how these things happen. As I told you, the tumor necrosis factor is a membrane-bound factor, which is present on the membrane. It remains inactive, fortunately, and once it gets activated, maybe in response to viral antigens or free radicals or carcinogens that may enter, the tumor necrosis factor gets activated. Upon activation, it binds, it activates the cytosolic protein, that is the nuclear transcription factor. There are several nuclear transcription factors, of which NF-kappa B is a very prominent one. It's present in the cytosol as an inactive form, and in response to TNF, it gets activated, and that the activated form is shown in bold letters. That now can gain entry into the nucleus of the cell, wherein it will cause some of the reactions that inhibits apoptosis. I'll tell you what apoptosis is as we go, and it promotes inflammation, the reactions, and promote angiogenesis. I'll tell you what all these things, and that finally leads to metabolic disorders. So now the nutraceuticals present in the fruits, vegetables, and spices, you can see it can interfere with the activation process of TNF, or the tumor necrosis factor, and the activation of NF-kappa B, and therefore it can also have an impact on these cellular processes that ultimately leads to diseases. So what are transcription factors? Transcription factors are cytosolic proteins. I'm sure most of you know about it. There are over 1,600 transcription factors in the cell, in mammalian cells, of which nuclear transcription factor is a very prominent one. I'll tell you why it is. This big schematic is just to show how it binds to the DNA and to cause transcription changes. And it was discovered in 1986. I'm referring to nuclear transcription factor in the laboratory of David Baltimore. And David Baltimore, as you all know, got Nobel Prize in medicine with Ranjan Sen. Present in all animal cells in an inactive form, fortunately. When it's activated, it can transcribe over 150 different genes, which can create a lot of havoc in the cells. So activation results in disorders such as asthma, arthritis, cancer, inflammation. As you can see, all these are non-pathological diseases, and is a major target for drug development. So therefore, a lot of drug companies are interested in developing drugs against tumor necrosis factor. There are over 126,000 publications on one protein like this, which shows you the importance of this protein. And then, and if you look at the this is just it's not an exhaustive list. There is a whole lot of exhaustive list I have about the nutraceutical components present in horticultural crops. I'm not going to go and read about every one of them. All that they are inhibitors of nuclear transcription factor kappa B. And NF-kappa B activation causes diseases like prostate, breast, colon cancer, and Alzheimer's disease. So here is a very interesting thing. I don't know how the Indian cuisine came up with incorporating several of these NF-kappa inhibitory principles into their simple curry, which like a cinnamaldehyde, anthiol, capsaicin, cuminaldehyde, diasterin, cinegrin and piperine and eugenol. All of these are we regularly use this, and these are components of curries. So the next thing I would like to bring up is the tumor necrosis factor. The tumor necrosis factor is a cytokine, which means it's a cell signaling protein. The TNF expression has therapeutic value when it is expressed locally. When it is unregulated, it causes metabolic disorders. And as you can see, there is a crystallographic structure of this protein has been shown and shows the importance of this protein. It is endogenous in cancer cells. It's always activated in cancer cells, which shows the activation of this protein has serious complications. And it mediates inflammatory reactions, and the gene expression is regulated by NF-kappa B. See, they talk to each other. The NF-kappa B activates TNF, and TNF activates NF-kappa B. And you can see the number of publications on this one protein, 395,000 publications, shows the importance of this protein in metabolic disorders. And you can see now why the drug companies are so much interested in producing drugs that inhibit the activation of TNF alpha, or the tumor necrosis factor alpha. And all of these drugs end up with the last MAB, as you all know, MAB is monoclonal antibody. These are monoclonal antibodies raised against TNF alpha. So now I go to the apoptosis, which is another reaction, which is also known as the programmed cell death. I'm sure most of you know about this. Programmed cell death, the normal cells, when they become abnormal, they go into an apoptotic pathway or the programmed cell death. And there are a set of enzymes known as caspases, which are called the executioner caspases. They kill that normal cells. So when you activate the NF-kappa B, what it does is it produces anti-apoptotic genes, which prevents this pathway of killing the abnormal cells. And the abnormal cells survive and leading to carcinogenesis. And this is what is known. So that is why the NF-kappa B can lead to cancer, proliferation of cancer cells or immortalization of cancer cells. And here is inflammation, which is another serious issue. It is involved with the membrane phospholipids, the phospholipase A2, using the arachidonic acid released from the membrane phospholipid via lipoxygenase or cyclooxygenase can produce leukotrienes and prostaglandins, which cause inflammation. Inflammation is desirable, but a continued or a chronic inflammation causes a number of issues like cancer, cardiovascular disease, and so on and so forth. So it shows how important inflammation is in the progression of metabolic disorders. It came in the front page of the Time magazine. The secret killer is inflammation. And there are various books on inflammation, just addressing the inflammation. So this is interesting to note that any disease that ends with itis refers to inflammation, is of inflammatory origin. You can see bronchitis, there's inflammation of the bronchus. And the arthritis, inflammation of the joints. And the meningitis is the inflammation of the brain. And appendicitis is inflammation of the appendix. So anything that ends with itis is inflammation. So inflammation, if you control the inflammation, you can probably have a good control on the onset, the initiation of many diseases. And there are a whole lot of books on inflammation. So you can see, I don't have to read each one of them. I just want to show you there is a whole lot of books and even a journal just dedicated to inflammation. Here is from the Harvard Medical School, shows the horticultural produce fights inflammation. I don't need to read the whole thing. And the next process after inflammation that is crucial in the development of metabolic disorders is what is known as angiogenesis. Angiogenesis refers to the development of new blood vessels. So what is its implication here is, let's say there's a tumor. Here is a picture of the blood vessel. There's the lumen of the blood vessel developing into new blood vessels, feeding the growing tumor. Okay. And the growing tumor develops a protein, which is known as I'll tell you what it is. It's referred to as VEGF, or vesicular endothelial growth factors. And these growth factors initiate the development of new blood vessels to supply the tumor growth. So if you can inhibit angiogenesis, then you can have a control on the development of the tumor. And there are over 304,000 publications on showing how the NF-kappa B activation really affects angiogenesis. And there's a whole lot of angiogenesis inhibitors sold in the market. Okay, and here, how does the angiogenesis develop, is initiated, and it helps in feeding the tumor? There is a number of proteins have been identified that play a role in this process, of which I would like to show that the vesicular endothelial growth factor, abbreviated as VEGF, plays a major role. As you can see, over 119,000 publications. Of the total publications of 301,000, 40% of this is dedicated to examining the VEGF, or the vesicular endothelial growth factors. And say there are vesicular endothelial growth factors in many of the food that we eat on regular. So, for example, here celery, then parsley, chamomile, and artichoke has epicyanin, which has been known to impact the angiogenesis. And epigallocatechin gallate from green tea can do the same thing. Piperine from pepper, naringenin from grapefruit, and thymoquinone from black seed, and the grape resveratrol, grapeseed proanthocyanidins, and lycopene. So many of these can do the same thing. So here is resveratrol, about resveratrol. So interestingly, the So resveratrol is a stillbane type of compound. It's a phytoalexin, and it's produced in response to an infection by a fungus. For example, when the grapes are infected with grape mold, they produce systemically this particular compound to fight the infection. I will not go into the whole biochemistry of biosynthesis, probably not necessary. All that I want to show is when a plant is infected with a fungus, is it good for us? Does it enhance the resveratrol synthesis? And is that resveratrol will give us something to fight infection or is helpful? But interestingly, you can say they sell resveratrol as tablets. You can buy those as a supplement. There's just a cartoon I put to show that what resveratrol does is it's a dietary restriction mimetic. It mimics the fasting. So when you fast, what really happens is there's an enzyme called sertraline hydroxylase, and these sertraline hydroxylases are involved mainly in the mitochondrial biogenesis. So this plays a very important role in mitochondrial biogenesis, and it can affect signaling. And so fasting has a major impact that we generally did, but resveratrol seems to have similar function. And here it says hundreds of years of medical research, and all you tell me is to eat less. So fasting has an impact, and resveratrol mimics fasting. So if you look at here, resveratrol is present in colored grapes. It's present in this is a local fruit. Here is a peanut shells. These are in the peanut skin has resveratrol. So here I wanted to show you how the research on resveratrol has increased considerably. It was first discovered somewhere in the around 70s, and now around 2021 we have 64,000 publications on resveratrol itself. And it's interestingly, National University in South Korea put the gene that is involved in stillbane synthesis, that's resveratrol synthesis, into rice. They made it a resveratrol rice, and they feed that rice to Drosophila to look for its ability to extend life. So they did by looking at its locomotive deterioration, body weight gain, eye degeneration, or the macular degeneration, or neurodegeneration. And then they found that there was a significant improvement in these things by feeding them with resveratrol-loaded rice. It's already, we have around 2,804 publications on resveratrol rice itself. So then we have, in terms of vegetables, the cruciferous vegetables have a major role to play. They have sulforaphanes. Sulforaphanes, I will not go into the detailed biochemistry because I don't have the time for that. So all that I would say is sulforaphanes interfere with the formation of carcinogens into DNA adducts, and so it prevents that. It prevents the excretion of carcinogens. It prevents angiogenesis. I talked about angiogenesis already. They also inhibit metalloproteases, which is involved in metastasis. And they also promote apoptosis, which by promoting the caspase and other events. Then they also regulate cell cycle. So interestingly, you can see the total citations on sulforaphanes around 8,935, out of which on cancer itself there are 7,000. 82% of the sulforaphane effect is on cancer. And what I'm trying to show here, SF stands for sulforaphane. And this is the normal cell going in the way of becoming cancer cell. You can see it at every point. The sulforaphane has an inhibitory ability in suppressing the cancer cell growth. And here is a picture showing there's a lot of interest that is going on nutraceuticals. There are several books published on it. And then there are several research publications or the research journals that are covering nutraceuticals. And here is a number of publications. I just made it to find out on here you have the various nutraceuticals from different horticultural crops and spice crops, and how many publications are there that inhibit NF-kappa B. You can see a whole lot of them, and the curcumin seems to be dominating among them. And then how many of them inhibit tumor necrosis factor, and how many of them inhibit vesicular endothelial growth factors and cyclooxygenases, which are involved in inflammatory reactions. Then apoptosis or the programmed cell death. These are the number of publications that are published. And again, if you look at the nutraceuticals and their effect on different types of cancer, here is the prostate cancer, breast cancer, and then colon cancer, Alzheimer's disease. And having known that, you can go to the market, you can see a whole lot of these chemicals being capsulated, and you can buy this as capsules or powders or any of the things. And so the question is that a good idea? Is that we can produce some value-added products and pop in a pill? Will that help? So the problem is when you eat a fruit, you have happy, and when you eat a capsule, I don't think you will be happy with that. So the other thing that is a problem with that is there is a tongue that in the mouth that speaks. It has to talk to the tongue, the brain, and then there is a satiating factor, or this is an enzyme called cholecystokinin, which is produced in the GI tract, which interacts with the brain, and all those interactions are gone. So it is better we eat the fruits and vegetables as they exist. And the potential risks of producing capsules are these ones are reduced availability for fresh consumption, and potential loss of active ingredients during processing, and instability or loss of active ingredients during storage. So we don't know any of that. So I'd like to show this one. I got it from a friend of mine, from his publication. So here is 90 to 95% of the causes for the metabolic disorders are the environment, and only 5 to 10% are regulated by genes. So you can see a number of the major impact is by the environment. So here is a picture of John Craig Venture, who was involved in he was from the cellular genomics. He was, as you all know, he was involved in the sequencing of the human genome. He says genes are absolutely not our fate. Genes are absolutely not our fate. Our biology is complicated, dealing with hundreds and thousands of independent factors, and it is going to take a very long time to sort out all at the pace things are moving. So then he says genes can give us useful information about the increased risk for disease, but in most cases they will not determine the actual cause of the disease or the actual incidence of somebody getting it. Most biology will come from the complex interactions from all the proteins and cells working with environment factors, not driven directly by the genetic code. So this is important to note. So what I propose is, one thing that we are missing in our horticulture curriculum is a course on nutraceutical horticulture, which should draw from different fields of horticulture and also different fields of biology, which will be biochemistry, molecular biology, plant physiology, and human nutrition. And we should have a course that will teach the students to appreciate the nutraceutical values of horticultural crops. So with that, I stop here. If you have any questions, and I'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan Kumar, for such a nice, wonderful presentation. And you talked about nutraceutical horticulture in overview of biochemical and molecular consideration. Here, there are a couple of. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. 2 points, epistasis and angiogenesis. These are one of the favorite topics for me also. When I was working on strawberry, I went through some of the TED Talks by William Lee. I have put that one in my chat box, actually, the link. I request all the participants to go through that one and understand the exact mechanism of epistasis and angiogenesis. These are the basic things that come into the nutraceuticals, and also how nutraceuticals can stop the development of many of the diseases, that's mostly like cancer. And quite a few publications are there, 30,000 plus in a single subject. And many of the byproducts of our fruits and vegetable processing industry that go a long way in development of some of the nutraceuticals we can extract and use. One of the best example is the grape seed that is coming from the wine industry. That's what resveratrol that you talked about.
They have lots of proanthocyanidins, which are good for
proanthocyanidins, definitely. And although we are talking about fruits and vegetables now as the topic, and there are quite a few edible flowers that is also coming into nutraceutical these days. They are highly with many of the rich nutraceutical phytochemicals that will go in a long way. And your comments on some of these things, I request.
Yeah, I don't know the actual flowers. There are, of course, there are a lot of flowers. My emphasis was to show the basic mechanism, and put some science behind it instead of calling this is a medicinal plant. So it doesn't make too much of a sense when you do that.
Mohan Kumar, thank you very much for a wonderful information. And it's very nice of you to share your thoughts and valuable information. I have only one small doubts with regard to, see, as we age, the random mutations will accumulate or defects will accumulate. It's partly genetic, partly the aging process, which naturally does occur also. Now, how do you, are there any definite pointers to, are there any definite pointers to what are the random mutations that are most likely to occur that can cause defects or physiological certain disorders that could be probably addressed through nutraceuticals? Any such relationship between maybe blood types or the race picture versus the mongoloid versus negroid versus Caucasian races and the type of things that manifest in them? Any such kinds of work that you can possibly share?
I do not know specifics, but I can speculate on certain things. One of the things that come to my mind is it is the rate of respiration that does a lot of trick. In reality, the oxygen that we think is giving life is also the same commodity that takes life away from you by burning. So the extent of free radical production and how quickly it can be quenched and before it can damage the proteins or nucleic acids or membranes, that plays a role. For example, I can give you an example from my own work on potatoes. I used to store potatoes for something like 3 years and follow their aging process with different cultivars. We always found that the tubers that respire at a higher rate are the ones that they go out of whack very quickly. And then when I examined them for their free radical scavenging ability, this free radical scavenging ability of them were all upregulated. That threw me, if they have such a high free radical scavenging ability, why are they not surviving for long? It is because the production of free radical scavenging is in response to the free radicals that are produced. If it is produced before, then it will do a better job. So in different races and different situations and different genetic background, the production of free radical scavenging enzymes or chemicals, if they are before the onset of the free radicals itself, then it probably pays off. But if it is produced in response to the production of free radicals, then it probably will not serve any purpose.
Are there any questions from the participants? Dr. Himabindu? You worked a lot on LDOPA.
One thing I wanted to tell you, if you have a few minutes, if it is okay. The question that people always ask me, which I did not get an answer question here, is if that you can see that the Indian cuisine or the using of the spices, every one of them has the nuclear transcription factor inhibitors. So even all that, why we are getting into a lot of complications, a lot of diseases, and we are the global leaders in diabetes and other metabolic disorders. So why is that? So I've been researching and trying to compile information on that. I would like to share one of these slides, a plastic-derived endocrine disruptors. These endocrine disruptors overtake any beneficial effect that you give it from the horticultural crops. You can add a whole lot of these publications. The effect of bisphenol A on the can go through generations. The genes, methylation of gene that causes changes can go over generations. And then I look here, there is a list of chemicals that gets into a shampoo bottle. And if you look every one of them, it will be horrifying. And here I made a picture of this. I wanted to bring out how many chemicals go into the cow and what its impact on the whole thing. So these are some of the things that are interfering with beneficial effects. Unless we address them, probably the nutraceuticals will be impotent in the presence of an overwhelming amount of contaminating chemicals.
That was a nice point to bring out. That is a nice point to bring out, especially the microplastics that what we see these days is another concern, especially from mineral water bottles that is coming in. Yeah. And there are quite a few studies also that is interfering in the reproductive system. That's also another area of concern.
Yeah, I have a whole lot of papers. I can give a talk for an hour on that only, on how it interferes and how it is an endocrine disrupting chemical.
Myself, Dr. Halesh.
From University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot.
So you just mentioned about this resveratrol.
Shall I know what are the results of that? Ultimately, could we get? Can you just throw a little bit light on that, sir?
I'm sorry, it's not clearly audible even somehow.
Mohan Kumar, he was asking.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, he was asking about the transferring of the genes from peanut pea shells.
Oh, okay.
Resveratrol genes, sir.
Yeah, so
putting genes have been transferred into rice and.
Right. So how did they do the transformation from peanut stillbane synthase, right?
Yes.
What is the end result of that one?
The end result was there was a high level of resveratrol in the rice. You can see here, this is the resveratrol rice. I hope you can see the slide. It's a DJ526. It's 1.4 to 1.9 microgram per gram of resveratrol in rice they could find. Rice as such doesn't have resveratrol in it. And that was the ultimate result if you are asking me for that.
That could be a nice study that way. In fact, 50% of our diet comes from three major cereals and other like maize, wheat, and other things. If we have something like this one, the total consumption of also that will increase like some of these phytochemicals and reduce some of the problems that we are facing today. That is a good result. Yeah. Yeah. If there are no questions, I thank Dr. GN for his nice presentation on nutraceutical horticulture. And thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
You're
for your
welcome.
nice
Thanks for
presentation.
giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Do we have Kalidas Shetty? Kalidas? Yeah, you're visible.
Yeah, my home computer didn't work, so I had to rush to my office.
Mhm.
Okay, okay,
Hi,
Kalidas.
Kalidas.
That's such a nice
Namaskara, Kalidas.
gesture from your
I thought I
Kalidas.
couldn't make it. Yes, can you
Oh,
hear me?
okay. Finally, you're able to. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you very well. And Kalidas Shetty is one of my best friend also, and we are co-lab mates in Canada when I was doing my PhD. And he is a very, very well-known microbiologist turned into food specialist now. And he has quite a few publications to number it. Actually, it's very difficult. It is a 250 plus. And also equal number of invited speakers in lead speakers in many of the this one. Today, he is going to speak on his favorite subject, that is health food systems and innovative rural development strategies. Over to you, Kalidas.
Oh, I should share, right? Okay. 1 minute.
You have the
Ah,
share
okay.
enabled.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it is coming up.
Okay.
Go to the full screen mode.
So you want me to make full screen? Is that good?
Yeah, quite good, quite good.
Oh, okay, great. Okay. Sorry, I had to rush. It's 10 to 11, and my lab computer, I got a new laptop and some program incompatibly, and the WebEx could not be downloaded. So anyway, I'm on time now. So what I'm going to present to you is, everyone can hear me? I usually don't present from my office, but
We can hear you.
okay, thank you. So I'm going to provide you some conceptual framework of how the food system is broken, and from the foundations of that, how do we then rebuild this food system? So let me just give you a perspective about healthy food system and what's wrong and what's right. Before we go into that, a lot of what we need to understand and develop has to go back to the ecology. So I'll give you some framework on which some of my logic, some of this logic is emerging. As you know, we are in a what we call a sixth anthropogenic decline on the planet. And largely it's because of the imbalance of the environment and biological system. And therefore, to address these challenges, which we need to look at a much more systems approach. So I won't go more into this global innovation economy but in terms of time. But what I'm trying to point out here is, as we look at the global innovation economy, we need to look at more of a systems approach where we see the control points of the basic components that holds the Earth system, which is largely the environment, the biological system, which is under pressure due to the anthropogenic decline from climate change to many other challenges. So how does humanity then work with the technological advances to sustain this? And why do we need a more systems approach? So I'll articulate that more in a biological perspective from a healthy food system. So today, the challenges of the world has completely changed. So until 2000, we were more burdened with infectious disease and other health challenges. But suddenly in 2000, this whole shift has happened where our food health and wellness issues are largely non-communicable calorie burdens, meaning while we built the global food system, on a macronutrient, micronutrient balance, we suddenly realize that more of us are getting too much of these calorie burdens. And therefore, as a result, while we still have hunger challenges of 1 billion people still being hungry, we have much more people going towards obesity crisis or towards non-communicable chronic disease, starting with diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and its complications. So in many ways, what we see as food and health issues is preventable chronic disease coming from the diet and environmental imbalance. So while this emerges, you could see this also with the environmental consequences. We are having more pandemics emerge, and therefore the food system and the immunity that we build from that is very frail. And therefore the environmental consequences to sustainability, they are all interlinked to how our health and wellness is managed. And therefore, looking at this, we need a much more systems approach where we look at the control points of the ecology and how that shapes the overall food system, and how that food system then is built into humanity. And then we go into the metabolic framework of that from the human brain to the gut-brain axis, because the microbiome is very central to this, and I'll come to that logic in a minute. So this food and health and wellness issue does not happen all on its own. It's connected to a wider system that had its evolution with the planetary with the evolution of the planet, which if you see is about 4.6 billion years in the making now. Where our sun's life is supposed to be about 8 billion. So we are somewhere in the middle. So within this 4.6 billion years, the life emerged. And a lot of what we see in eukaryotic life has its framework in the much more ancient eukaryotic. And this point is very important. So I'm just going to quickly highlight some key systems rationale and the ecological foundation of Earth's history and evolution and agriculture system that we need to consider as we see the present challenges. And there are many of these critical events that happen in Earth history, but I'm going to take some big critical issues and then come back to some of the metabolic logic that I will talk to you in a few minutes. So if you look at Earth's history, there are many critical events, as in my perspective, that were very important. One of the first is 4 billion years ago, Earth really didn't have water. It's the asteroid belt around Jupiter that brought water. It's the foundation of water, and the amazing ability of water to exist in 3 phases makes life possible. So within this framework, around 2 billion years ago is early oxygenation prokaryotic photosynthetic bacteria, but they died out. And there was subsequently the eukaryotic evolution took some more time. It was only about 900 about 1 billion years ago when we had a eukaryotic engulfing. So this is very important because today, all the eukaryotic system, whether it's plants, humans, or everything in between, has a foundation in this early prokaryotic history, and the prokaryotes are emerging towards the eukaryotic system. So this particular eukaryotic system and a high oxygenation life that emerged is very important, because that's foundation of many of the chronic disease we face. Is all oxygen malfunction diseases as we have a calorie burden. So this evolutionary perspective is important because as we had the eventual emergence of mammals into this photosynthetic oxygen-rich world, it's only about 1.4 billion years ago, the two, Homo sapiens walking on two feet reshaped the planet. So this really then eventually led to the agricultural domestication about 20,000 years ago to the current food system we have, and also the large European mercantilism and also the colonialism, which actually through Portuguese led to this mass exchange from Vavilov, botanical origins. So all these are critical events to see where this biology shifted, ultimately giving us the current food system we have around the origins and diversities, geographic centers. And so this mass exchange of global crops shapes the kind of food system, how did we become a dominant rice producing culture, or a wheat producing culture, or the Mesoamerican society had potatoes and corn. So all of this had sort of a historical and a metabolic route over Earth's history and Earth biology. So this is very critical to understand, because it is a common metabolic control points that came from our ancestral prokaryotes, is what is shaping right from our plant microbe interaction in the ecology, right down to metabolic breakdown towards many of the chronic diseases we face. And therefore, this combinatorial profile that emerges from 3 billion years of Earth history is very critical to understand this evolutionary history of where did mitochondria and chloroplastic life that shapes our food system came from. So as we understand the metabolic combinatorial rationale of this, we can then better position how is our food system failing. And how is it failing? So it's failing at a very fundamental level, while we have the carbon going out of sync, because this carbon being hydrated that makes the carbohydrate in our photosynthetic system is the foundation on which the solar energy is captured. Only behind this, the abundant nitrogen is then coupled to make protein, and then carbohydrate is reshaped to lipids. So this is a basic macronutrient part of the food system, largely plant driven. So this is under pressure now, because we have this long processed carbon as fossil fuels, which is 60% of our energy basket, resulting in uncontrollable warming that you've heard of COP26 and all the other things, but also ozone due to a cooling system that is sort of depleted, but yet it goes due to some policy measures. We are a little bit better on that. But these two major challenges is pressuring us. And therefore, unless we go to renewables, many of our fundamental food system is under pressure, especially paddy. For example, rice is a very methane-driven, high heat absorbing food system because of the anaerobic system under which paddy is grown. And therefore, these environmental pressures and the control points that shape the food system is breaking down. At the same time, if you look at our health, we suddenly have this high carbohydrate burden, and the same food, the amount of nitrogen we again take from fossil fuels to the Haber-Bosch process is also not sustainable, because this macronutrient model is leading towards this uncontrollable, non-communicable chronic disease we are facing, which if you see in this current pandemic, even, which I will highlight later, you have immunity breakdown. Why are some communities in Latin America more susceptible to what happened in the pandemic? And so therefore, immunity breakdown from failure of the food system and largely this innate immunity, which is the dominant immunity, is largely to blame. So in other words, this agriculture, food security, health, they are in imbalance and they need to be corrected. And this connection across the food system needs to be understood if we have to not only correct the imbalance, but also correct the food system. So how do we then do that? And for that, we need to go back to our ecological diversity. And that's where I think the rural development strategies are much, where sustainability of the ecosystem and the food system can build better economic system and resilience. And that's the title I was talking about. But this needs to have a solid foundational rationale on the Earth's ecosystem, and where we can build a much more sustainable rationale to build resilience, and therefore around which the economic system can be built. And therefore, when we look at this, it is the diversity that's missing. So we have now concentrated our food system across the energy breakdown, where large part of our energy is driven by the fossil fuel system. And then we grow these high carbohydrate, high macronutrient dense foods in trying to correct through the green revolution and others. And now we have a sort of a very rapid growing of the non-communicable chronic disease, starting with diabetes and its consequences. And then you see a pandemic come along, and you can see susceptibility is higher, especially you can see Europe and Latin America, particularly, where the death rates is like 3,000 per million. Asia is a little better. Africa is much better. But you can see from Europe to Americas, it's in the 2,000 to 3,000 level. Or in some community like the indigenous community or Peruvian native people, 3,000 deaths per million in this current pandemic. And in some ways, some of the data is still emerging how the failure of the food system, failure of the innate immunity could be a major contributing factor why we are going to be more susceptible to such pandemic. And so the take-home message in the slide is we need a systems approach to understand these interlinked attributes of sustainability. And from there, how do we build a more diverse, more resilient system that connects these elements as the control points for our solution? So this systems approach needs this framework. So as I go into this, so we, in other words, as we look at that closely, we need to go back all the way to soil health to human health, and they're all connected. The microbiome that shapes our human system and the gut-brain axis that shapes our metabolism has its roots in the ancient prokaryotes. And therefore, as the eukaryotic system where the plants or humans developed, they are carried on with, into our metabolic framework. So if we can consider that very closely, we can then look at a better resilient agriculture system with better soil health to food health to human health, from which we build the diversity of our agriculture system. So with that in mind, diversity and resilience is critical, are the most critical elements of nutritional security challenges. So that means maintaining some of our traditional foods, fruit, not just fruits and vegetables, a diversity of our grains or even our millets. And so widening our diversity is very critical because that is the framework to build this resilience. Therefore, ecosystem resilience and community resilience and agriculture and food system resilience comes all the way to the basic fundamentals of the metabolic biology that shape biology on the planet. And so this is the foundation to food and nutritional diversity. Diversity will be key to ecological resilience. So this food and crop diversity, where we look at this origin of crops as human built it from the Neolithic into the early civilization, but also even more fundamental within the crops, how do we maintain diversity? And this will be very critical as we face climate resilience as well. So in many ways, concepts for climate resilience and concepts for human health, they're interlinked. They come from the same metabolic framework, where we need to move some of the carbon towards this resilience, biochemistry linked to the resilience, where the crops resilience or human resilience, and also bring the microbial interface into it. So this is one of the main take-home message of today. And therefore, with that kind of logic, in what we are looking in particularly at North Dakota State and our collaborations around the world, we are looking at 4 challenges. We still have 1 billion people hungry around the world. But a bigger problem we are seeing now is preventable non-communicable chronic diseases, because we've taken this green revolution platform and made high amounts of carbohydrates and lipids and proteins as if that is all of the food. So we need to balance that with the micronutrient, but more importantly, we need to balance that with the preventable non-communicable disease that are oxygen malfunction disease. I'll come to that in a minute. And therefore, there are other factors within the food system that we are missing out that comes largely from the theme of your of the conference, fruits and vegetables. We need to build this fruits and vegetable resilience. For example, in the US, where the chronic disease burden is very high, it's less than 1 serving per day, where we should be having 7 to 9 servings per day. Because what the fruits and vegetables and whole grains bring is those chronic disease preventing components that we strip out in this macronutrient model that we had built. And therefore, fruits and vegetables, their preservation, because they're high water systems, needs to be better managed. But more importantly, they're rich in bioactives, from fiber that feeds the microbiome to oxidative malfunction preventing components. They're very rich in that. And therefore, fruits and vegetables become very foundational as we look to diversify our food system while we meet the hunger challenges, but we have a bigger challenge, these preventable non-chronic diseases, which also makes us more immunity, breaks the immunity, which makes us more disease susceptible as we face more of these pandemics. And we have to address all this with climate resilience in mind, as the Earth is, a variability of the climate change is going to impact these production challenges. So with this in mind, we are currently 7.4 billion people, going to be about 9 billion. So for this 9 billion by 2050, we need to adjust all this. Ultimately, today we have enough calories for 12 billion. So that carbon needs to be shifted towards this platform. And the way we do it is diversify and increase horticulture. And because it is the diversity of horticulture, fruits and vegetables, that will bring about the diversity of the ecosystem, along with legumes, more wider variety of legumes, wider variety of cereals, and within cereals, even wider, even within say jowar, even wider variety of jowar. So more we are diversified, more we move into a more horticultural framework, fruits and vegetable framework. We can build a more resilient system, both from an ecology point of view and a health point of view. So that's another main take-home message. So with this, if you see, comorbidity burden globally was a very important factor where the pandemic burden actually crept in at a higher level. And you can see this particularly in the Latin American areas. And a classic example of this is Haiti. Haiti and Dominican Republic, they have same population, about 10, 11 million each. And the island they occupy is divided. One side is Haiti, the other side is Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is high calorie, urban density, they get easy calories. And so you would think they have food security. But if you look at the pandemic susceptibility, they're better than the rest of Latin America, but still their death was close to 1,000 per million, whereas Haiti is more in the 300 per million. They were more rural because of poverty. They had to, they didn't get these cheap calories that is easily available to urban population. So their comorbidity is much lower. And of course, it's partly linked to the poverty, but as a result, they were more forced into a more localized food production system. So that's and there are other examples, Vietnam, I can come, there are many, which lack of time I don't have, but Haiti and Dominican Republic is a good example of how this comorbidity burden are linked. So even poor communities, if they had just a diversified food system, they had a better chance to deal with the pandemic, is what may be emerging. And therefore, this comorbidity is one of the critical mystery that's emerging of how the failure of the food system may have contributed, and what is the science we built, not just, you can say this is food is good. No, we still need to rationalize this in a very scientific manner, in a very metabolic manner. So if you look at our food system, we have built it on a calorie model. And as a result of which, one of the key breakdown is we eat through our mouth, but it's actually the oxygen that helps, that is what we breathe, gets at the mitochondria, helps to get the energy. The ATP is brought out from the carbon at the mitochondria level. So when we have too much macronutrient density, we essentially have high oxidative malfunction. So if you see all our major chronic disease, from diabetes to cardiovascular disease to all of the disease, they're all oxygen malfunction broken diseases. Okay, and why is that? Because we strip away all the protective compounds, both that feed the microbiome and both that protect, regulates the redox biology. Both of these compounds are stripped out because we have built our food system on a calorie model, carbohydrate, lipids, protein. That's all we think is our food, and minerals and vitamins. But we need to go more deeper into it, because we need to support the oxygen biology and the microbiome. That is the critical part of our overall well-being. So these critical flaws has to be addressed, and these are also the critical flaws that are needed as we build climate resilient, diverse food systems. And therefore, we need a much more systems approach, all the way from seed health on soil health to human health, because they're all connected metabolically. So if we can connect the metabolic logic of the Earth's history all through every aspect of biology, then you can see the basic foundation of the carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, water is what dictates everything, from early prokaryotic history to the current eukaryotic foundation of how the Earth is at the moment. So using such systems rational, we need to correct our food system. And the good news is that we just need to go back to our diversity. Every culture built this diversity, the ecological diversity. So some of the carbon that we built in this macronutrient model should be shifted towards this diverse food system. And fruits and vegetables are going to be very central to this revitalization of our food system. And within which we need to understand the fermentation biology and the microbiome biology and microbiome knowledge, because this ancient anaerobic microbiome is very central to how eukaryotic systems function. How did the anaerobic world move into the aerobic world? And why this aerobic paradox is such a burden to us, where oxygen is so reactive because it has 6 electrons on the outer shell. So it's continuously looking to pull 2 electrons from other molecules. And that's what happens at the mitochondria. It's trying to stabilize that oxygen by forming water. So when that metabolic interface happens, as it generates ATP across the mitochondrial, for every NADH, you have 3 ATP, or FADH, you have 2 ATP. So as this proton gradient is made, the last coupling step is water. And that's where the oxygen is stabilized, but it's imbalanced because the calorie burden imbalances it. So when this happens from brain to every cell, you have cumulative damage. So this needs to be corrected. And diversity of the food system, coupling redox biology and the microbiome biology, is the central take-home message. And therefore, we need a system metabolic innovation platform all the way from soil health to human health, where the microbiome is integrated. So this microbiome is very central to our diet-linked overall improvement. And fruits and vegetables are rich components of those bioactive enriched diets. And therefore, more we build fruits and vegetables and more legumes into our diet, better can we improve all our chronic metabolic disease breakdowns we are seeing. So with this in mind, the mitochondrial interface, both at the plant level and the microbial interaction that works with it, should be brought into our diet. So we need to fine-tune our oxygen biology at the mitochondria and see how this 500 million land plant evolution, which makes up our food system largely on the planet, we should go beyond just the calorie model, because all calories are not equal, and we get high fructose corn syrup and all these other things that we have bought in. And we forgot that there are other combinatorial profile that made plant resilience and how it shaped plant evolution. So those components need to be brought in, and fruits and vegetables are the critical window to that. And therefore, as we see these major chronic disease failures, the redox biology is the counter to the high calorie refined sugar diet and environmental breakdown that we are seeing with the pollutants that further worsens this and worsens the mitochondrial function. And the only solution is diversifying our diet and widening our fruits and vegetables along with legumes. A very simple solution, but it needs rigorous metabolic insights. And that is not rocket science, because many of these protective function under redox biology, plants have elegantly used it for different functions, antioxidant response signals, stress response, seed vigor response. So they're already part of the plant ecology in its diverse ecological, from Arctic to the tropical or equatorial. In every facet of plant biology and plant interaction with microbes or overall production system, you have these other components that are part regulating the redox biology. So if you can bring that into our food system, particularly culturally relevant, because our ancestors were wise and they built our food system all around the world. So if we can put this biology into the cultural framework of different food system, for example, here in North America, the Native Americans, as they were put on the different reservations, they were fed this high calorie diet. And so they have the worst outcome for chronic diseases, diabetes. And even in this COVID pandemic, their death rate was 6,000 per million. 6,000 per million. That's unbelievable. It's one of the highest in the world. And if you see their traditional food system, it's so well balanced. They have, legumes, corn, then squash, all in a very harmonious ecological framework that was also brought into the diet. So what we have done is we've gone and measured the anti-diabetic and chronic disease preventing components in their traditional food system. They're 200, 300 times higher. And therefore, there was a logic why they built that and why they were healthy when they were consuming that. And when they were dislocated from that, they had these burdens, and this burden was made fully exposed in this pandemic. And so you see same trends in Peruvian native people were more highly affected by this pandemic than other communities. And therefore, these phytochemicals beyond the macronutrients, which have an ecological role in the plant system, needs to be addressed. So I'm sort of bringing 30 years of work all into one slide. And so what we are seeing is, as plant makes these adjustments to run the pentose phosphate pathway and mitochondrial function, they sort of shift in unique ways so that this anabolic catabolic balance is very balanced, is better balanced. So where we look at proline as typically as an osmolyte, but really they are running a metabolic control of driving the pentose phosphate pathway towards anabolic balance, where a lot of the anabolic countermeasures like antioxidant response, making phenylpropanoids, running the purine metabolism, all these new synthesis that's required to protect the plant against this oxygen stress can be better coupled. So that's what we are finding, whether it's sprouts, whether it's plants, herbs grown in the field. We are seeing this unique coupling of the mitochondrial balance with the pentose phosphate pathway. So that pentose phosphate pathway coupling is also very central to human biology. So we have applied that. I'm going through quickly into diabetes. So that's one of the main diseases we have targeted, because that non-communicable chronic disease starts in all this pandemic, all this comorbidity burden. It starts with diabetes and goes towards cardiovascular disease, cancers, and autoimmune diseases, and ultimately cognitive breakdown. So they all start with some form of carbohydrate breakdown. So if you see diabetes, it's going to be worse than here. It's going to be about 700 million by 2030, worse than that's being projected here. And it occupies much more bigger burden. And you can see in this pandemic, comorbidity was one of the most important reasons for communities becoming susceptible. Okay, so urban environment, of course, there was proximity and urban density. There are other factors too, but comorbidity was an important factor. And it particularly hit native populations very hard. People who have pushed to the reservation were forced on this calorie burden, and like the Native Americans in North America, or the Peruvian Native Americans were sort of forced into this calorie model. They have suffered a lot more than any other community. And therefore, many of these protective compounds, before we get this push towards diabetes, they're actually all there in our fruits and vegetables and legumes. So the more we eat whole foods, many of the antidotes that the pharmacology is discovering, they're already there to control the oxygen biology in plants. So we just need to go into those inhibitors, and they're very rich in many of the foods we consume, particularly those traditional foods, jawar and bajra and all these traditional rice that we need to preserve, fruits and vegetables. They're all rich in these glycemic control components, and even the other layers of the glycemic control that is relevant to diabetes. At all of these levels, you have antidotes right in the plants. And so that's what we have been looking at. What are these different antidotes, right from glucose control, like metformin analogs or beta cell function, TDZ type drugs, very rich in legumes. Oxidative breakdown, they are across, especially fruits and vegetables. They're rich for these oxidative breakdown regulation. Blood pressure, We can find this in legumes, in many species. Lipid control, we can find this in foods. And therefore, we need to go back to this diversity to correct, because if we correct not just the oxygen function and not just the microbiome function, but also very specific pathways can be better managed with much more wholesome, bioactive rich diet. So that's the metabolic framework that we need to look at. And you can see even in gestational diabetes, because a child is set up at mother's womb. So if the mother has gestational diabetes, they're setting up the child, because it's a grandmother's egg that is who you are, right? And so the womb and the consequences on the womb from a calorie burden can set up a child for adult onset of diabetes. And therefore, gestational diabetes and child nutrition is very critical to address as we look at this chronic disease burden globally and we rework the food system. And therefore, indigenous food diversity is very critical. So foods that support microbiome, high fiber, high fruits and vegetables, with good balance of plant and animal protein, a lot of herbs and spices. They're very rich in these bioactive compounds. And when we look at the indigenous food system, this is an example of a three-sister crop system of native people. So if you analyze the anti-diabetic factor in this, they're very rich, all the way from microvascular complication control or glycemic, like metformin analogs, they're very high, or blood pressure regulators, they're very high in some of these squashes. So when we analyze them, we can build such of a system back into our garden or fields or at every level. So we've been trying to bring these traditional food system on a very metabolic rationale, using particularly for looking at these complications emerging from diabetes, the hyperglycemia and hypertension. If you can manage that early with the food system, then we'll be better off not going into a drug requiring drugs. So we have looked at that even in the Peruvian Andes, and surprisingly, we have been working with Peruvian Andean and North America, and in this pandemic, they suffered the most. That is, we had recognized this problem, but we are not able to help. And so that is the sad part of this whole thing. So if you look at death from COVID, Peruvian native people and North American native people, 5,000 to 6,000 deaths per million. 5,000 to India is about less than 1,000. We are a large population. There are many reasons, though India was hit very hard by the Delta variant. Overall, if you look at Peru and look at native people of North America, it's not, it's no comparison. India did much better, and of course, post Delta, even much better. But then if you look at now what's happening, there are many other, I won't go into that at this moment. But if you can go back into their traditional food system, a lot of these comorbidity burdens can be reduced. And that's the take-home message. And so we can build this into small gardens to large-scale production system. But I believe in small garden because it's 500 million small farmers of the world that feed 70% of the population. 500 million small farmers of the world. We are 7.4 billion people. It's 500 million small farmers feed 70% of the world population. So large scale agriculture is very important, but it's the small scale that is really where the diversity can be brought in towards health. So with that kind of logic, we are trying to build better baby food for the native people. We are very interested in the child nutrition and maternal nutrition. So we are working closely with the indigenous population here in North Dakota, which is one of the higher density of native people here. They are the original people of North America. And so we're building all the way from maternal health to child health and bringing their own traditional food system, like they have a traditional wild rice here, certain kind of berries, and building that into a microbiome, climate resilient human health. So what is the logic of this? Many of the inducible protective functions that's critical for building climate resilient crops and food systems The same metabolic logic is what we need for our fighting our chronic disease, because they both have to deal with the oxygen malfunction. So this dual function rationale is what we are working on. And this dual function is very rich in these traditional food systems. The traditional food systems, some of these root vegetable, they were built in a much more resilient, diverse environment. And so if we look at the metabolic logic, so that is held. So as we screen the system, we can bring this dual function rationale all the way from field production to food processing and into the human health. So that's where the carbon needs to be moved. Our carbon needs to be moved away from carbohydrates and lipids towards these protective functions based on the failure of the oxygen biology and the failure of the microbiome. So we have to bring that back. And with that kind of logic, this is the kind of discovery engine we are looking at for rural development, where we look at this microbiome redox biology platform and preserve every ecology. For example, I'm very interested in North Karnataka Deccan Plateau, where some of the traditional legumes and crops are probably very rich in these dual function components that we need to bring back into our food system. And the same in the Andean mountains, these traditional quinoa, these corn that grows at 10,000 square feet, at high elevation, which are very resilient. So these are the ones that we need to build, where we can build a much more systems-based approach, where all the way from production into the nutritional platform, we need to bring and into a community-based food enterprise system, where value can be, where rural development economic systems can be built. So with this kind of strategy, we are looking at sustainable production, small cooperative models, so where the small farmers can be organized with a good extension system. And therefore, this is what we need to build a much more diverse, healthy food system that's very integrated into an ecology. And therefore, this is my last slide. We need to bring a much more rich microbiome, metabolic biology, and oxygen-linked biology into our food system. And we need the system type approach where the foundations of ecology should give us clues to how we reconfigure our food into a much more sustainable, resilient, balanced, much more balanced. More production is not going to, it's not more production, it's balanced production around the metabolic logic. And therefore, that's my last slide. And I'm sorry if I took more time, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kalidas, for such a nice presentation. Mute it. No. Yeah, thank you to Dr. Kalidas for such a nice presentation. Started with the origin of life, prokaryote, eukaryotes, and take us to the back of the old memories of our association. The carbon hydration and bringing into the carbohydrate-rich foods and the pandemic. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can hear you.
Yeah.
Go
the
ahead.
Pandemic, how it exposed our nutrition system that we have, and what is the problems that we are facing because of that.
So this evidence is still coming, but if you look at sub-ecologies, this has been exposed. For example, wherever we see a high calorie burden, for example, I told you Dominican Republic versus Haiti. Haiti is poor, rural, and they were more forced into a diverse consumption because they had to grow their own food in their own local ecology. So there's some density factor too. But if you look at Haiti's COVID, it's less than 100 per million deaths. Then right next door, it's half-half. The island is divided exactly half. So if you look at Dominican Republic, it's more urban density and a much higher calorie refined carbohydrate diet. Obesity is much higher. So their food diversity is much lower. It means fruits and vegetable intake is very low. Whereas in Haitians, they just have to grow their own, anything they eat in their own gardens or own fields. So they are forced into a more diverse by default, right? While as as you emerge into an urban middle class, you're forced into this cheap calorie burden. And that's what is one example. Then you have the example like in North America, like here in North Dakota, where we have overall the American population was affected. We are 2,000 deaths per million. But then you look at the native people whose diabetes rates are 3 times higher, whose cardiovascular rates are 3 times higher. Their deaths were 6,000 to 7,000 per million. 3 times higher too, same, 3 times higher. And same thing in Peru. So you can see these trends wherever the comorbidity was higher within a subpopulation or within the same region, you can even see the different proportionality of the COVID. We can't directly pin it, but we can see that when there is diabetes or non-communicable disease, innate immunity, which is, we have 3 types of immunity, not just B cell, T cell, which is the basis of our vaccine, but we also have a broader ancient immunity, which is the innate immunity. So this innate immunity is critically linked to the diet. And when we have a high carbohydrate diet, a lot of that is collapsing. And so some of these evidence still emerging, but you can see comorbid, wherever populations have comorbidity and a higher comorbidity linked diseases like diabetes, the COVID failure was higher. And you could see it in populations right next to each other.
Yeah, that is true. And that way,
what exactly those factors is, I think, is a foundation for more research now, because we are now getting these ecological clues, sort of broad ideas.
Yeah, that is to say, food security is not alone. This nutritional security that is most important.
Correct.
I get one question from the participants talking about soil health, plant health, and human health. In most of our soilless culture system, microbes we are avoiding. What is your comments on that particular point?
Oh, yes. So every aspect of our microbiome comes from soil. So it comes from soil to the plant. And so then it's reshaped. Ultimately, of course, we are dominated by, fermenting lactic acid bacteria. There's certain categories that emerge, but a lot of the roots come from soil health. So that needs to be studied. How does this evolution happen? But we can see now, wherever there's breakdown in microbiome health, it's, for example, they've looked at animals, zoo animals versus the same animals in the wild. The zoo animals have lost their microbiome with the more, and they're more susceptible to many of the health challenges. So you can see that even in plant growth, human, now there are many studies showing how the microbiome shift is linked to many of these chronic diseases. So a lot of what we need in terms of, it comes from our fruit, it comes from our fermenting fruit. So minute the vegetables ferment, like in kimchi or in others, you see a lot of the gut microbiome supporting microbiome takes over. And also milk, we say milk ferments naturally, but what is a milk? Cow is a 4-stomach animal, largely based on plant life, right? So a lot of the plant, digestive processes and the interactions come through into the milk, goat milk or, any milk. And therefore, all these are interlinked. And therefore, there was a question I saw on policy. For example, in India, we can do a simple policy with not subsidizing rice, subsidize legumes or subsidize fruits. And so these could be some important way, policy versus going back to the fundamentals.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Very thought-provoking. But I have in the light of some of your points that you said, as far as I understand, our innate resistance probably comes from
previous exposures to the same pathogen or something very closely related to the pathogen.
No,
But according to what you said, our comorbidity is probably more influenced by the diet. What's your opinion on that?
yeah. Okay. So comorbidity is a metabolic imbalance that emerges. But when you look at immunity, there are three main categories of our immunity. One is the more broader immunity called innate immunity. Then there is adaptive immunity. And then there is non-adaptive immunity. So what you say is previous exposure can affect all three of them. But many of what very specific memory cell function, all that we discuss in immunology is mostly a lot, and the vaccine development is mainly on the T cell, B cell function. And so the immunity is much broader. So overall, for example, even there are some studies now, very interesting studies that are coming up. We may have seen other strains of COVID. And so there have been populations who have already been exposed to some broad spectrum of a broad COVID response, who are more resilient. And so they're not the same strain, but there are some related strains. So there are about 6 strains of COVID related on a broad level. And so those broad level responses are more at the innate immunity level. So diet very much controls the innate immunity. So if you have a broad specific innate immunity, which can be broken by comorbidity, then you're better prepared. Your overall immunity, whether B cell, T cell function, adaptive immunity, or they are like those that are linked to cytokine storm is actually immune response, but it's a hyperimmune response. So how do you better balance that? So it may have linked to the oxidative control. So that's what you see, cytokine storm. That means your cells are overfighting. They're not prepared, and suddenly they put out. And a lot of the COVID deaths are linked to cytokine and storm. That means your cells are overreacting to the point they kill our own cells. And so there are 3 layers of our immunity, and innate immunity is what's affected by comorbidity.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a nice point. The last anecdote question is industrialization exactly our processing mass supply of our foodstuff through, I mean, I don't want to give an example or pizza or all these kinds of stuffs that is absolutely flooding in the urban market and also percolating in the rural market. I feel to a great extent this kind of a business supported marketing is also contributing to a great extent to our dietary diversity that we had. And really, to speak in many opinions, when you said about the natives, we have flooded them with these kinds of foodstuffs. And as a result, nobody wants to accept it, but there is a larger, broader cause and effect theory. I just thought I'll share with you, and you can share your opinion.
Yeah, I agree, but I agree with you. But we can keep the overall supply, but we can diversify that and even add technology. So that means we need to recognize this is a big health and ecological challenge, and therefore the economic systems needs to adjust to this. And I think as we support small farming communities, local food production system, some of these will naturally, each community is going to take their own responsibility. And of course, we'll always have mass market pressures, that's how this world economy has been built. But as each community faces these challenges, we'll have to make decisions. How is my community going to deal with this? How much of this mass market? And then eventually there will be, the large producers will have to change as well, ultimately. And so we'll be forced into, I think we have to force these changes, but it all comes from a local economic, advancement. And so I think supporting rural, See, that's the one good advantage of India. We're not going into a mad hyper urbanization like what has happened in China. And of course, there are other issues with that. But in many ways, I'm not saying we have, many ways our connectivity to rural development is, I think, very necessary to have this ecological resilience. And therefore, can we build a value chain all the way from, our village to taluk to, districts, and if we can sort of bring modern technology to link all of this into a more diversified, preservation of our rural system with modern work, I think that's a better development model, I think, just other than, instead of rapid urbanization that brings about all these mass production, concentration of food system. So it's largely resulting from urbanization. And unfortunately, 55% of the world is going to live in urban environments. And so therefore, how do we balance this? How do we preserve the ecology from this imbalance? Yeah, there are many questions. There's no easy answer, but we need to go very precisely at the
Thank you, Kalidas.
ultimately the ecology. We can't fight Mother Nature, so we got to work with Mother Nature.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Finally, take us over.
Yeah, thank you, Kaidas, from KST and also my own behalf. I thank you very much for such a nice presentation on health food systems and innovative rural development strategies. Rural development when it comes for the benefit of the farmers. At the same time, the food system that we have, we need to modify and look for nutritional security rather than food security that we are thinking now. And thank you very much. Although it's a late night, you are able to make it. Sorry for all the trouble that we have given to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaidas.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next presentation. That is diversified farming systems and changing climate and consumerism from Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar. He is a research team leader, principal scientist, sustainable agro ecosystem from ICRADA. Over to you, Dr. Chandrasekhar.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy and all the colleagues there. And I'm just taking from where Dr. Mohan and Dr. Kalidas really put the clear pathway and why the micro level to the nano level to the food system in the farming systems all play the vital role. So my focus would be here is the how let's be inspired by our food and culture and nature, how they put together a diversified farming system for changing climate and consumerism. And you all know that the COP26 happening, that when everyone talk about the nature positive solutions. And our Prime Minister clearly said that lifestyle is going to be the impact so much in every level. So that awakening, then bringing the awareness and the consciousness in the people and citizen lifestyle, that's going to play the vital role in the food system transformation. So thank you so much for the KSTA, Dr. Ayappa and Dr. Dandin and all the colleagues. They invited me to talk on this one. And I'm just taking also this from the recent dialogue in the food systems where indigenous knowledge and traditional foods, they play a vital role. And then to the ecosystem restoration, so where you're playing the important role in the food systems. So as we are in the crossroads of the food system transparency is very clear. We cannot continue our current trajectory of the production systems. They are the unsustainable cost to the nature, environment, and health of the people. So this really bring a changing gaps, and we have to bridge that gap in carbon neutral and well-being all. And you're already overshoot our planets because that means we're already behind their what called sustainable boundary, ecological ceiling. So that you need to go back to the way you should be there. And you might have already the famous Eat Lancet recommendations by the nearly about 60-70 the global lead scientists. They recommend that our diet should constitute at least 50% of fruits and vegetables. And I'll come back on that once why it is necessary. And rest you can do whatever the rest of the 50%. And this really brought us to the nature culture solutions and restoring the functional food systems and the climate resilience. So as you look into the present systems, that how our the diet systems moving from the plant-based to the animal-based, how that's impact on the climate in a very huge way. So that nearly about the 80% of the emissions is attributed to the what they call the non-plant-based protein, and agriculture itself is contributing nearly 1/3 of the total emissions coming out of that. So look at our traditional the food where dal, roti, or the sabji, and compared to the animal-based, where chicken, mutton, and beef. So nearly the amount of the water that consume. I just talk about the water here, but not in the rest of the other consequences, not here. And that really required to change the way of thinking about the food systems. And in the last 30, 40 years in the green revolutions, we are focused on the yield-centric yield, so that in that increasing the yield, we forget on the diversity and the nutrition, so that we have to go back to where it used to be, the farming. So COVID is really the great case, the awakening to the entire world, and the way we eat and the way we grow, that really impact on the entire the food systems. That clearly Indian notion they can the health is wealth, and often the health definitions and the wellness and ecology completely forgotten. And I just quoting here because I'm presenting a while ago on the 75 the years of independence lecture, and I just looking into the Gandhi's diet. You talk about a lot of independence and those things, and his diet is largely the raw fruits and vegetable, and with all those other ingredients. So that's clearly brought us that the Panchabhutas linked to the food systems. But what is happening now? The changing diets and demographically disrupted the entire world, and nearly developing worlds, the city people are moving to the urban, and the disruptions happening everywhere. And the rural poor and the economically poor people, they spend most of their income to buy the food. And while the very rich and the high class, they spend a similar amount on the medicine. So that's so much of the consequences in the both level. So you're not just only fighting the malnutrition and also malnutrition. There's the processed food. How the hidden impact on the food system level, how that's really the impacting that one. So of course, there is a green revolution is the most necessary that time. So because of we need to feed the world, that really brought us the complete changes in the way you think, from the calorie and the yield centric to reduce the poverty and hunger, to the moving towards the empty calorie to nutri. There's now we are looking at the compound yield calories and nutritions, and as well as the wellness and the carbon neutral. That's become our future of the farming systems. So this really brings back us to the nutrition, begin from the soil, Mother Earth, and everyone know that. So that how we can replacing this the depletion of the soil and depletion of the land, the nutrition and recycling and circular biology, that really impact on the system. Because of, as earlier the previous talk by Dr. Mohan and Dr. the colleges, clearly the discussion is really highlighting that one. Going back to the roots, going back to what's happening in the below the ground, that really impact on the soil nutrition, because that's going to feed entire the nutrition cycle. I just give you the example here. We all talk about the why need a fiber, and this is looking at the woman, the gut bacteria feeding at the dietary fiber, and how gut biome is really going to play an important role. We always take about something I want to do with the gut feeling. We not tell about the brain feeling. So gut, now the clear indication, a lot of research saying that the brain is in the gut, not in the brain, in the head. So that because of the 1/10 of our cells is the colonized by the germs. And so we keep the germs intact, and that's where the health will be the build-up. That's required. We need to feed. On an average, we require to have at least 400 food elements. That means in a month, so you'll be eating the 400 different types of the foods and the grains and fruits and vegetables. But now we're eating the less than 10. That's what the biggest consequences happening in every level. And this really brings back the gut-brain the relationship. How best we can bring the target and food systems every level. We talk about the mood swing and upset, anxiety, and the behavioral changes. That's all that links to the what we eat, and that's really that the mind, what you eat and you become. That's really brings back to the what we call a food vitality and the nutrition. So you might have read about the loss of the nutrition from the harvest to that reach to the plate. And really, just to give you a few example, of course, I have hundreds of examples to give that one. the nearly 90% of the nutrition loss happens in the 24 hours of within the 24 hour of this, like a vertical spinach is harvested. And how many people are eating the harvested food the same day? No. And in fact, at least in developing world, is small, the family farming, they are still access to this kind of the food. We can get it, but look into the other part of the world where mostly they buy the processed food is already cooked almost like the months ago. And that really nutrition drop is happening at every level, especially the fruits and vegetables. And recent lot of the studies coming up that the nutrition drop is happening from the traditional food about 30, 40 years ago, anywhere between that comparing that old traditional foods to the now, the drop is happening anywhere 1 to 10, 1 to 50%. Like the recent the sardina they're telling about the apple we eat and the apricot we eat. In the past, 50 years ago, 1 apricot equal to 50 apricot now. That's, we talk about the nutrition density lost in the food. This is happening systematically in almost every grain and every food we're eating. That's why the consequence of the health in everywhere. So how, then look at we talked about a lot of the food wastages and food losses. And who is wasting the most food? Why you are wasting the most food? I talk about here a belly full of hungry cells. What that means, when the nutrition less food you can eat, that's in Canada, the very famous the notions and the proverb you say, kasa tinnuvudakinta tusu tinnuvudu less. That means better to eat less good food than the junk food, and really apply that one in the very large consequences. So if you eat the very less calorie food, what happens is the spike in the nutrition, the insulin, you get the feel good in the moment, and the cells, they require the required nutrition, they're not getting it. So because of that, the brain triggers again, oh, eat now. Again, you go back, eat the junk food. But you can switch into the traditional high density nutritions, and you are not going to get hungry. We did that experiment. Our family follow the same thing. We're using just 1 meal in the morning and evening, in between nothing. So that when you have the nutrition density food is required, you are hardly not required. If we switch to the nutrition density food, we talk about by 2030, the populations will be the 10 billion, and it's required nearly about 70% more food. I say no. If we switch to the healthy diversity, diverse performing, tree-based agriculture, and ecological framework, we not require more food. We require we have to free up the land to grow the more food. So this is that's what I started the concept of this one. Food waste on the table by urban elites is the worst impact on the planetary health, because of food losses happen in the field in the raw form. So that there's a birds eat that go back, but food is wasting on the table. It's cooked, it's fried, and everything. Add a lot of ingredients. Even none of the animals and germs eat that go for the landfill. That's the biggest tragedy you are facing. So this is why I always tell that people, anyone, please grow one vegetable in your garden, and that tells about the value of the food where the farmer struggles and grow. And this really brings back to the way we produce the food and consume and dispose. And that is really huge impact on the entire system level. So that we need to build a roadmap for healthy food, people, and the planet. And healthy food system is the one that connects almost every SDG. You talk about the Sustainable Development Goal, climate change action points, but this is one thing that connects the healthy connections, the community of the power, and that's nature-friendly farming and nature-friendly food. These two things we cannot avoid because of the all back to the soil. So when the animal die, people die, it go back to the soil, become a topsoil. When we keep the soil as healthy, and rest is taken care everywhere. This is what I brings back the functional food system, return to the soil, regenerative agriculture. A basic of regenerative agriculture practice is that always talk about ecosystem services and well-being and productions, but without looking at the structure and functions. These are the structural functions where the trees, fruits, crop diversity build a structure in the functions in the food systems. When that structure and functions taken care in the way we grow, and production happens by default, in that process, the services, well-being, as a byproduct of that. This is what I call it. We have to bring the farm diversity, crop diversity, diet diversity, and gut biome and immune diversity. That's all that link to each other. So we have to sync ecology and economy together to bring it more health per acre. So this is what we talk about a lot on this. But what's happening in this tragedy? It really lost a lot of the diversity. Planet, although rich, filled with rich diversity, and nearly about the 4,000 plant species, and at least half of them are edible in one or other form. And out of the 6,000 fish are used as a food in the ancient system. And out of that, 150 crops are cultivated on the significant scale still now. But the tragedy we are facing is only 3 crops dominate the food. That is wheat, rice, and maize. Now the soybean are the 4 crops that nearly supply the 60% of the calories, not the nutrition. So really, this bring back. We lost huge amount of diversity. Look at that. The I'm talking about now is the vegetables. And amount of the vegetables when I was a kid, go to the market or the weekly weekend bazaars, and you get so much of different variety. Every city, every village go there. There's different tomatoes, different the bangan, different cucumber, like all that new varieties. The food was there. Now we lost nearly 80% of the diversity. Go to the market, you get one type or two types of the tomatoes, or cauliflower, cabbage, all this thing. So this really what they call drain of the biodiversity, and that's linked to our health and everything. This amount of the drain is happening the last the 80 and the 100 years. It's amazingly irreversible damage you paid. Just look into the conventional food system. Someone you go to internet, type the fruits and vegetables. What you get it? What I'm showing here is a cabbage, cauliflower, orange, and apple. All these few things. But really look into our traditional food systems, and we have the rich biodiversity, agroecosystem, tree-based, agroforestry systems. So we need to move away from the input and resource guzzling food systems we have now to the rare, resilient, nutritious, indigenous fruits, vegetables, species, and condiments. This is where I saw the tremendous possibilities to bring them together. Now we talk about the indigenous knowledge and Ayurveda, but where are the ingredients to do that one? Where are the ingredients to cook that indigenous recipes? So they have to change our system way we grow the fruits and vegetables. I give the simple notion of coming from the North Karnataka, from Bijapur, where roti was our staple, the food, and the horse gram. And just look into through these two things. If we have the very high, the fiber rich, the millets, and the protein rich, the pulses, take it about the horse gram, and that balances so much, along with a lot of the natives were taken about Karchika Simbalaria, or like a Hattariki and other the traditional vegetable you grow, and you treated them as weeds, amaranth, all the things we treated as a weed, but they are really rich. What happens in the colonization time? We started calling all our grains as the trunadanya, or minor millets, or pulses. They put all the animal name like a horse gram, chickpea, cowpea, all that. People are start thinking that it's for the animals, not for us. But you look at the nutrition density and flavonoid, alkaloid, all that required out the keeper, the healthy gut biome and healthy things, and that's the most rich nutrition we have. But they are also not only just nutrition side, but climate resilient. Just the sowing time and one grain filling time, the couple of rains, that's make it the entire food productions happen. But now look into it, replace that with the rice, wheat, and other the grains. So this is really the tragedy we are facing. I just looked into the one time of mapping the forest of the entire monsoon Asia, published in the Nature and Science, and a few other papers. Whenever I visit India, I just look in the satellite data. I treat the satellite data as my tools and my toys. I look in that when they take a dry area here, I see where are those green spots are there. Then I just go there. I see those are the dry areas, the green spots in the dry areas. Those are the farmers practicing the diversified system. They have the fruits, they have the trees, a lot of the varieties. And despite of whatever the drought hits, they are still the surviving without any reason. I think this is what still you have a lot of that, the hard spot of the resilient system left. We need to scale them across the mainstream farming. So this is what I started looking into the how best we can create the system, how best we can utilize this entire the resilient protocols. The cradle of the farm and food diversity is India, and that's what the lot of all the people come to India just in the trade, because we're trading the spices and the condiments. That's what our system is resilient, and it's not only that. Only the country has the 12 years of the growing cycles. You can grow food throughout the year, and it represents all the agroecological zones of the world, and then it's got high diversity of foods and economic zones. You can bring the natural economic zones, what the Prime Minister is telling about it. And see, but what happened in the last 30, 40 years, we are going the continuous production systems. We went to the tilled farming. You started tilling the lands, and nearly 83% of our land is tilled, and there is no vegetation cover left on the ground. And then most of them is just a seasonal agriculture, not a permanent agriculture. I think this is really, you need to look back what used to be there in the past. And I just give the example of the agroforestry potential, tree, fruits, and vegetables in this one. Look into that. Even we talk about now in our plans to grow the trees and fruits and vegetables, and we just grow for the monocropping and cash crops. But I just mapped the far boundaries of the one small district in the Devas district in MP, and look at that, the geographic area just 700,000 hectares and cultivable area this much, but the far boundary nearly about 295,000 kilometer length of the farm boundary. We can just plant the edible fruit trees and the farm bunds. It can really brings about 18% of the tree cover. That is really the one plus. But amount of the food it adds, food, fodder, condiments, spices, nuts that can grow. And just looking at the potential of this tree outside the forest across the India, road and rail network, nearly we have 5.8 million kilometer. Length of the major rivers, I'm talking only major rivers, not the 400 rivers or small rivers, that nearly about the 2 lakhs. And degraded lands nearly 130. Make use of these lands, how much food we can produce. The only country can produce about nearly the 200 to 300 rich nutrition foods is you can export at high potential. This really brings back, go back from the rice and wheat and traditional cropping systems, your monocropping systems to the high diversity cropping systems. Harvest the huge amount of the work done by the biodiversity information system and the DAS DBT, identify nearly thousands of thousands economically and the food value species bring back to the main farming systems. And this is really this is going fast. This is what we need to have the evidence based, where the farm, we used to go hardly few the grains, you can turn them to the agroforestry and ecology based systematic farming system that really change the landscape of the entire lab. The entire thing. Then also when I was in America, so I was talking in the backyard garden because I went there as being a vegetarian family looking for the fruits and vegetables. It's a very funny thing happened. A capsicum costed more than the meat. The one capsicum was there about $1, and the pound of meat is the $1. I couldn't understand what is this consequence of food system they're growing here. Then so if you go for the weekend, you pay about $300 to $400 for the foods for the family of the five. Then I thought it's not a work. Then I started a own garden. And joy of the growing the food is amazingly the impact of the thing. So this always talk about that when I always started advising the people, connect with the nature and be responsible citizen. Best investment parents can do for their children is taking them to nature or bring the nature to their own farm and own the city where you are living or even home garden. Then I started this experimenting the different things. In the single pot in our balcony, they can grow so many vegetables in the multi-layer. And this becomes so hit across the world, nearly about the 50 countries, there's about 500 people circulating almost every monthly basis to grow this food, what they call a food basket in the home. And during the COVID time, a lot of people, they are sitting at home, schools at home. I started the box gardening concept. 8 square feet box can grow nearly about 15 types of vegetables. And within a month, we started in about May, by June 20, we already harvested the leaf vegetable. This should be happening at every level. Then I started, why you look back into the multi-layer farming, our backyard, the 8 square feet garden, we can grow so much of the food we can grow, and variety of the food we lost. Look at my daughter eating the rainbow carrots, 7 types of 7 kilos of the carrots harvested in the small patch of the land. Why can't we lost that in our farming systems on the entire system? So the traditional crops where the taste and flavors and health is originates, we have to bring it back. And how it can transfer that what you learn in the system level, the farming system level, and the home thing system level to the entire farming level. This is really the diversity of food is so much we have. I have grown nearly about 63 types of tomatoes in my backyard. What you see, this is the picture taken from my backyard vegetables. I have grown nearly 237 types of the fruits and vegetables in the herbs in my backyard. When small backyard garden can grow so much of the food, and why can't we do that in the farming system level? Why can't you bring that? So food wisdom and capitalism need to change. So it's not just like a nice looking and healthy looking and shiny food systems, but you have to go back to our traditional food system. The nutrition is the focus. So that's why I take it. The capitalism should be shifted towards the health. We have done enough damage to the world and healthy system. That's what the quantification has to be done on the nutrition level. The yield gaps happening in the farming system level. That's not only yield, nutrition gap, health gap, ecological gaps. We have to bring back that into system level transformations. So this is what the evidence-based systems require. Just looking into the farm, like ecological approach farm, We are growing every kind of the species and put together. Then a conventional system, very neat and trimming and cleaning, and we are losing a lot of the nutrition one side, but putting the systems in the tragedy. And this is what we need to bring it back to the vitality in the entire growing system, the food. So we have to bridge the gap with the ecological transitions in the farming system level and connect that the urban and rural periphery, the rural periphery to the food as our main focus. And Nutri Garden or the Nutri Thali concept, what you started, and that was the natural farming, and that's what we need to bring the target and diversity. So I was just looking at the mainstream of agroecology, the source of income and nutrition. And we are going in the cotton. So I saw that going the cotton, that why not you just go in the cotton there? Why not you grow so many vegetables they grow there? We put into a lot of other vegetables in the farming system, the same land, we can grow the number of the species. We are producing the monthly income to the farmers and the good food to the people, and also bring the resilience that one, because we're growing the so many species together that bring the ecological balance, reduce the pest, the impact in the system. And then basically you are reducing your input in terms of the chemicals and producing the organic food and the win-win situation for every system. I think these kind of the systems are adopted everywhere, every possible way. Then that comes to the a lot of the people, the agriculture graduates comes to be, sir, so what is the opportunity for me after graduating that one? I just asked the question, do you have the land? Yes, we are. When you land, then why think about that one, evidence-based scaling. Look for all the natural-based farming system and how much you can produce this. One guy just he took the acre of land, he transferred to natural farming, and he's earning about nearly 2 lakhs per acre, and that's what required our system required. Now, on average farming, we talk about doubling the farmer income in the entire the country level, but where you doing the doubling? But you have when the farmer's capacity to produce more than 8 times. When you go for the systematic approaches to the development of this one, reducing the input cost and making them more diverse and more resilient, that has a huge income. I think this the new youth generations to think about this as our next career options, so the good win-win situations. To the desert farming, I'm talking about because of working a lot on the desert farming in drylands, and not just only we are thinking about fuel consumptions, and now country committed that by 2030 we're reducing about 50% of our fossil fuels, and now we're moving towards the solar energy and solar and the solar food and carbon farming. And just looking at that, often we struggle with too much of the sun, we cannot able to grow, and we can put this multi-layer farming systems along with the trees and plus and the solar panels. Then you can create the ambient, the climate. We can grow the shade living in outside and the sun loving, shade loving and sun loving together in the outside and beneath the panel. I just give you one example. We have hundreds of examples to bring the system level transformations. With that, I would say that so we have to move away from the degenerative agriculture. Degenerative agriculture, we just nutrition food to feed the family, and then produce the quality, premium quality food, not just only the calorie. This is what I bring the biological, chemical, physiological, that's linked to the living soil. This is what we need a return of the spring. That's what I call when the last time I was in India, too much of the rain, I see everywhere is the flood, and a lot of this topsoil is drained, and you see all the muddy layers. I'm telling the farmers and every people I've met, nearly met about thousands of farmers in their field. I'm telling you one thing to them, as long as your farm is covered with the vegetations and fruits and the trees, and you cannot achieve the sustainable development goal, and as well you cannot become the self-reliant. So once the top soil is start taking your all the good nutrition from your farm, you cannot reach that one. That's what required to bring the more vegetations into the farming system. More crop diversity is required. Keep the soil all the time covered, so that when the rain happens, and we should be all the water stuck into the soil, we should be subsurface clean water runoff. If you achieve that stage, then I saw that is the return of our sustainability and return of the what they call the back to the future of the food system. So future of the food system should be basically we are around nurturing the soil, saving the water and food diversity. And this is what I call the future of the healthcare system for the people and the planet. This is our farm completely drained and dead into the brought back to the system level, and not only in the farming level, but in fact in the home garden. This is also our garden in the back in India, Bijapur, in Muteba Taluk. And the small plot I bought next to our home, and 60 by the 40 by 60, the feet side, we are going more than 50 types of the food species there. That's really not only the providing the healthy environment to the house living there and providing the living lungs in the cities. Look into so much property, the rich people buying in, they're vacant. Why can't you turn that to the green gold food forest concept we started? And this is the self-reliant, chemical, nothing. Just you can plant all the nice combinations to the site specific, identify all the different needs you require. That's turned into the within 3 years. This is what you can see there. Completely barren land turn into the 3 years that becomes self-reliant. Then that's what you require. You just go belly soup we used to call. There are nearly 100 types of the things you can cook that one with a lot of the different vegetables. They can grow their herbs and steps. I think this is what the home food forest and every edible landscape should be doing, everyone. And my vision for 2030 is that the parent sit in farming system diversity as recommended by that. The currently and on global average, we're eating less than 10% of the recommended fruits and vegetables. By 2030, at least 30% of the world population eating at least 30% of their fruits and vegetables in their daily diets. That means they're eating a plate of the food, there must be at least 30% of the fruits and vegetable. I'm talking about the raw fruits and vegetable. And really recommended is 50%. That is a long way to go, but we should be beginning this one. Why the international year of the fruits and vegetables declared, understanding that's so important for not only the diet diversity, but health of the people and the ecosystems in nutshell. So that the diverse choice of the food with the great flavor, taste, nutrition start from the how we grow, how we process, how we think about the food, and the health is core of that entire the way we grow the food. I think this is what I really emphasize that one way forward is very clear pathway we have. And we have the dialogue on the food systems, the UN food system there. I'm talking to the UN, food, FA, everywhere. We have enough technologies there. So don't just focus on the technology. Technology should be just to bring the awareness among and reach out to the people and then transfer that food you grow in villages to the consumerisms. That's technology really going to play the vital role. But healthy and ecological sound food production system is become the norm of the future farming. And indigenous knowledge and wisdom is so crux of that one. Because when I talk to the world people, amount of the way they have knowledge is completely lost. That's what we started this dialogue to bring that indigenous knowledge, wisdom back into our lifestyle, food systems. Innovation of the whatever things we talk about, the digitally enabled citizen science, that's going to play a vital role. So that a food system transfer must be combined resilience, conservations, restorations that co-benefits the producers and consumers. With that, I end my talk. And production follows functions. Again, that's emphasis that one. Let's leverage the technology, crop diversity, biodiversity, local intelligence, indigenous knowledge, wisdom to rebuild a broken food system for healthy living. Not only people, I mean, healthy living means only people, but every species on the planet. And this is what I call the diversified landscape, the food for the health of the welfare. Thank you so much. I hope, I don't know how much time I finished.
It's okay, sir. No issues. You are Chandrasekhar brother. You gave a very nice talk about sustainability and diversity is the mantra. That's what you told. And another catchy thing that I got it from malnutrition to malnutrition. That is another thing. These are the things that we have to take forward. But by one doubt and also the how to achieve this when you have a diversified farming. In fact, you mentioned about your own experience, several of the experiences. You were able to grow several vegetables on your own terrace and also in your backyard. You had about 60 plus species. But when you have such a diversity of plants, how do you control any of the diseases, specific diseases or the nutrition requirement of these plants? Give a silk touch to that one if you have such kind of diversity.
Yeah, I think so because of my slides was too many things to be discussed. And one thing I go back to the soil health and the crop health. What is happening that one, whatever the plants you grow, I have a lot of evidence that when I show the people real demonstrations in the field, when we grow a lot of different diversity together, and what is happening in the lot of the nutrition exchange happens below ground. What they call rhizosphere, where the mycelial network, bacteria, fungal network, they transfer the food that go deep into the soil. They exchange the nutritions and one plant to other plant. So something, for example, a plant, the insect attack to the one plant, if that the diversity is there, there's the exchange of the immediate, the phytochemical need, the transitions happens between those plants, and that within the couple of hours, plants produce the phytochemicals, that is the repellent, the insect. That's why you see the naturally grown vegetables and fruits, they're not completely eating everything. They eat a little bit of small hole, then they leave it at one. So this is what the plant response happens when the diet diversity, the plant diversity and biological diversity, living soil is there, they automatically respond. I take example, monocropping. You go to only one crop everywhere. That's what's happening now in the world. And why the pest and disease are so prominent here? Because of in the biological cycles, what happens when the pest and disease, the pest comes, for example, larva comes out in the first insular stages, then they see that one, oh, so much of the food is there, same kind of the food. And that they trigger their gene into the produce the more progeny in the next cycle. So the butterfly used to lay about 10 to 15 eggs, but when you see the abundance in the first cycle of their generations, because they are very short cycle, because they rapidly they evolve and multiply. Then the next day, instead of laying about 10 to 15 eggs, they're 100. And third cycle, they go to thousands. That's what they call epidemics and pandemics in the system. And they become so much of the abundance is that let's attack everywhere. But when there is a balance is there, and they see that, well, no, this is like not only same food, but a different food, the different species, and that's what happens. That's the automatically check happens there. So that's what I call when the people go to the market. If you see your vegetable eaten by the insect or larvae, and there's hole in your vegetables, that means that's fit for you. If it's a fit for the insects and fit for you. If you see the very clean vegetable, nothing is there, that means that there's a lot of the chemicals. Or it's grown under the highly protective environment, there is no nutrition. So this is what I say, that the behind the nutrition health is the diversity.
Thank you for that one. I request some of our colleagues who are joined online to interact with Chandrasekhar Biradar. Yeah.
Let me stop my screen sharings.
Sir, there is one question actually. If we go for diversification, whether it's going to affect the agro-based industries?
See, like most of this, the agro industries, and they are looking to the processed food, right? Because of how our consumerisms and advertising industry always led that one. But why not they switch into the healthy thing? Because of now there's huge requirement of the healthy diets, and that's where they need to switch into that side. Of course, this take a transitions, because it took about nearly 50 years to transition from the diet diversity to the monocropping systems. Now the people are getting aware of that one. So now there's like a more chronic diseases and more health issues every day. And that's really demanding the wellness industries spurring up. That wellness industry required very healthy food and healthy ingredients taken to the Ayurveda systems. Unani, Siddha, Minister Ayush is working on that one, are now booking the traditional food system. Now there's huge requirement of the food outside the world. They're looking for India, whether you can bring this high diversity of food, the nutrition. I think this is where the agro industries look at that one. They're not just looking at only the rice, wheat, and soybean, but there is hundreds of other foods and vegetables to look into that. This is where I see that huge potential for the even agro industry too.
Another issue is that these days the government is supporting a lot of export. For that, we need to have volume and also quality. Whether this kind of diversity will affect that the vision of the government for export, although we are able to feed the domestic requirement.
That's true. Like a domestic requirement itself is very large, and we're not able to meet that one. That's one side. And already during the COVID time, I see that the statistic from the West Bengal, there is a 23% increase in the fruits and vegetable export. That means they're not talking about the regular fruits and vegetables, but they are unique fruits and vegetables. So that's also like looking into whether the traditional food is coming in. Now people are getting they're looking for those kind of the diverse food, and this market is growing into that one. So we have to catch up. We're not able to meet the demand. I see that a lot of the switch happened. People started reducing their meat consumptions, then they're looking for the plant-based diets, and but we not have enough supply is not there. So I think this is where the slow transition is going to happen. there's no options we left. When, as per this climate change action points, they're talking about nature-based solutions. The food is one of them.
Thank you, thank you, brother. I have a small specific questions, which very pointed question. Our food habits are classified into rajas, tamas, and different kinds of foods. Now, when we are talking about the diversity, the wisdom identified one type of diet for different jobs that they have to deliver. That's one point, and your comments on that. My second point is, if you just walk across India from north to south, you can divide all the food that is available into those who take garlic, those who take asafoetida, or they don't, or not automatically mix into each other. Certainly, the evolution has taken place with a lot of wisdom and thought processes, whatever that is. Now, vis-a-vis health, what are your opinions vis-a-vis this?
I think that's very the pertinent questions, and because of that, when looking to the tamas, rajas, and the sattvic, yeah, so that's the sattvic food movement is happening now because of that's what a lot of the movement. If I put into that one, there's a long discussion on that one. It's going to happen. It's happening now, and just looking to the food we eat, based on our job we do, and different requirement, so that you cannot generalize the food for everyone. Someone is fighting in the army, in the border, so they ask them to spit on ambli, so maybe it may not work. So, but the majority of the people, they're still working on the physical work, right? Just the menial work, sitting there all the times, and they're not required to eat that kind of the rajas or tamas food. They required, most of the 80 to 90% of the population required a sattvic food, and this is where really comes from. And the amount of the food you consume, that reflects the amount of the things you do in the physically. But if you're not doing that one, that's a really impact our entire what they call gut biome and what they call the process. But also, like when you look into the spiritual process, then many people when do the meditations, they said, "Oh, I'm not able to concentrate, not to focus that one." But the amount of what's happening in the gut level, that will a huge impact on that one. So often we see I give the example in US was where I had to that habit of that eating the junk food and before. Then I saw that why they always supply a caffeine or a Coke after the meal, because when you eat that tamasic and rajasic food, and you eat that, suddenly your food means energy, right? When you eat the food means you should be feeling good and you are more energetic. But when you eat the food that make you dry down, so that you become more lethargy, lazy, that means a food's body starts processing, cleaning that chemicals, cleaning that junk from your food. Entire blood first to digestive systems and liver and kidneys, they started cleaning. That's where all your brain, the blood move to the digestive processes because of eating heavy food there. Then in order to wake up you require a caffeine. But you look into the sattvic side food, you take about like the very high different kinds of vegetables and fruit, they grow organically and naturally. And if you eat that one, or you can take a millets, you can consume just millets after that. After eating a millets, do you feel lethargy? No, eat a roti, a sorghum, so like a sorghum roti and what they call harsh gram. Or you feel lethargy? No, impossible. So this is what really impacted our entire process of sattvic and what they call as the tamasic levels in the body. That really happen in the food production as well. When there's so much of diversity is there in the nature, cyclic process and recycling process is there within the feedback loops, and that really address the questions you talk both questions.
The last, you can tell yes or no. The nutrition and health through fruits and vegetables is directly linked to how best we, both from an ecological perspective, environmental perspective, and health perspective, depends upon how the future generation is going to reduce intake of animal protein. Your opinion on that?
Absolutely true. So there is no other choice we left. So we have to cut down the animal protein. I'm just giving the example of if just the world, if you cut down the 50% of their intake, just only 50% of in intake, they are going to free up the 44 million hectare of the land that you can grow the forest or the fruit forest. And that's just keeping that as the big picture. But in the future should be, we have to be fruits and vegetables that to naturally grow. I see a lot of the spur up industry may talk about the soilless and all the things, but nutrition have to come from the soil and the sun. We cannot put everything in the control conditions. That's immediate required there, then people will let us do things, but the real food have to come the perennial crops. It should be there is a fruit-based crop. If you look at the perennial vegetations, the density of the food coming perennial vegetations, they are much higher than the annual vegetations. So we have to bring the fruits and vegetable. That's why annual is the vegetables and for the fruits is the perennial. We can bring them together. I think that is the only the future of the farming systems and the food and health and the ecological sustainability. That's what used to be there, right? We have the 16,000 years history, and you never collapsed until you started the green revolution, cleaning up all the diversity and remove the trees. Nearly 80% of the tree cover in our farming systems is removed. And not the tree used to grow not just only for the timber. That timber concepts come later, but you have the tree for the fruits, tree for the fodder, tree for the condiments, nuts, everything was there. And that is that. And secondly comes to the livestock, right? Livestock, we made it a meat and milk, but our livestock is not just about the meat and milk. It was a recycling process. We have the cattle in the farm that not just to produce the milk. Milk is just byproduct. When after the calf left, you can drink. But the entire biomass coming in the farm, we need to feed them. And what is the mechanism we have now? Like you take entire big machines, we required, there is no mechanism to produce the raw, the plant biomass into the fertilizer in 24 hours. That's what the animals does. And this is what putting into nutshell, the fruits and vegetables in the natural farming systems, that is the way to go the future.
Thank you very much, Biradar. Wonderful to listen to you. So nice that you could spare time for us. Murthy?
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chandrasekhar Biradar, for nice presentation on farming system, changing climate and consumerism. Thank you very much from my side and all KC and all the other participants and panelists present here.
Thank you
sir.
so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. To all the speakers and the other participants, we are almost running almost 1 hour late. I beg your pardon for that, because it is a nice presentation and also interactions are happening. That is what that's required. Next, I will go over to Dr. K. Srinivasan. He is earlier our own colleague from Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, and he was a scientist there working on entomological aspects of many of the pest control. And he is a former chief scientist and of agriculture research at TAFE in Chennai. Over to you, Srinivasan, for your presentations on
Thank you.
mechanization for small farmers in productivity of fruits and vegetables.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. I'll start the session by sharing the slide. Are you able to hear me?
Sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Will you kindly share your presentation?
1 minute. I am unable to. Something happened and I lost the link.
Sir, open the presentation first.
1 minute.
Go to the screen mode and then go for sharing.
No, I something happened. 1 minute. Are you able to see?
Not yet.
Are you able to see?
Not yet, sir.
No, slides.
No. You're not able to see.
Shall I share the PPT, sir?
Share.
Shall I share it from here?
No, I have to open, is it?
Yes, sir.
Sir, what is happening is that I think you have sent your presentation. We'll open it from here. We can just speak.
Okay.
Just few seconds, sir. We'll be sharing.
Okay. No, otherwise the shared link is not working. That's a problem. Hello?
ಒಂದೇ ನಿಮಿಷ.
Shared link is not working.
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದು
Oh. Dr. Murthy, shared link is not working.
To this one, sir. Manta.
Hello? No, shared link is not working. That's a problem.
Share link ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. Sir, it is coming up. It's sharing.
Pardon?
You can present, sir. Actually, it is coming up now.
Okay. Is it
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
you are unable to get?
Only
Pardon?
share is enabled. Share is enabled from you for you. You can try, sir,
Okay.
once.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Now? Are you able to see?
No, sir, not yet. Sir, you will close your presentations. Open it. Go to full screen mode and then share.
Pardon? Close my presentation. No, share content I have done. No.
Yes, the presentation has been enabled for you, sir.
No, but I am unable to open, no?
Sir, can we come back after another presentation? By that time, we'll sort out your problem.
No, I'm not committing any mistake, but it's not coming.
ma'am.
That's it. Can you project the slides from there?
Right, sir. We'll try to project from here.
No, first slide. First slide. Yeah, go to the first slide. Okay. Now I'll start. Are you able to hear me?
Sir, we can hear you. We can go
Okay.
ahead.
This is, go to the first slide. Okay. This lecture is on mechanization for the small farmers in enhancing productivity of fruits and vegetables with special reference to Indian context. Next. I will just tell the background. The size of the farm holding in India is around 2 hectares or even less. And vegetable growers fall in this category. The vegetables which are raised in open field, landowners, they hold about 2 hectares. And these farmers come under the marginal and small farmers category. 85% of the holdings are held by these farmers, and this is expected to increase by 91% in 2030. Of course, there are some exceptions like fruit farmers who have very large holdings. Next. And the problems for small farmers, most of the farmers, they are beset with a shortage of water for irrigation, inadequate manpower for farm work, and then they also don't have adequate and proper implements for land preparation, and non-availability of specific tractor and implements are the major impediments. And then they resort to blanket application of recommended fertilizers with utter disregard to inherent soil fertility and non-targeted pesticide application. And then they have poorly designed spray equipment. Next. Now, how will you overcome the shortage of water? Because in many parts of South India, water is a major constraint. Of course, in river basins and also in canal irrigated area, this may not be a problem. But in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, this water is a big problem. And then they depend on groundwater, which is overexploited. The government machinery, they recommend digging of farm points. It is also called as watersheds, but this is grossly insufficient to recharge groundwater. When there is a rain, some water will stagnate in these farm ponds, and then it evaporates, or there is a percolation inside, and then it gets lost. And it is not able to recharge the entire groundwater for about 2 hectare land. And what we have done is we have attached a simple subsoiler known as the chisel plow, and it is made to run across the gradient at 20 feet distance all along the field just before the advent of monsoon shower. Either it is southwest monsoon or northeast monsoon, you can run a 20 feet distance across the gradient, and it breaks the hard pan of subsoil when the subsoil is run, attaching to 3-point linkage of the tractor. Next. Chisel plow, it makes a deep cut in the soil. It's about 1.5 feet cut, and then 6 to 8 centimeter width, it will have a cut, and it allows infiltration of surface runoff when there is heavy rain. And it is made to run in fallows and also in interrow spaces of row crops where drip lines don't cross. It doesn't disturb the topsoil, which is very important. And then you can also increase the depth of penetration by mounting a mild steel frame holder and sufficient weight placed over the steel frame to get increased depth. Next. Now, the farm pond, let us come again. It is widely advocated across the country, but farmers are reluctant to take up this due to high cost, because strengthening of the bund is always done with reinforcement concrete. If it is not strengthened properly, the bunds erode and frequent silting occurs. And sometimes the bottom is lined with black polythene along with the bund, but it doesn't stay for too long because it ruptures, and then there is again leakage and percolation of water. As an alternative to RCC, we have done strengthening of bunds with vetiver. The roots of vetiver penetrate up to 10 feet, ramify, and provide enormous strength to the bunds and prevent its erosion. Even a cannonball cannot penetrate the farm pond lined with vetiver, and then it doesn't allow erosion of soil, and it doesn't, you don't have to frequently desal the pond. Next. Now this is the farm pond you can see on the left, which is lined with vetiver, and then this vetiver grass, the roots penetrate 10 feet deep, and it ramifies the bund, and then it provides enormous strength. It also acts as a cattle feed. Next. And of course, in many parts of Karnataka, they suggest planting of fruit crops, but in our model farm and also in neighboring villages, we have advocated planting with either Barbados or West Indian cherry and also neem, which act as a bird perch. Next. Now, another simple method by which you can store rainwater is burying perforated oil drum. You can purchase a 200-liter oil drum and then perforate at the bottom and also at the sides. This is just an ordinary plastic drum which is buried at the lowest point in the field and also 2 meters away from the borewell. You dig a pit greater than the size of the plastic drum, and also you fill it up with gravel, and then you insert the entire plastic drum inside the pit, and then the top is covered with a mesh, and then it is left like that. So when it is buried at the lowest point, immediately the water accumulation is not there. It goes underground and then it recharges groundwater. And also recharging of the borewell can also be done when it is buried 2 meters away from the borewell. Next one. Now, most of the time, farmers commit mistake in choosing a big tractor for cultivating land which is suitable for both fruits and vegetables. For garden application alone, tractors with horsepower ranging from 30 to 90 is not suitable, because this is what is applied for agricultural and non-agricultural application. As far as tractor manufacturers are concerned, for agricultural application means they only mean field crops. They don't really bother for orchard crops. But after I joined the TAFE, it took almost 10 years for me to convince them that there should be a specific tractor which is suitable for orchard application. And these are all the spec which I wanted them to have. Engine horsepower, which is equivalent to 24, but little bit below 30, and then with 6 forward gears and 6 reverse gears, and it should have a power steering, and four-wheel drive and oil immersed brake, and lifting capacity of 739 kg, which will weigh around 800 kilogram. The ordinary tractor, what you see, 35 horsepower to 50 horsepower, the weight of the tractor ranges from 1,200 kg to 1,800 kilogram, which causes compactness in the soil. Next. The first to come out was Massey Ferguson 6028. This is a 28 horsepower tractor, which is, they call it as compact utility tractor, which is suitable for garden application. For Indo-Gangetic plain, Eicher has brought out 18 horsepower tractor for light soil. And also there are other manufacturers like Kubota. They import from Japan most of the parts, and then they call it as orchard specialist. Both an A and B series are available, which has got 24 horsepower. This is actually a narrow width tractor with silencer, horizontal silencer, and then it moves in very narrow range crops and in row crops. And the weight is around 800 to 900 kilograms, and it doesn't cause compactness of the soil. Next. And you would have seen a lot of common implements like disc plow, disc harrow, reversible moldboard plow, tined tiller, rigid tined tiller, spring tined tiller, rotavator, and all these things are available for use by all the farmers. But what is specific, and then what is the recent introductions are this power harrow, which has got a sharp tine. It is like a spike which will pulverize the soil. Actually, the normal land preparation is run a disc plow or a disc harrow, followed by cultivator, followed by rotary tiller. Sometimes cultivator use is avoided, and then rotavator is used. When you put rotavator time and again soil compactness occurs, and then it doesn't allow proper growth of roots. But use of power harrow, it avoids the compactness of the soil, and it works in many hard soil conditions, including stony soil, and it has got spikes, and then it has got 3 rollers. Another important thing which is used in field crops in wheat in many parts of Punjab is laser leveler, which levels the land as per flat land, or it gives a slight gradient, and then it enables proper surface irrigation if a farmer doesn't want to go for drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation. Next one. And then the another important introduction is the use of raised bed maker, which is available as a standalone raised bed maker, or also as a broadbed farmer. Actually, both broadbed farmer and standalone raised bed maker are the same. But based on the inputs which we have given, broadbed maker is formed with a mulching machine, and it also lays a drip line, and there is also a fertilizer applicator, and it has got a facility to punch holes so that seeds can be dibbled, or seedlings can be planted in these polythene sheets. And then the advantages of lining the broadbeds with polythene sheet. I don't have to give too many details. Next one. Then the advantage of using a compact tractor is it can be fitted with a front loader and also a backhoe. This assumes important in hilly terrains when this compact tractor can traverse a 20-degree slope. And then the land leveling and the bench terracing is very important, for which you can attach both a front loader and also a backhoe. Next one. And then new innovations in tractor. Of course, I'm not talking about examples drawn from US, but in India it is happening. Development of a driverless tractor that delivers a high tractive effort at slow speeds, which TAFE has brought out, and then it will be commercialized very soon. And then automated steering control, which removes drudgery of the drivers, and also fitment with GPS as is done for cars, and then provisioning for variable rate application of fertilizer. This is a step forward for precision farming, and also introduction of electrical tractors less than 35 horsepower segment. Next one. And this is a driverless tractor with collaboration from Harper Adams University in UK. Almost it is being finalized, and then reliability testing is going on. It gives good traction working at slow speeds, and then it avoids hurdles while moving. And then it is based on either supervised autonomy or fully autonomous tractor programmed with prior task in use. And there is also a fitment of GPS, and it is laser enabled, and it is provided with a geo-reference lock, which prevents tractor from moving away from the boundary. Next one. Automated steering is another fitment, which is being developed, and it will come to market very soon. It provides automatic steering with minimum variation. Driver can only sit, and then with this fitment, it can go straight. And then it is integrated with hydraulics, utilizes terrain compensation technology, high accuracy on difficult terrains, and then it reduces operator fatigue and increases safety. It will go in straight line, the driver need not hold the steering and then keep on adjusting. There will be variation. He cannot go in a one straight line. But all these things are avoided with automated steering, and then it can be operated in dusty or low visibility conditions. Next one. And then GPS in tractors, in addition to the regular GPS, which is fitted in most of the automobiles, it is used in field mapping, and also it measures distances. And then you can have 2D and 3D view. There is also a zooming provision, accuracy around 2 centimeter. It is enabled by RTK, and then it identifies precise position, and also when it is stolen, you can also identify theft. Next one. And then variable rate application technology, actually in US it is highly advanced, because on the go they are able to estimate nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, but it is also fraught with many irregularities. But under Indian condition, all these things are not possible, because they do it in a very large scale in a large tract of land with liquid fertilizers. In India, we use dry fertilizers. The simplest method is you divide the field into 4 or 5 grids, and then in each grid you estimate the fertility status. For example, on the right side you will see high, medium, low and poor fertility status, and then you can estimate the carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, which are major elements, and then you can adjust the seed drill and only drop that much quantity which will match the recommendation made by ICAR and state agricultural universities for each of the crop and agroclimatic regions. And this is with special reference to basal application, where we apply 80% of the fertilizers. For top dressing, you can use nitrogen in many cases. Of course, in case of tomato and many other vegetables, indeterminate crops, you can also apply potassium along with nitrogen. But top dressing can be done based on symptoms exhibited, like yellowing of the crops. Next one. And then the recent advancement made in tractor technology is introduction of electrical tractor, which is made by Sonalika with 35 HP. And then it has got a compact battery. Battery backup is for 8 hours. It runs with decreased cost of around 75% as compared to diesel. And then it attains a top speed of 25 kilometers per hour. and there is no heat transfer from the engine. It also weighs very less because there is a reduction of many parts, and it weighs around 820 kg with narrow wheelbase. And then there is also a reduced maintenance cost. It comes for a price of about 6 lakhs retail pricing. Next one. And then in TAFE, at my instance, we have developed, because for about 20 years, I have been working on vegetables at Indian Institute for Horticultural Research. For row crops, we always depended on, workers for manual weeding. Of course, today there are many petrol-operated weeders are available, which are imported from China. But these are all invariably expensive. What I thought was it should be run with a battery, and then we have developed this mini electrical weeder, which will run in 45 centimeter width, because it has got only 40 centimeter width operating space. And then these are all the spec which go into the development of mini electrical weeder, which is also, it will be commercialized within 6 months because production is going on. There has been demand from France. What we do for field crops, they do it for kitchen garden in France. And then we are able to supply to France a few numbers of this electrical weeder for use in Europe. Next one. Now, with the introduction of drones, you all know it is finding increasing application for spraying. TAFE is undertaking a lot of spray application in rice in Tanjore Delta with IC engine fitted drone, not with the regular lithium cells. Lithium cell fitted drones, when it is lithium cells are put in a series, it gives good power, but it hardly it is used for surveillance. It is not used to lift heavy weight. And then it flies for about 20 minutes. Again, it has to be brought back to the base station, and then the lithium cells have to be changed. Of course, when it runs out, you throw it, and then it causes pollution. But with the cooperation from Madras Institute of Technology, Dr. Abdul Kalam Center for Space Research, Aerospace Research, they have developed IC engine fitted drone, and then now they have graduated to hybrid drones, which is fitted with both IC engine and powered by electric motor, which flies for more than 2 hours, and then which has got a lifting capacity of 20 liters. And then it can be used in all terrain, like mountainous terrain where tea and coffee is grown, and also where orchard crops are grown. And very few companies have been authorized to fly drones because it can be misused. And then TAFE is one of the company which has been authorized by DGCA. They are the competent authority which authorize application flying of drones. Now from lithium cell, it graduated to IC engine petrol fitted drone to hybrid drones. And then it can be programmed to fly 5 feet above crop canopy. It can be programmed to fly, above 10 feet above crop canopy, and so on and so forth. Next one. Now, how do I conclude? There have been number of, developments with regard to development of implements, equipment, and also the tractors which are specific to garden application. And you all know that not many workers are there in the farm to do work, and then mechanization is inevitable. But the cost is a big impediment because small farmers cannot afford to buy. One way to overcome is farmers and specialized production centers can join together, share the cost and purchase, and hire these to meet recurring cost and maintenance. If farmers cannot come together, they can identify an entrepreneur, establish custom hiring centers, and get it on regular rental. there is a Government of India project known as Submission on Agricultural Mechanization. Of course, I don't know whether it is freely available to all the entrepreneurs because you need to go through a lot of bureaucratic hurdles. But an entrepreneur need not be a farmer. He can be a businessman. And then he doesn't have to get quotation, 3 quotation to get accounts officers permission to buy an item. And then he can enter into a maintenance contract with big companies and establish custom hiring centers, and then he can hire out all these specialized implement, including tractors, and get the work done. Next. Thanks for your patience, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, Srinivasan, for that nice presentation on mechanization for small farmers in enhancing productivity of fruits and vegetables. You touched upon many of the items like farm mechanization, what is required, even included the farm pond, and importance of labor saving issues. And you talked upon custom hiring center. This is one of the very interesting thing. This is one of the interesting things. Actually, SMAE, I also worked on that particular area when I was in Delhi. But up to 80 to 90% funds are available for establishment of custom hiring center because Indian farmers, they are not affordable for many of these instruments. And it is a seasonal requirement. This custom hiring center is the best answer. Many FPOs can also buy this kind of equipments and give for hiring. And many of these KVKs, now they are given the 100% funding for establishment of custom hiring center in that area. This is going to be a game changer for that aspect. And the tractors that is available requirement for our orchard, especially one such crop is grape. They end to end, starting from land leveling like laser leveling till the harvest and post harvest, even the spreading of the rain protecting sheets. That's available for grapes. And at IAHR, our scientists have developed for end-to-end for onion production, even from starting from land leveling, sowing, harvesting, and even detopping also that is available for that one. And I am very much interested in the battery operated tractors, which is going to be, you are talking about 35 HP. For that to power, how much is the charging time? Because the tractor can run about 8 hours. Charging time is how much, and whether it will be sustainable. And these are some of these things. Drone policy is another major aspect that is coming into this one, especially for spraying. For that, spray volume itself has to be calibrated, and some of the standardization that is required. Some work we have started initiating at Indian Institute of Horticulture. So these are some of my points. Your comments on any of these things that is relevant to your topic, sir, please.
The charging time is around 7 hours, I think. No, I have given it in the slide. I don't remember because it is manufactured by Sonalika, not by TAFE. TAFE, they are in the process, but Sonalika already they have brought out. And it is in one of my slides because I went very fast. The time was running out, and then there were some initial glitches.
Okay, sir. Okay. We'll take it back.
You can go through again, and then you can see the charging time I have clearly written for electrical tractor. The reason why, of course, it took 10 years for me to convince them that for vegetable cultivation, you need to have a tractor with around 800 kilogram weight. You cannot have 1,400 kilogram weight because without our knowledge, the soil compaction occurs, and then it hinders growth of root. And then naturally, when roots don't grow properly, there won't be any uptake of nutrient. As far as drone spray is concerned, we don't have a ULV formulation to spray, especially for pesticides. But, in the app, since there is no alternative, and not many people are ready to get into wetland for spraying rice because it is grown in contiguous area, they said we are ready to compromise. You spray the normal EC formulation, which we did, and then in many places for instead of top dressing it with urea, now nano urea is available, which is sold by IFCO. That we are spraying with the drones, IC engine fitted drones, which, it is very cheap to do. And then it is, there is no disposal problem. The soil doesn't get contaminated using lithium cells.
Yeah, that's a great. Actually, many of the new generation pesticides
Yes.
that may come in the future days, like the nano urea, the nano urea, FL.
This ULV formulation has to be approved by, the government of India. Without their approval, no pesticide manufacturer can formulate. And then who has to build the cat? That is the problem.
Yeah, that is the true. That CIRBC is there for that. Actually,
Yeah, Central Insecticides Board is there.
Yeah. Some way it is. In future days, it may be happening that when the technology
Maybe,
improves.
these are all recent things which are happening. It takes time, no? It will come through. But one thing, lot of, for powering of drones, lot of advances have been made. You don't have to go abroad to get IC engine fitted drone. It is just available in MIT. And then they supply to defense department, especially for Air Force and all, for, what for, I don't have to tell in open. So, they really have good facility, and the original, it was established by our former president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And then that work is still getting carried. And then they have also brought out a hybrid drone now.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh.
One question actually, Shalapa. Yes. Okay. Did you get the question, sir?
No, no.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Yeah, I will tell. I will. Sir, in fact, what he was asking was, one first question was,
for the past 2 days, there is a cyclone here. So a lot of problems.
Okay.
Today, fortunately, there
understand.
is current. Otherwise, it will go anytime.
Oh, okay. Sorry. There are straight two questions.
You
One was
can
that
talk.
weight of the tractor.
No, I have backup battery. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah. First question is that the weight of the tractors, whether it is 700 kg or 800 kg or 1000 kg, how it will impact. Second question was that drones, actually, when you are spraying from 5 feet or 7 feet above the canopy level, whether that is going to cause any of the environmental hazards like pollution.
Actually, the regular lithium fitted drones, it flies 30 feet away. And then all non-target, areas will be sprayed. But when it is made to fly 5 feet above the crop canopy, especially for rice, there will be a targeted application on the crop. Actually, it is good. It is programmed to fly only 5 feet. If it flies above 20 feet, it can carry a bomb. Is it not?
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Yeah, one of the applications of drone in recent days is locust control in the western part of the country.
Yes.
That was a very
I have heard about
successful attempt.
No, I don't know.
Application.
You don't have to take too seriously this press reports.
Yeah. The soil. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Thank you on behalf of KSTA and also myself.
Sorry,
and
there was some problem in sharing of slide.
No issues, sir. No issues. I look forward to see you at IHR at the earliest possible, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks everybody for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next presentation is from none other than Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey, our ADG in horticulture from New Delhi. He is going to talk about missing links in policy guidelines and future research directions to address nutrition and health through research and development in National Agriculture Research System. Dr. Pandey was a principal scientist and also he has become ADG in headquarters now. Over to you, Dr. Pandey, for your presentation.
Namaskar,
Dr.
Dr.
Pandey?
Saab, and yeah, am I audible, sir?
You are audible. You are audible. Pandeyji, you are audible. Go ahead.
Please go ahead, sir.
Pandeyji, you are audible. Just carry on.
Bill? Dr. Murthy, sir?
Sir, you are audible.
Okay, okay. So I am speaking, sir.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So the topic is the missing links in the policy guidelines and future research directions to address the nutrition and health through R&D in our system. Can we have the next one? The data shows that the total horticultural production in the country for the last 3 to 4 years. Last year we were about 321 million tons. Out of that, the fruits contributed about 102 million tons and the vegetables 188. And these two group of crops, they contribute about 90% of the total horticulture production. Next, please. This amount, despite this much production, we have got in our Indian population different diverse group of this public. Out of that, the large portion of young persons. It's a big nation, big diversity, large diversity is there. So in this, 65 years and above is about 7%. 15 to 64 years is about 67%, and the below 14 years is about 26%. So we have got so much diverse diet pattern in our country. So really addressing the nutritional needs for the better health of the general public is a tough task both for researchers and both for the policy makers. Can we have next one, please? But despite a good amount of production, as I told in the beginning also yesterday, that we are nearly, as per data, we are nearly self-sufficient in the vegetable at present. But despite that, there are general observations in the society that in the preschool, there around 19%, 23%, 14% deficiency of zinc, folate, and vitamin B12 is observed. And in case of adolescents also, there is 32%, 37%, and 31% deficiency of different nutrients and vitamins, vital vitamins, that is folate and vitamin B12, vitamin D also. In addition to that, other things, proteins and all these things. Can we have, go to next one, please? It is general, last year, this one, the agriculture in general is supporting now about 18.5%. Earlier it used to be around 14%. Next, please. Can we have the next one, please? This not required. But only one point is there that in addition to the malnutrition and deficiency of nutrition, the projections are that in 2020 and onwards, there will be problem of overweight and obese persons in the general public because of the imbalanced intake of this nutrients, predominantly the cereal-based diet and the fat-based diet this one contradiction to the recommendations of the this one dietitians. The intake of fruits and vegetables which are quite rich in vitamins and the minerals, it will be less, and it may lead to this one overweight or obese population in general, especially in the major cities. Next one, please. There is a limitation of having the superfoods in our Indian conditions, like kale, broccoli, asparagus, Brussels sprouts. These are called as the superfoods, but there are limitations of having these foods in our Indian system because of very less production and the reach of the common man to purchase, the purchasing power of the common man. These are not affordable to major portion of our population. Next one, please. What are the way out to address these things? The production system that I will be discussing in detail in the coming slides, which may be once the productivity is improved and the quality improves, that is agronomic approaches. And the second could be the genetic approaches by which we can breed good varieties, including the gene mapping and other modern tools, supported with these suitable policy initiatives. We did a lot of work on breeding of biofortified varieties and transgenics with resistance to pests and diseases, especially pests, some of the vegetable crops, but they have to still see the day of the light of the day because of certain policy hindrances. And a considered decision on the policy initiatives on all these research programs need to be taken. Otherwise, the investment goes in a way. Investment goes waste in this area. Next one, please. Next one, not much. Some of the vegetables which are rich in this one our enzymes, the proteins, vitamins, and minerals. Next one, please. Yeah, these are some of the vegetables like cauliflower and red cabbage, which have been evolved in our Indian conditions, like cauliflower with increased amount of beta carotene, and this red cabbage with increased amount of cyanidin. Next one, please. But this crop diversification could be one option for this enhancing the nutritional security in general public, and baby corn and sweet corn could be one good initiative. The breeding efforts, especially for the vegetable purpose, baby corn and sweet corn, it needs a boost, both from the research organizations. If I am correct, during last 3-4 years back, we took one initiative on initiating breeding program on sweet corn and baby corn, but somehow it could not be this one taken up to logical end. But I feel that a good initiative on breeding of this corn is essential to diversify the food basket. Next one, please. Tomato, of course, one of the most favored vegetable crop for research, with so many properties. And but unfortunately, most of the varieties available in our country are of common use table type, and the research on the processing type of varieties with some of the important nutrients like this TSS especially is this one needed, and that too with tolerance to some of the pests and diseases. The work done by IHR is very encouraging, and some of the private sector undertaking also is very encouraging. But the seed chain of all these varieties is quite poor, and once the seed chain is strengthened, it has got some limitations also with respect to policy matters. As we know that some of the varieties evolved by IHR Bangalore, they have reached to across the country. Many states they have got the seed, but the producing seed of some of the important varieties at large scale, and through some sort of common program with development organizations protecting the intellectual property issues could be a game changer with respect to production of safe tomatoes with so many high productivity and quality as well as the processing attributes. Next one, please. Can we have next one, please? Next one, not much important. Next one. Yes. Despite this, there are some concerns that is some of the concern many speakers have highlighted. That is the declining farm income and profitability. Regions I will narrate in this one future slides, coming up slides. Degradation of soil, many persons have spoken, not new. Then loss of biodiversity and climate change we are observing this year. Throughout the country, so much flood, so much rain, so much loss of crop. And then the open economy, our with this one GATT agreement with open economy, how to sustain the horticulture sector, especially the fruits and vegetable sector, and then regional
Panditji, are you there?
I am here, sir, but my screen is not visible. I don't know. Maybe from your side.
It's not from our program.
But our side also there is everything power and everything is there. Net connectivity is there on computer. Yeah, now it is visible, sir. Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, please. So regional disparity. Some of the states they have very good productivity, very favorable from the state governments like I can say South Indian states, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. What policies they have got for their farmers, it is not throughout the country. So that is where the national level initiative on uniform policies by the state machinery is required to bridge the gap between the potential productivity and the really realized productivity. Next one, please. This is not required. Please go ahead. So what are the options? Diversification could be one of the best options. And then science-led, technology-led this horticulture enterprises are required. Creation of knowledge, of course, through relevant research. Then manpower, scientific manpower. We know that at present, the National Agriculture Research System is suffering with less manpower available for conducting the research. Many of the institutes, that is also a big problem. Almost 20 to 25% less manpower. Many of the institutes in our system, they don't have sufficient number of scientists, sufficient number of technical persons, and a considered decision by the authorities need to be taken to really fill up the vacancies. So several institutes, there is wide gap between the scientist and this technical persons ratio. The posts are vacant, and it is really hampering the these research programs. And if you see, Dr. Murthy may be knowing well, and many other of our colleagues know well, that we initiated 8 programs, new initiatives for this one funding by the government. Let us see what really happens, which are really high-end research programs for the betterment of the horticulture sector from scientific point of view. So, this rethinking is required from the policymakers for diverting some amount of fund towards the in favor of horticulture sector can make a big difference in the years to come. Next one, please. Some of the technologies like the high density planting in case of fruit crops. If we see the data for the production and productivity for the last several years, we see though the total production has increased, but there is still big gap. And I can show one good example for this particular purpose in next slide, which if adapted, the enhanced productivity in case of many fruit crops. Yeah, please, next one. This one only, right? The high density planting system developed in case of apples by our institute in coordination with the university in Jammu and Kashmir. With the average productivity of apple presently in the past many years was about 8 to 10 tons, varying from state to state. But this technology has potential to about 60 to 65 tons. But the initial cost of investment on establishing the high density planting system in case of apples is quite high, beyond the reach of many of the farmers. So research suitably supported by the policy decisions. Of course, the government of India under specific mission on this horticulture, they are giving good support to this initiative. But if it is taken at large scale, the production and productivity can be enhanced to almost 5 times in case of apples, and the same thing can be replicated in many of the crops like tropical crops, and this could be replicated. Next one, please. Our Dr. Srinivasan sir, he had just spoken. So mechanization is the need of the hour. Definitely, that too, not only for the this one large stakeholders, but also for the small stakeholders to really support the complete value chain, be it processing, grading, or anything else. Horticulture mechanization is the need of the hour to minimize the post-harvest losses and enhance the efficiency of the system. So many machines have been developed, but a lot need to be done in days to come. And we need to really concentrate with the this one engineering people, including the private sector. It could be this one contract research programs also for the small stakeholders. If it is taken up, I think it could make a big impact in the days to in the years to come. Next one, please. Yeah, same thing. Next one, please. How to this one take up this issue? The breeding of for productivity and resistance to biotic and abiotic stress. Some of the good programs at par with other sectors. I mean to say the crop sciences, field crops, oil seeds, and the pulses. At par with those programs, some of the research initiatives in horticultural crop need to be taken, especially in case of some of the fruit crops as well as the nationally important vegetable crops. We don't have cutting edge research programs in our national agricultural system, except a few vegetables and a few fruit crops. But this research program need to be taken up in many crops, at least some 8 to 10 vegetables and 8 to 10 major fruit crops. so that the productivity is increased and with safety, food safety in our mind. Then some special programs to meet the market needs with respect to breeding of varieties, including the taste, the aroma, the freshness, and the health benefits, including the convenience. For example, this watermelon, some of the programs are required. Yes. Then not only the breed, 1 minute, not only the breeding of new varieties, the production technology is equally important. And I think this is the time when water and nutrients should not be considered in separate this one perspective. And all the policy decisions, including wherever the mission for integrated development of horticulture is taken up, the fertigation in almost every developmental program should be given more focus, both researched in horticultural crop, fruits and vegetables. A few vegetables and a few fruit crops only have been researched upon this one water and nutrient management. If the technology is developed and policy support is extended across the mission for the integrated development, I think the production and productivity can be doubled in many crops. I can say many of our crops, this say jackfruit you can take, amla you can take. These are the crops for the wastelands, and but if the nutrient and water is given properly at critical stages, cashew, the production can be doubled almost 2 times. So the Prime Minister's initiative on per drop more crop is more relevant and will be more relevant in the years to come than ever before. Then integrated approach for the pest and disease management for production of safe food. Whatever we are producing, and there is growing concern amongst the general public also. Now with the increase in the communication and the information technology, everybody is very concerned about the food safety issues in fruits and some of the vegetables really. And so integrated approach involving the organic farming or a balanced approach with respect to organic farming and use of biofertilizers, use of biopesticides, including the decision support system, if these are taken in the right perspective, in the both this research programs as well as the policy decisions supporting the horticulture could be a good initiative. Next one, please. Yes, the seed chain to support the high productivity. The seed chain is very important. And one critical example is cited here in case of citrus with the implementation of program on quality plant material production. The productivity has enhanced by about 20% in the last 3 to 4 years. When we compare with previous years, citrus in general, Nagpur mandarin and many other this lime, the healthy plant material has contributed in directly 20% enhancement in productivity and quality. Next one, please. Similarly, the seed replacement rate in case of potato presently is about 8 to 10% across this one at national level. The aeroponic technology and one new technology, that is apical rooted cuttings. Both these, if these are taken up at large scale and given the support, financial support from the government in the through some sort of policies, can enhance the seed replacement rate by this production of quality seeds. I mean to say the breeder seeds. Not only this is only classical example in case of potato, but many other crops, vegetable crops or fruit crops, this quality planting material In case of fruit crops, as per one estimate, we need about 25 crores of quality plant material in our country, whereas the supply is less than 20% of the total requirement. So that needs to be looked into properly. Next one, please. Yeah, this is one potential technology. Of course, this doesn't come in the vegetables, but this really supports the this one consumption, fruit and vegetable consumption. Simply we can skip. Next one, please. Everybody is aware. Our this chair and co-chair, they may be aware the biosafety and biosecurity issues. Recently, we have last 4 to 5 years we are encountering the problem of this fusarium wilt in case of banana, and really both research has been done, and to a large extent it has been successful in managing the fusarium wilt of banana caused by tropical race 4, and the research done at our Lucknow Institute, including CISH and CSSRI, they have been able to come out with a wonderful bioformulation, FujiCont, and it has given good result. But so far, we don't have any national initiative on both monitoring the disease and the managing the disease through both research, demonstration, dialogue, and all these things. We need to really look into this aspect as well, and many other aspects like this. Next one, please. So I told the integrated decision support system like applicable this one grapes. It has been successfully implemented. If the same type of system with this connectivity, good connectivity to the growers is extended to many other crops, like I told about banana, some of the vegetable crops, potato, this end-of-life caste system in case of potato. If it reaches to so many persons through the development organizations, then the cost of production in terms of pesticide use and the human power use of labor, it can be considerably reduced, and that will result into the more benefit to the growers and other stakeholders. At the same time, the post-harvest technologies, especially in terms of the infrastructure for cold chain development, transport facilities, both research and this infrastructure development for the storage facilities. Frankly speaking, whatever storage we have in our country, it is basically meant for, and to a large extent, meant for potato, and to some extent for some, now onion has also taken this one up. But other than these two commodities, the storage facilities in our country is very minimum. Not only this, recently one good achievement was there from NRC for banana by developing techniques for export of bananas to Europe. Earlier it was up to Gulf, then subsequently now we have been able to achieve the transport technique for the Europe also. But many other crops, including some of the mango varieties, the complete value chain, including the transport and the export to foreign countries, is required. So that way, it will not only minimize the post-harvest losses, but increase the income of the stakeholders, and that will lead to enhancement in purchasing power of the general public. Next one, please. Next one, please. Yeah, a diagnostic technique, both researches are available in many of the crops. The diagnostic techniques are available, but at field level, their application at field level is very less, which need to be enhanced by suitable policy support in case of fruits and vegetables. That too, I am talking especially for the so many viral diseases and inflicting heavy damage to the this one vegetable crops. Next one, please. Of course, good achievements are there. And this one, horticulture sector, especially fruits and vegetables, very much satisfying. The investment in research have been very much satisfying, and we have achieved a lot. And which is depicted, that means reflected by the overall total production. So horticulture could be one of the best options. Next one, please. So what are the needed? Mission mode approach for development of vertical and horizontal integration in different sectors. And then, and this one, proper link in the chain of production and consumption, and then sustainable intensification is required. So this mission mode approach at national level could be required. Then a reform in storage, processing, and marketing. All these things to minimize the post-harvest losses. We have in many of the crops about 15 to 20% losses. Please, next one, please. Yes, mushrooms. I will just this one narrate. Mushrooms are typical commodities which are very rich in vitamin D and vitamin B12. The next one, please. These are there are good this one proteins, and that too the biological value of protein available in mushrooms is very good when we compare with many other commodities. Next one, please. But presently we are using about this one only 0.06%, 0.06% of the agro waste for production of mushrooms. And with this 0.06% of agro waste, we are producing about 225,000 metric tons of mushrooms. But if this is increased to about 2% of agro residue, we can produce about 7 million metric tons of mushrooms, and that will give us about 245,000 tons of protein, that to high quality protein. Not only that, this will give us quite a very high amount of this one used substrate, which can be utilized for cultivation of many of our horticultural crops, any other crop. And if this about 2% of agro waste is utilized, then about 7 lakh tons of nitrogen equivalent, it is estimated 35 million tons of substrate, spent mushroom substrate will be generated, and it will lead to about availability of 7 lakh tons of nitrogen, which will be equal to about 15.22 lakh tons of urea. So this is the potential of mushroom sector. But please, next one. Now, what is the missing link? No variety release procedure in case of mushroom. Presently, we don't have mechanism to release the varieties, and we need to develop the mechanism for procedure for notification of varieties. The SPAN standards are in place. In addition to this, the cold chain and value-added product chain is also need of the hour. And in our government programs, mushroom sector need to be given a big boost for all whatever benefits what I have narrated in the previous slide. Then this one, next one, please. All the things said and done. We don't have national this one label think tank for giving really inputs to the government, both state level government. Thanks to the Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, such type of academies are required in various states, not only various states. Then integration of state academies into a national level academy, especially for guiding the government on research and suitably supporting the development programs. Then, in addition to this, a development initiative and support, given the condition of so much subsidy, two different programs. Let us think about the subsidy to the horticulture sector, fruit and vegetable production system. How much subsidy we are really giving to the horticulture component. And then policy support with respect to this one, free programs. I it doesn't mean that I am criticizing anything, but my this one only point is that with so much programs, so many billions of rupees being given free up without work to the public. Just a minute, just please. If this free system, free medicine, free education, free laptop, free mobile, free data, free electricity, free water, and then Manrega and any other programs, if these are connected with the production and distribution chain, I think the suitable price can be ensured to the growers. And it is my personal feeling. Many of our scientist colleagues who are joining today, they may agree with me. Once the growers get the suitable price of their produce, there is no need. There may be no need for the technology transfer. The farmers will not leave us. They will be behind us for good technology, good research, provided the free system is somehow, maybe whatever ways and means, free system is phased out in the years to come, and if it is linked with the production system and distribution system in case of not only fruits and vegetables, but agriculture in general, because the price to the stakeholders is a main concern in production, productivity, the use and application of good means modern technologies, including whatever net houses, poly houses, fertigation system, cold chain, anything. It is related with the cost benefit ratio. Once the cost benefit ratio improves, then I think there is no this one nothing, no time, no challenge for us in adapting the technologies, modern technologies. And once modern technologies are adapted at large scale, that too with the small stakeholders who are really contributing big amount in terms of production to the fruits and vegetables, the productivity may go up, and that may ensure the nutritional and health security of the common masses. Next one, please. Despite this, some good signs are there. We have the highest productivity in grapes, banana, papaya, cauliflower, enhanced availability of horticultural produce, and enhanced export earnings. I can say that the number of this project research programs from different institutes, different state governments in horticulture sector, that to fruits and vegetables, is much more in comparison to many other sectors. And we can say proudly, all these persons, that the horticulture is paying sector, and this needs to be promoted from various sectors, including the research and developmental programs. The need of the hour is that pumping more money for research and pumping more money for the developmental programs. Next one, please.
पांडे जी थोड़ा wrap up कर दीजिए.
Over, sir. I think there could be one or two only.
Okay जी.
Next one, please. So to take up this challenge, we in the horticulture this division at the ICR with 12 institutes, 5 directorates, 6 national research centers, and 11 all India coordinated research projects. And in this total 255 research centers, approximately, not exactly, under the AICRP programs, and then 35 departments of horticulture in various institutes and universities across the country. Could be good infrastructure in terms of scientific manpower available to tackle the challenges. Given the suitable financial support, I can say financial support from the these policy makers can make a good change in the years to come. Next one, please. So thrust areas could be efficient seed and plant chain, then bridging the productivity gap, reducing the post-harvest losses, and with thrust on processing, human resource development for the small farm farm holdings. And then with respect to horticulture, we need to really emphasize on tribal, hilly areas in northeastern region, wastelands, then improvement in the marketing, export and consumption, and then product diversification and value addition, then consider decision on new approaches on especially biotechnology, and then biosecurity and biosafety issues. Next one, please. So in a nutshell, I have narrated. There could be many other things, but I leave it to the audience. If you have some 1 or 2 questions, I am ready to answer. And then I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to share my thoughts at this platform.
Thank you, Dr. Pandeyji, with all that interventions and the problems that you are able to make it your presentation. You talked about the G into interaction, and there is we need to take the cognizance of what are the recommendations from many of the institutes. We have RAC and QRT. Those recommendations we may have to take it a little seriously, so that some of the research gaps that can be addressed properly. And crop diversification is another thing that that will lead to the increase the production of horticulture crops. Especially Government of India has also brought in a new scheme wherein they are targeting about 65 lakh hectares of maize, wheat, and rice area into horticulture crops for the next 5 years. That shift could bring in a lot of changes in the growth of horticulture crops. And we need to focus on organic, do it definitely required as a policy, or you go for sustainable production of fruits and vegetables. And arid horticulture is one that we are not given much emphasis. That is another research gap. Many arid.
That is included in the wastelands.
Yeah, and you touched upon that is one of the research gap that we need to address properly. And even cold arid regions where there is a lot of potential for horticulture crops that we need to take it up. And pollinators is another important aspect. We need to look into that one that has been identified as the 5th input in our production system. The high density, again, it is very few crops. It is highly successful where there is a lot of research has gone into. And apple high density, where we used to have about 10 to 12 tons per hectare, that we need to touch upon to potential of the high density of 3,333 plants per hectare is about 80 tons. But at present we have about 40 tons. In days to come, that can also be improved. These are some of the few points from my side. Dr. Krishna Kumar.
Thank you very much for sparing your time, and it is really nice to hear to you. I totally agree with almost all the points that you made, but I would like to flag 1 or 2 issues. One is, we never touched upon the aspect of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which stretch about 4,000 miles. And we, as in India, when we talk about the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, somewhere in the research thrust, a special small 1 or 2 days meeting has to be carried out as to how do we totally bring in that particular chain with regard to this. My second point is, the world is now everybody is talking about climate change, how horticultural crops vis-a-vis arresting the global warming. And last 3 days, the TV is full of only global warming and what we can do. Horticulture segment has to play a tremendous role into that, and how we have to initiate certain very classical research programs to throw real data that how our interventions can help in the long run to address this particular issue. The third aspect that I would say is the aspects pertaining to biosecurity can derail, as we have seen in a number of cases, something that needs to be addressed. The research is one aspect, but the socio-economic and analysis has not been done excepting for one or two cases. I would request again Dr. Pandeyji to involve those scientists. Yesterday we had a fascinating presentation from Dr. A. Srinivasmurthy, and I think we need another 10 or 15 such analysis, like how Dr. Ramesh Chandri did a socio-economic analysis of onion elasticity and volatility. Like that we have to do for a number of other segments that need to be done. Nutrition is still being talked in a very broader perspective. But today morning, when we heard some of the persons from abroad speaking, they are focusing at very, very in-depth level. In-depth research is required. Tree breeding in fruit crops is required. So we have to very critically identify those gaps. The supply of corn across the country is still lacking, and we have not made real progress. Some of these points will be kept in view in addition to some of the excellent points that we highlighted in today's meeting. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We shall go to Dr. Padre now because we are behind.
Dr. Murthy.
Yes, sir.
Murthy.
Dr. Dandin.
Yeah, I have one small question. Horticulture is from
Put in the chat box.
Crops.
Put in the chat box.
Then automatically our production
Not
will
sir,
grow.
not audible.
It should be a program for that. This is
Okay, sir, we'll look into
my suggestion.
Others can please mute. Others can please mute. Yeah, we'll go to the last presentation of the day for this particular session. We are running behind almost like 1 minutes. I request Dr. Sri Padre to give his life experiences on fruits and vegetables, how it comes to nutrition. And he is presenting on challenges and prospects of jackfruit value chain. Sir, be brief, and we have to complete within a short period. Thank you, sir. Sri Padre is one of the major journalists in our country, and he has brought in several of the fruit crops and also jackfruit, banana, and other things into major focus in our country. Sir, over to you for making your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. Am I audible, sir?
Audible, sir. You are audible.
Okay. Next slide, please. Yeah. See, one of the lessons for jackfruit development, what we learned from Sri Lanka in a study tour 9 years ago, is ready to cook and ready to eat. Still, the country hasn't, rise to this level, because today is a world of ready foods, and jackfruit is the biggest issue. Is that preparing it for the mouth is the biggest issue. Sri Lanka has gone far ahead, our small neighbor, in both the factors, both these ready to cook and ready to eat. These are the pictures from a company. On the right hand side on top, you see 7 products of jackfruit, and out of that, one is very simple.
Can you speak a little louder?
Yeah.
Audio is poor, sir. Can you speak louder?
Yeah. Is it okay, sir?
Bit closer, sir. Audio, we are getting little poor audio.
Okay. Is it clear, sir?
Okay, now we can go on. Go on, please.
And the top picture on the right side is, our simplest product is jack seed in brine. Next, sir. Next slide, please. Yeah. Sri Lanka has mastered in ready to cook, minimal processing. We visited 2 families, very poor families. The horticultural department in Sri Lanka is giving training since the last 10 years. And, when we counted 14 organizations giving training on jackfruit value addition. Unfortunately, in our country till today, there is no one organization which has been seriously giving training on this. At 4 o'clock in the evening, they make it ready. And, you go to any vegetable shop or supermarket, this ready to cook jackfruit is available almost around the year. And next slide, please. Yeah. So these two things, it's very important, especially because of the cumbersome procedure involved in, minimal processing of jackfruit, and we don't have a machine to rip off the carpels and things like that. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a teacher. She has employed 4 people and they're doing a minimal processing. Jackfruit as a raw material has 4 sub raw materials. One is tender jackfruit, second is slightly grown, the third one is raw, that is green jackfruit. Fourth one is fruit, that is the only one which we use for table purpose, and the jack seeds. Next slide, please. Yeah, ready to cook. Though we shared all the information we studied from Sri Lanka, unfortunately till today no much progress has been done in this field of ready to cook. Ready to cook, we can have tender jackfruit, which has very high potential in the country, and then also raw jackfruit and ready to eat ripe jackfruit. Unfortunately, still the country, we are happily, patting our backs, saying that it is a superfood. We are selling this fruit on the food pass, care of flies and filth atmosphere. Very unfortunate. Next slide, please. Yeah, one of the reasons why jackfruut has not clicked is there is no proper farmer-friendly supply chain. But there is a supply chain from Kerala to up to North India till Nepal border. A huge amount of tender jackfruit goes for vegetable purpose to North India from Kerala. Next slide, please. If only this a portion of this jackfruit, without nanograms of any pesticide, can be used in a minimal process form in Kerala, it will generate employment and it will augment the rural economy. And the Kerala's long time woe that it is dependent on for vegetable for other states will go. With the minimal processing of jackfruit, tender jackfruit in a big way, taking it in a mission mode, Kerala can attain vegetable sufficiency. Next slide, please. Yeah, though jackfruit can be grown and jackfruit is there in, jack trees are there in whole of the country in different proportions. Unfortunately, whatever little value addition is happening in only 3 states of India: Maharashtra, Kerala, and Karnataka. Maharashtra, my dear friends, you will be surprised that they are the pioneers in producing preserved jackfruit, what they call as funas bhaji. Way back in 1988, it was power scanning which started this, and today not less than 10 companies are making funas bhaji, not only in cans but also in retort pouches. Next slide, please. Papad is a very popular product of Kerala. If you take traditional jackfruit products in whole of the country in 3 states, there are only hardly half a dozen products. And luckily, interestingly, Kerala today is making all out of box products. But papad is a very popular product, and Karnataka produces around 30 lakhs of papads every year. The most unfortunate thing is it is not mechanized. Whatever, the chapati making machines, we have different types, but with that we can't make jackfruit papad because it is sticky. Not that it is rocket science. If somebody applies the mind, they can definitely come out with the automated machine for making papads. So if you raise the production of 30 lakh papads even into 1 crore or 2 crore, there are takers, because this papad, whatever is produced, gets exhausted within 4 months. Next slide, please. Pulp is another great one product with the great potential. If you are ready to do vigorous marketing, many of our jackfruit growing states, districts can sustain one jackfruit pulp making industry. And the classic example from Kerala, one of the best success stories maybe in the world, is that 5 years ago Keralians were not knowing what jackfruit pulp is. That is a commercial product they haven't seen. And today one company, that is Artocarpus, is making jackfruit pulp. It is producing almost 10 months a year, and it is selling this jackfruit, semi-finished jackfruit pulp, to not less than 3 dozen food processing companies. And this has sparked off a lot of interest, and today Kerala must be having not less than 1 dozen companies producing jackfruit pulp. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the pulp made in bottles. Maharashtra, the credit for standardizing jackfruit pulp goes to mango processors of Maharashtra. Next slide, please. Yeah, from Maharashtrians, they make double value addition. From the pulp, they make fanas poli, and long back only during season they were making. Now with the production of with the standardization of jackfruit pulp, they are able to make it round the year. Next slide, please. And this is left on picture is from Artocarpus Limited. They are making a sort of pulp can be a base material for n number of products. With the pulp in Maharashtra, they are making modak from fanas pulp. During Ganesh Chaturthi festival, this organization makes not less than 4 lakh these modaks every year. Packs it in a very nice way, and it is pre-sold, and it is sold even in big bazaar. And this is you see the picture of cupcake. This Kerala, many jackfruit products are coming to the market. Next slide, please. And ice cream is one industry which is using jackfruit pulp in a very big way. This gentleman, R.S. Kamath, the founder of natural ice creams, is the pioneer to start jackfruit ice cream in the country. And today he may be the highest producer of jackfruit pulp for his own purpose, around 25 tons per annum. He is buying jackfruits and producing jackfruit pulp for jackfruit ice cream. And today, taking inspiration from natural ice cream, today, if you go on counting, South India will have not less than 50 small and big ice cream companies which are making jackfruit ice cream using natural jackfruit. Next slide, please. And this is the gentleman, Subhash Korot, CEO of Artocarpus Limited, Kannur. And we at Adike Patrike, we are running a farm magazine since the last 33 years, and we have been highlighting good aspects of jackfruit. And one thing very interesting, we found that maybe 4 years ago, this company started making a pulp with a slightly small pieces. They call it as piece only, and that pulp, that is slightly different sort of pulp, is used in making jackfruit milkshake, and it was very popular. That even now it's popular in Kerala. When we published this story, there were not less than 1,000 cream parlors in Kerala, and not more number of cream parlors in Chennai, which were using this pulp, this industrial material output for making jackfruit milkshake. And the story, we came out with the story with a headline called, with a title called, Kerala has learned to drink jackfruit. Just like this. Yeah, you can see the product being made, on the left-hand side, and the right-hand side is the jackfruit milkshake being served. Next slide, please. So there are many opportunities to come out with the different products. Jackfruit is such a versatile raw material, and this is Milma, Kerala's biggest giant milk cooperative. And Milma is making there are 3 segments in Milma, and 2 segments are making jackfruit peda, which is very popular. And I'm told this Malabar Milma is selling around 2 tons of peda every month, despite they are not doing any sort of advertisement and all there, like government setup only. Still, it has that much of demand. Slide, please. And Chakka variety is it is not exactly halwa. It has a lesser consistency than halwa, but now with the development of machines to make this, Chakka variety is a very popular product, but unfortunately, it is not being introduced in other states than Kerala. If you introduce it other states, it can sell well in the whole of South India. And at one time, there was a DFRL technology with which you can make Chakka variety and with a shelf life of 2 years. There are small units, but still, I don't think it is very well exploited. Next slide, please. Now, this is one bakery, Navya Bakery, Mammoth Bakery, which is having 20 branches in districts. They have some interesting code of ethics and all that. They don't use some some harmful inputs and all that. Navya Bakery must be the highest Chakka variety producer in the country. They have online sales also, and they have a full-fledged pre-processing center if you want to process jackfruit, ripe jackfruit in a big way, the biggest lesson from Vietnam, what we can learn is have a dedicated pre-processing center, which will process, which will buy and minimal process and produce and supply you jackfruit carpels as and when you require. And nowhere because when we published a story, I think the quantity of chakka variety they are making, anything from January up to August, whenever it's a working day, they are going on producing this. And I think in a year, they produce around 10 tons of chakka variety. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a story of one farming family from Shirsi, Uttara Kannada. That lady is Vinuta Hegde. What she makes is something like jackfruit leather. This is from this soft flesh jackfruit, Barkha, Tulwa, and all is the name. It is not firm fleshed. It is because Shirsi has around 60% of soft flesh jackfruit only, and they dehydrate it in a dryer and hot air dryer, and then she cuts it off and makes small rectangular pieces. And there is a organization, a marketing, farmer-friendly organization called Kadamba Marketing. They buy this in quintal and they wrap it, make packing, and they sell it. This is called Jack Bar, and you will be surprised. Vinuta Hegde and her husband is there, Parameshwar Hegdeji. The last 8 years, we published a story recently. The last 8 years, if you calculate, they must have earned not less than 15 to 20 lakhs by this single product. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is frozen raw jackfruit. Because of the low glycemic index of raw jackfruit, it has got very much. It is very popular now, and raw jack flour is being consumed by diabetics with people with the type 2 diabetes, and that's why the market demand for raw jackfruit has increased. And today we don't get to have proper statistics, but not less than a dozen companies are producing and are arranging, outsourcing, getting frozen jackfruit and are exporting to third world countries. But unfortunately, inside India, there is no much effort to market this locally. Next slide, please. And jackfruit flour. This is gentleman, Chef Jose, now retired. He was a chef for a 3-star hotel. He was the first person to produce jackfruit flour from whole jackfruit, and today it is very popular. Not less than a dozen companies are making this raw jackfruit flour. Some are simply outsourcing for bigger companies, and it is being exported in a huge quantity. It is produced. Next slide, please. Yeah, we have hotels, exclusive hotels. Kerala has one hotel in Malappuram district, and North India in Lucknow there is one hotel, exclusive jackfruit hotel called the Katal Point. And this husband-wife couple, they were earlier producing value-added products and were selling it in exhibitions. Exhausted, they started this hotel, a small hotel, where you can order maybe a dozen selections are there, and then freshly prepared products. Then there's value-added products with more shelf life also on the cupboards. You can buy what you like. It was doing very good before COVID. Next slide, please. Yeah, one of the product which we haven't tried seriously, unfortunately, is brining. Brining jackfruit. You can brine tender jackfruit, raw jackfruit like that. Sri Lanka is the master to, and probably Sri Lanka has a few companies which are outsourcing and are supplying to other countries as well. We did a cover story of this couple, UK couple, who are getting their supply from Sri Lanka, brine tender jackfruit, and they have introduced and popularized jackfruit in UK. And when we asked, this couple said their last year's, that is year before last year's, purchase from Sri Lanka was 20 tons. Brining is a very simple, low cost, low investment affair. Unfortunately, in the whole country, we haven't given much the required attention to this. And to my calculation, only 3 startups are making this. One from Meghalaya, one from Kodagu, and one from Kerala. Even in areas where there is poor communication, road communication like Meghalaya and very other places, you can give them big jerry cans and ask them to brine. And in Kerala, in my part, coastal Karnataka, there is a method of brining raw jackfruit, and it is a traditional practice, but unfortunately nobody has standardized and given it a new face. It can be locally marketed also, but I am very unhappy that the existing demand, for some traditional products, you try to standardize that product instead of, coming out with very, very new products. Whatever there is ethnic practice and ethnic demand, to give a new face to it and make it, inspire people to produce and market it locally. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is one area which again we haven't touched. Ready to eat jackfruit. You'll be surprised to hear that right now, 4 months, that is September, October, November, and December, is almost no jackfruit months in the whole of country, with the exception of Panruti. And also in some places you can find some cultivars having off season bearing habit and all that. But in today in Ernakulam, you can find this ready jackfruit, in a ready to eat jackfruit produced by a farmer, Shyam Nair, who has been very seriously packing it, doing his minimal processing and supplying. This is a variety called, which is popular, that is Vietnam Super. It has some plus points and some limitations also. But the lessons what I would like to share with my friends is that if you care to, and if you have conscious focus, you can select some off-season varieties. There are some twice-bearing trees, there is one Madagascar variety, there is one Palur one, which are all bearing during off-season. And recently one news has come from Kerala, Kannur. It's a very strong, off-season variety. So even for the general 4 months, no jackfruit months can be bridged. And if not in a big scale, you can retain jackfruit's flavor and, and also helping the jackfruit to sell almost around the year. Next slide, please. This is a red flesh jackfruit. I'm very much thankful for IAHR for bringing this to the limelight and to the attention of the whole of the world, because there was a time when 4 years ago, my limited knowledge, I think we in India are having the highest genetic wealth of red flesh jackfruit, what is called as Chandra Halasu in Kannada and Chembarati Varika in Malayalam. I don't know why. It's not that all the red fresh jackfruits are expected, but some are very, very tasty, and people never stop once they start eating. This is Sidhu, and Sidhu, Shankara, and one more variety are now farmers variety. Thanks to the spirit of IAHR, for the first time bringing out these jackfruit varieties in farmers' names and helping them to increase their income. Next slide, please. This is Shankara. You see, many people ask whether you have photoshopped. No, this is the color. And Tumkur and our Bangalore rural districts have still many very rather lesser known fruit varieties which has to come out to the fore, and wonderful varieties we have. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is one area where there are, though Kerala, there are some value addition units have come, industries have come. One unfortunate thing is most of the industries in Kerala today, they are happy selling in either exhibitions or in jack festivals. They haven't ventured to sell their product in mainstream. If industries selling their product, jackfruit products in mainstream, are only handlooms in Kerala. And see, there are few high potential products which Kerala has not still ventured. This is one. That is, of course, raw jackfruit, they are dehydrating. Many units are doing that. But ripe jackfruit dehydration is very, very low, and nobody has done it very seriously. And why? Because there are very serious problems. It is not easy to do. It altogether requires another chapter, because jackfruit, and today in the country, our handling method is so poor that if somebody buys a jackfruit for 300, 400 rupees, can't say that only after cutting we can make out whether it is good or not. It is like human being. Dil ko dekho, chehra na dekho. From outside, jackfruit may look very nice, but once you cut it, may not be very nice. This is one reason nobody has ventured, but the farmers in a small way can come out with the dehydrated jackfruit, and it will have very good demand. Just like this. Yeah, this is another area. I'm very sorry. I would like to appeal all the scientists who are seeing this program. Sir, we are number one in backwards. we are we are in the rock bottom as far as frozen jackfruit is concerned. The frozen jackfruit has many potentials. Even a farmer having 20 good trees can start a very small frozen jackfruit tree and can sell locally, even without having a blast freezing and other things. Very simple. We have started a WhatsApp group called Frozen Jackfruit to Market. There were good interest. There were at one time before COVID, there were 3 dozens of people or farmer producer organizations which are ready to start in a very small way. But things didn't take shape, and unfortunately, the frozen jackfruit group has become a frozen, also has frozen. But let me tell you, my dear friends, this has a very high potential, and one of the very useful thing, one game changer is that with this frozen jackfruit, take for example any city, not only big Bangalore, maybe Hassan, maybe Kanyakumari, or maybe some other areas in South India. You can ensure round the year supply of jackfruit. It can be for edible purpose, it can be for processing purpose, and it's high time. Unfortunately, no much work has been done, no much research has been done. I appeal to my scientists to accord top priority to this. Just study Indonesia, just study Malaysia. The way Indonesia's jackfruit frozen industry has, the graph has risen after COVID. 2 things they have started: one, online sales, and second, door delivery. And Indonesia, we cover one from Indonesia and one from Mexico. We did 2 cover stories in Adike Patrike. And Indonesia, it is almost a it is a household business. With a person with 3-4 rooms in his house is doing a frozen jackfruit. Not only jackfruit, they do frozen soursop and many other things also. This is one thing which we have to accord top priority, my dear friends. Next slide, please. Yeah, we started in a very small way. This is a guy in Idukki district. Of course, definitely he will come up. He has done some experiments. He has already done. It is an area where jackfruit in Idukki is one district in Kerala where jackfruit is available 9 months a year. And this youngster has started producing frozen jackfruit and has got a very good response also. Next slide, please. Yeah, and another road to progress. For the roadmap to development. See, if we want to go big in jackfruit, see, I already shared the problem of minimal processing and getting the quality carpels. It's a big issue. So the best way is the farmer producer companies in the producers area to do minimal processing of jackfruit, blast freeze it, keep it in cold house, and take orders. Small reefer trucks, 2 tons, 3 tons. You can send it to different areas, even in Maharashtra. It will work out, because if you are sending 3 tons of frozen jackfruit and sending one whole fruit of one full load of 10 to 12 tons is also equivalent. And in Maharashtra, one processing unit has already started doing a small way frozen jackfruit. This is one thing we should learn. And my dear friends, already one entrepreneur from Kerala, he has learned his lessons from Vietnam, and he has already started. And for his industry, he has going this way, he has ensured that he will give round the year supply of his product. But in the meantime, this COVID has come, but the technology is already in India. We should learn from that. Next slide, please. And there are many lessons, as I have mentioned, jackfruit is being sold in footpaths. It is high time we raise it and offer it to the customer in a very good ambient, good shops and all that. Like canola was lifted Bangalore and was sold in a very decent atmosphere, and it clicked like anything. We want a godfather who will pick up the jackfruit and sell it it is a godly food. It is a super food. It's a very versatile food with so much of medicinal values and all that. In Mangalore, a couple of people have started and they've got a good response. Just like this. Even door delivery for that matter. Minimal processing. Malaysia has half a dozen companies which buy jackfruit, the famous J33 variety, and then they minimally process and supply to supermarkets on one hand. And second hand, on the second, they give door delivery either once in a day, twice a day, something like that. Next slide, please. Yeah, in supermarkets, and they have this technology, developed by MARDI, Malaysian Agricultural Research Development Institute. And with that technology, packing in a cold room, you can extend the shelf life and you can even export frozen, fresh jackfruit. But unfortunately, there's a far cry for India. But at least if our scientists come out with a technology which can ensure, say, at least 10 days of shelf life for minimally processed ripe jackfruit, it will be a game changer. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can make a number of ways, the hundreds, thousands of products from jackfruit. This was all that one lady has done this in maybe 4 or 5 hours of this one in Kannur Jackfest. This is just an indication. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is all from jack seed. I know 3 housewives during this COVID lockdown. Every day they were making this. Lady is Shailaja Balanja from Dakshina Kannada, Karnataka. She made chapatis, rotis, noodles, n number of items. I have all the documentation with me. And another lady was Saukya Mohan from Puttur, and the third lady is Rajeshri from Trivandrum. Somebody should pick up lessons from this. There are many ideas for commercialization, the product development, and all that. Unfortunately, till recently and even now, the jack seed is one raw material which is not being done justice in any jackfruit growing countries. Mountains of jack seeds are being wasted, criminally wasted, I would say. But of late in Kerala, one company has been buying jack seeds for 25 rupees and making powder and selling to companies, and also come out with the jack seed ready payasam mix. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the payasam mix. Next slide, please. See, all these are jack seed products. I photographed with one of the exhibitions conducted by industry department in Kerala. So there are possibility upma, many products, put to powder. So see, imagination. You want imagination, good homework, and good entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. Yeah, many products can be. This is one of the product I like very much is this is dehydrated tender jackfruit cutlet. Because cutlet, if you make it, has only a couple of days shelf life. This gentleman, who has given a lot of contribution to jackfruit development, Mr. Joseph Lukos from Grama, Kottayam. He taught these ladies to make this cutlet. Then they complained that they are not able to sell it before it gets, its shelf life is over. So he suggested, once you make it, you dehydrate it, then easily you get the shelf life of 6 months. Then introduce to some customer, even resorts and all, you can just courier it. For my son's wedding, I ordered 1,000 cutlets, and everybody liked this. The only job what we had to done is 20%, just rehydrate it and take it out from water, and after then fry it. Simple. Next slide, please. Yeah, we are also complaining about this jackfruit wastage. Yeah, the country is wasting it. I call it as criminal wastage. We don't have proper statistics, but an estimated 6 to 75% of jackfruit is wasted. But here is one village in Karnataka, my dear friends. The name of the village in Uttara Kannada district is Kalache. If all of the Indian brothers are wasting jackfruit, this one village makes use of jackfruit to the tune of 75 to 85%. And this is their breakfast. Till recently, they were making, during jackfruit season, they were using it almost like a staple, and the wastage was very minimal. Next slide, please. And now slowly, with our many people campaigning for jackfruit, it has started entering the kitchen, and jackfruit seeds. Many farming families are not wasting jackfruit seeds. They are making powder and using it in chapatis, and the physical qualities improve, and slowly things are changing in a very slow pace. Next slide, please. Yeah, one thing is we should understand jackfruit products, all the value-added products is not available around the year. This is one big hurdle for jackfruit marketing. But today, if you work out, if you plan, you can produce jackfruit products and even sell it around the year. I would say I haven't put a slide here. This is one such an effort in Kollam district, and near Mangalore. I haven't put a slide here. There is a shop, very interesting shop. Any jackfruit lover should visit and study this. Its name is Ponos, that is in Konkani language, jackfruit. Halasi Nangadi, that is jackfruit shop. One-stop jackfruit shop where he is selling not less than around 30 jackfruit value-added products. And now in the very strong off-season, he should be having not less than 15 products. And he knows how to get produce done even off-season because he has kept this ripe jackfruit carpels in freezer, and he gives it and gets halwa made and also holige. There are many products, and already he has ordered for a blast freezer. And next year on, he will be having many products around the year, 365. Next slide, please. Yeah, and Kerala, before COVID, there are 3 trucks, making jackfruit business. This is from one Chiku's ice cream. Major product is jackfruit ice cream and other things. And there another 2 were run by one gentleman, one master jackfruit cook by name Rafiq. He was that was food truck. So it was run. Both the trucks were running in Trivandrum. Next slide, please. And many people say jackfruit is seasonal. In a way, yes, but not totally true. The main season is anything from March to June or July, 4 to 5, 6 months. But in Pandurti, if you go, jackfruit is available all the 365 days. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, Pandurti jackfruit is available all the 365 days. If you come to Kerala, jackfruit is available in different parts almost around the year. In Kerala, not less than 10 units are producing, jackfruit value-added products almost 10 months a year. There is one chips making unit in Thiruvananthapuram, Eva Foods. They are making chips almost 10 months a year. So how they are doing this? It's very interesting. In many places, jackfruit is available off-season. That is one thing. And there are many other techniques by which you can bridge the gap and go on producing. Next slide, please. Yeah, one thing we should have, we are lacking in many things, unfortunately. We are in nursery, we are in the LKG of jackfruit development. In the world jackfruit value addition map, India is not there, and to reach there, we need many, many years. If you just look at very critically, we don't have a jackfruit scientist in the whole of the country. We don't have a jackfruit research station. We don't have enough technologies. We don't have machines, many things. If you start an industry, you should do your own R&D. If any serious production problem comes, you don't have a consultant to consult. But amidst all these things are progressing because some people are putting their mind, taking up challenges and all that. 2 things very important. What we should have is, one is this jackfruit calendar in our state. Jackfruit is available in which month, it is available in which place. Or take a perspective of South India where it is available. This is useful for entrepreneurs and also for the farmers. And one more thing, what we need is a database. Today, our friends from horticulture department says that Karnataka is the first to start jackfruit in plantation mode, and more than 1,000 hectares have come. And some of these orchards might have started giving crop of one single variety and all that. But greatest unfortunate thing is that we don't have a database. We get inquiries from entrepreneurs, sir, can we get 1 ton of jackfruit on a single variety? We don't have an answer. We say it should be, but we don't know who has done it. It is high time, it is overdue that somebody should start a model of this jackfruit database. Already my friend from Hindu businessman, a senior journalist from Mangalore, has done a concept note, and very interesting, and 2 or 3 of us have joined hands and started making it, but still it is in a primary stage. We should create a model and then develop, and let Karnataka, let all these jackfruit growing states have a database and a calendar like this. This is very, very important and needed at this hour. Just like this. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It is a very odd time to address all your people, but I have done my duty. Thank you so much for patiently hearing. Any questions, and if there is any time, it is over to moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable sharing of many of the products that has been developed. Being the editor of Adike Patrike, you brought in many issues that the jackfruit industry that is lacking now, and value addition to jackfruit is one thing that is happening, and in a minor scale, small scale, but we have to take it to the industry scale. Then only we can, our farmers will get the benefit. For that to happen, the single variety that, like what you are suggesting as a database, and also the production of to that volume is required. And I myself have seen that RTC, ready to cook jackfruit, is having a very good market even in North India, quarter kg is sold at rupees 45 in supermarkets. That is the requirement in many of the countries. And I'm happy to share with you that jackfruit cookies and jackfruit chocolate is also from the seeds. That technology has been made available from Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. But there are more than about 100 plus such products that can be made from jackfruit that needs to be brought into mainstream. Somebody should take it. Another point I want to share is that recently Government of India has started working on 10 indigenous fruits and 10 exogenous fruits. Jackfruit is one of those indigenous fruits that is getting the thrust. With these few remarks, I thank you very much for giving such a wonderful presentation. Dr. Krishna Kumar, our ex-DDG Horticulture, he want to make a point. Thank you.
Dr. Padre, it has been wonderful to listen to you again. I still remember the first meeting that we had in Trichur when we initiated a couple of things. I'm happy the progress has been reasonably good, but certainly there are miles to go. The glycemic index vis-a-vis diabetes and consumption of Jack is a point of that is being frequently these questions are being asked from Jacks, which is absolutely very sweet, to those that are not very sweet. And the second one is we have not even exploited the in the real sense Jack as a vegetable, especially to meet the requirements of the northern belt in UP and many other states where it is called as cuttle, and also to some extent the need to really look beyond the mainland to also look from a Andaman perspectives. So these are some of my very quick points. If you have to share anything, otherwise we can go ahead. Thank you, Dr. Padreji. Hello?
Dr. Murthy, there is any time, just one small comment. Dr. Padre, I thank you very much for your excellent presentation. And probably you are very much disappointed with the way in which the government machinery is progressing with the indigenous potential fruits, and Jack is the one which needs immediate attention. I don't know how to go about this, but the IIHR university should also follow the method of, the programs of Kerala. We have a lot of Jack population, Jack wealth, yet not properly used. I think it is Dr. BNS Murthy who is the chair of this session, and also the university should take up this as one of the major food source for the people who are in Western Ghats as well as also in cities who are suffering from diabetes. Thank you very much. And once again, I thank Dr. Padre for his excellent presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sri Padreji, for your nice presentation. And with this, we will come to the end of this particular session. It was a diverse topics, but very, very interesting. Although we overshoot the time by almost like 1 hour, 1.5 hours rather, 1.5 hours, but very interesting and very nice discussions also on this point. I thank our reporters, both the reporters for Dr. Alesh and also Dr. Ranganath Reddy for cooperation in this particular session, and all the panelists who are there, including Mohan Kumar, Dr. Kalida Shetty, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, who made the presentation from outside India, and also Dr. Srinivasan, Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey, and also Dr. Padreji for practical and most experienced person in their respective fields for their nice presentation. And I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this particular session. We'll bring out some of the recommendations that have come from this particular session that will be discussed in the afternoon session. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Over to Smita, madam, to continue the session.
Yes, sir. I thank the chairman and the rapporteurs of the session number 3, New Horizons, for the effective conductance of the session. Let us go to the session. Next session, it is a student session. So may I request the chairman of the session, Dr. Ravindra Mulge, Dean PGS, which is Bagalkot. Sir, please take over this session, sir. Dr. Ravindra Mulge, sir.
Yes, thank you, madam. Whether I am audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we have come to the last but one session, that is on student session. I really thank former DG, Dr. Ayappan, and former DDG, Dr. Krishna Kumar, and our former Vice Chancellor, Dr. S.B. Dandin, and the present Director of IIHR, BNS Murthy, and my own university Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.M. Indresh, who made all this provision for me to be here and conduct this session on student session. So it is easier for us to resolve the issues if we know the history. So humankind history. It is fact that agriculture revolution led to more food, but that not translate into better diet, nor more leisure. With more food that led to the population explosion, wheat, rice, and potatoes domesticated Homo sapiens rather than vice versa. It is a little bit, difficult to digest this, but this is true. We have not domesticated these, but rather these crop species have domesticated us. We started living at one place, so we have got our home. So now we are realizing that the hunters-gatherers were less in dangers of starvation and diseases than settlers with agriculture. Because we started staying at the same place, more diseases, cultivation of very few species, and hardship with which we have to grow these crops. So of the thousands of species that our ancestors hunted and gathered, only a few were suitable candidates for farming and herding. So even today, with all our advanced technologies, more than 90% of the calories that feed humanity comes from handful of plants that our ancestors domesticated between 9,500 and 3,500 BC. That is wheat, rice, maize, potatoes, millets, and barley. And hence crop diversification is necessary, and fruits and vegetables are the most suited candidates with special emphasis on vitamins and minerals, which are required for human health. So this session is really, this year also, it is very significant that year of fruits and vegetables we are, celebrating through giving emphasis on these crops. And of course, the session, the student session, if you look at they are rather everyone is a student here, I feel, but they are fresh students or young students. So we should refer them, or more penetrable, more creative, and can search solutions for our problems that our generation is facing. And hence this session is very, very important. Now with these few remarks, I call Mr. Siddharud Margal, who's a research scholar at IIHR Bangalore, to deliver on the topic QTL meta-analysis for WVNV resistance in watermelon predicts involvement of genes governing thrips infestation. I request Mr. Siddharud Margal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So slides are visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Shall we start now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Siddharth Margal, PhD scholar, IIHR Bengaluru. Title of my work is QTL meta-analysis for WVNV resistance in watermelon. QTL meta-analysis for WVNV resistance in watermelon predicts the involvement of genes governing the thrips infestation. Slides and yes. As we know, watermelon is one of the most important cucurbits grown throughout India. Recently, watermelon bud necrosis orthotospores emerged as the most devastating disease of watermelon, estimated to cause yield loss of 60 to 100%, especially in southern states like Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra. This disease is transmitted by viral thrips, namely Thrips palmi and Thrips flavus. Till date, in India, not a single variety shown resistance against this disease. In this direction, we at IIHS started pioneer work on development of varieties, resistant varieties for WM resistance. For this, we have screened more than 300 excisions and found 2 wild species are resistant for diseases, namely Citrullus amaris and Citrullus collisutis. By using Citrullus amaris as one of the resistant species, we have developed more than 300 pre-bred lines. Among these 300 pre-bred lines, we selected 4 most consistent resistant lines for our breeding program with the following objectives. First one is development and characterization of mapping population for WVN resistance, mapping QTLs for WV resistance through joint inclusive composite interval mapping and meta QTL. Third one is to identify candidate genes for genes in identified MQTL regions for WVN resistance. Here you can see that these are the 4 resistance lines we used in our current breeding program. Here you can see that these are resistance lines comparing with susceptible checks. These we cross these resistance lines with common susceptible parent, that is IHR 140. By crossing these 4 lines with it, we developed 4 mapping populations. These 4 mapping populations were screened under natural epiphytic condition. This experiment was designed random complete block design with 3 replications. To develop the inoculum in the field, we used 2 susceptible commercial checks, namely NS295 and Arcamanic as the infector hole. These lines were planted 15 days advance in field to develop to build the field inoculum. Once the inoculum was developed in the field, we transplanted our entries to field. For this work, we used 5 commercial hybrids as a checks. 0 to 5 disease severity scale was used to record the symptoms observed in the field. All the symptoms observed in the field were confirmed by using dark elation RT-PCR. Dark elation RT-PCR test confirmed that whatever symptoms observed in the field were positive for the WVNV. For QTL mapping, we recorded 5 WVN resistant traits, namely first one is percent disease index, plant survival, vine length, AUDPC, and number of fruits. PDI, plant survival, and vine length were recorded at 10-day interval starting from 35 to 65 days after sowing. For genotyping, we screened around 700 markers for parental polymorphism, and we found around 200 markers polymorphic for Bill 53, 22 for Bill 4, 46 for Bill 99, and 44 for Bill 135. These polymer markers were screened across the 4 population to construct the linkage map and QTL analysis by using the softwares QTL ICIM mapping, QGene, and biomarker. QTLs with more than 3 LOD we consider as a major QTL. Coming to the result, for QTL mapping, we perform 3 approaches, namely, first one is composite interval mapping, second one is joint inclusive composite interval mapping, third one is meta QTL analysis. Coming to the first approach, composite interval mapping. Through CIM in Bill 53, we detected around 23 QTLs on chromosome 2, 3, 5, and 7, with the highest PV of 37%. Similar in Bill 4 population, we detected 1 major QTL on chromosome 2 with a PV of 22%. Similar in Bill 99, we detected around 8 major QTLs on chromosome 2 with the highest PV of 37%. Coming to the second approach, that is joint inclusive composite interval mapping. Joint inclusive mapping by using 2 populations, that is Bill 19 and Bill 135, detected around 4 major QTLs on chromosome 2 with the highest PV of 13%. The most of the QTLs detected through CIM and JICM were partially or completely overlapping one another on chromosome 2, 3, and 7. In order to fine-tune or fine-map the regions, we performed the third approach, that is QTL meta-analysis approach. For QTL meta-analysis, we use 4-year screening data of 6 mapping populations. Meta-QTL analysis identifies 8 MQTLs, that is meta-QTLs on chromosome 2, 3, and 7. Based on their number of initial QTLs and their confidence intervals, we selected MQTL 2.1, MQTL 3.2, MQTL 7.2 as a major QTLs, major MQTLs. Here, number of initial QTLs 17 represents that this MQTL 2.1 is repeating or detecting 21 times for different traits and different traits across the population and season. Similarly, MQTL 3.2 was repeating 21, detecting 21 times. MQTL 7.2 was detected 14 times. This clearly says that these are the only three major and most consistent MQTLs governing the resistance for WVN in watermelon. Hence, we perform the candidate gene analysis in these regions. Candidate gene analysis predicted the 6 resistant genes. Among 6, 3 were insect resistant. 3 were for insect resistance, and 3 genes were reported for virus resistance. Among 3 insect resistant genes, one was ethylene dysfunctional transcription factor. This gene was reported to confer resistance against sucking and sap sucking pest. And 2 other genes were acid phosphatase genes. Recently, acid phosphatase gene was reported as one of the major candidate genes for thrips resistance in capsicum, where thrips is a major vector for the capsicum fluorosis virus. Similarly, among the 3 virus resistant genes, one was the pathogens related protein 1. This PR protein was previously reported as one of the candidate gene for capsicum fluorovirus resistance in capsicum, and the others 2 were NBS LLR coding proteins genes. Previously, these NBS LLR reported as a candidate gene for tomato spotted wilt virus resistance in tomato and capsicum fluorosis virus resistance in capsicum. Coming to the conclusion of our work, we detected 3 MQTLs on chromosome 2, 3, and 7. Candidate gene analysis predicted 6 curated genes. Among 3 were for insect resistance and 3 were for virus resistance. In conclusion, our results says that WVN resistance in watermelon might be due to the involvement of both virus and insect resistant genes. Coming to the future line of work, for further work needs to develop a high throughput artificial screening protocol for functional validation for identify predicted genes, development of suitable markers for marker selection for WVN resistance, the desirable segregants. These are the segregants. The desirable segregants identified in the current study can be advanced to further generation and used in inbred line for future watermelon breeding program for WVN resistance. Many companies visited our screening blog and gave their valuable feedback for improvement of screening protocol. Recently, we have licensed our resistance lines to 2 private companies, that is Ankur Seeds and United Genetics. And also one of our resistance lines we registered to NBPGR for WVN resistance. Our work we have published in one of the international reputed journal, that is Scientia Horticulture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Siddharth. A nice work carried out under the chairmanship of Dr. Rao. Seems it's really good work. Now the presentation is over. Any questions? Now the topic is open for discussion. Anyone can please raise your hand and put forth your queries. Any students? Can you make out some hands raised in the chat box? Something is there. Okay, I think if there are no queries, it's a good work, especially watermelon bud necrosis virus is a severe problem, and the team is really advanced in resolving these issues. And I really congratulate the student and the guide for this work. Thank you, Siddharth. Nice presentation. Okay, so now I call the next student who is going to present, Mr. Sachin AJ, who is also a research scholar at IIHR Bangalore. So extension of storage life of Goa using ethylene inhibitors and its integration with modified atmosphere packaging. So Mr. Sachin AJ.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, please. Yeah.
Can I continue, sir?
Okay, sir. They are very fast. Right, right.
Can I continue, sir?
Please go ahead, Sachin.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all. Guava, CDM guava belongs to family Myrtaceae, originated in tropical America. And India is the top leading guava producer in the world with a production of around 58%. If I see Indian scenario, it's Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Bihar are the top 3 guava producing states in the country. Guava is called as apple of tropics, poor man's apple because of its nutrition attributes. Guava stands third among the fruit crops in the vitamin C content, which varies from around 150 to 300 mg. Despite of calling it as an apple of tropics or a poor man's apple, there is an interesting fact and figure saying that around 15.88% of the total production goes with the post-harvest loss, making that one of the top fruit crop grown in the country with the post-harvest loss. So these post-harvest loss can be manipulated, can be regulated by different post-harvest managemental aspects by extending the storage of guava. With this basic information, considering the facts and figures, the extension of storage of guava using ethylene inhibitors and its integration with modified atmospheric packaging was formulated. Myself, Sachin AJ, PhD scholar, Division of Post-Harvest Technology, ICR, IIHR, Bengaluru. The experiment was followed with the 3 major objectives. One, to study the effect of ethylene inhibitors in delaying the ripening of guava fruit at different storage temperatures. Second one was to standardize the modified atmospheric packaging conditions for extension of storage life and its quality maintenance at different storage temperature. And the third one of gene expression studies of few selected genes in the ethylene mediated pathway of in guava. Coming to the first experiment to study the effect of ethylene inhibitors in delaying the ripening of guava. Here we have used 3 major inhibitors, 2 with the synthesis inhibitors, one is the action inhibitor. Sodium nitroprusside and salicylic acid, the 2 different concentration acted as a synthesis inhibitor, whereas 1-methyl cyclopropane 500 ppb acted as action inhibitor and with the control. This study was conducted with the 3 different oil temperatures, 8 degree, 12 degree, and room temperature. These are the quality parameters recorded during the study. The respiration rate and ethylene rate at 3 storage temperatures recorded, and we were able to see that all the ethylene inhibitor treated fruits had a lower amount of respiration and ethylene production rate, whereas control fruits without any treatment had a higher amount of respiration and ethylene peak. That's showing that these are the major inhibitors where they reduce the respiration along with the ethylene production. So indirectly, they have extended the shelf life. Among the different ethylene inhibitors that we have tried, it is 1-methyl cyclopropane as an action inhibitor was best in extending the storage life by reducing the respiration and also ethylene production, and followed by sodium nitroprusside 1.5 millimolar and salicylic acid 3 millimolar. The study was also conducted to know the physiological loss in weight at 3 different storage temperatures, and the physiological loss in weight at all the physiological loss in weight in 3 different temperatures clearly concluded that the physiological loss in weight automatically reduced when the fruits were treated with ethylene inhibitors. And we had a differentiating factor that these control fruits had a higher amount of physiological loss in weight, mainly because of the higher increased transpiration. Coming to the firmness, one of the major indicator in indicating the fruit shelf life. So the firmness gradually declined in all the treatments, but there we can clearly notice that 1-methyl cyclopropane treated fruits had a higher amount of firmness, which were almost equal to the at harvest stage, making 21 days in 12 degrees Celsius and 28 days in shelf life, and almost they were at harvest stage. This was followed by different higher concentrations of synthesis inhibitors. Another major important character in shelf life study is the surface color. Surface color was also gradually increased, but we can clearly notice that once again 1-methyl cyclopropane treated fruits had a very lower amount of lightness indicators, and also they were negatively valued with A or greenness indicators, indicating that the fruits were almost similar to the at harvest stage even after the end of the storage. To easy understanding, the study was also conducted and statistically analyzed with the multivariate analysis, and the biplot analysis clearly indicated that the non-MCP treated fruits, along with the higher concentration of sodium nitroprusside and salicylic acid, were almost bunched together with the initial stage fruit, indicating that the fruits, even after storage period, they were almost similar to the initial stage. These are the photographs showing that how the experiment conducted, and this is after 21 days in 12 degree, and this is after 28 days in 8 degree, and this is after 7 days in room temperature. And this is an extended study where we conducted and we extended the storage temperature, storage days in 12 degree and 8 degree also. We can clearly notice that 8 degree treated fruits, 1 MCP treated fruits almost equal to the at harvest stage, whereas in 12 degree we can clearly notice the control fruits after 28 days, they were completely in unacceptable stage. We can finally conclude that 1 MCP treated fruits and other sodium nitroprusside and salicylic acid with the higher concentration were able to enhance the storage life in guava, and by regulating the texture degradation, by regulating the ethylene and respiration production in guava fruits. Coming to the second objective, we also conducted that we wanted to standardize the modified atmospheric packaging for extending the storage life. Here we have used three major films. One is LDPE, another one is PP, that is polypropylene, and the third one is Cryovac PD961. And with two perforations, one with the micro and another with the non-perforated. The study was conducted with the two major storage temperatures, one in the room temperature, another with the 12 degrees Celsius. And these are the quality parameters recorded. The intact gas composition of guava fruits stored under two different temperatures clearly indicated that fruits which were packed in modified atmospheric conditions had a higher amount of CO2 and the lower amount of O2, wherein the respiration rate was reduced gradually in the fruits which were packed in modified atmospheric conditions. Among the different packages that we have used, it is polypropylene non-perforated bags, followed by polypropylene microperforated, and followed by Cryovac PD. Non-perforated bags had a higher amount of carbon dioxide concentration, followed by the oxygen concentration and the lower amount of oxygen concentration, indicating that the fruits which are packed in these packages had a higher amount of shelf life because of the reduced respiration. Another important parameter is the PLW. The major outcome of this is, in case of modified atmospheric packaging, the transpiration loss can be tremendously reduced. So we can clearly notice that control fruits had a higher amount of transpiration loss without any modified atmospheric conditions, where all these modified atmospheric packed guava fruits had a lower amount of physiological loss in weight. Among the different packages used, it was polypropylene non-perforated bags along with polypropylene microperforated bags had a very lower amount of physiological loss in weight, making them extending the shelf life in guava. All the fruits which were with the modified atmospheric packaging were organoleptically evaluated, and the organoleptic evaluation score clearly indicated that the appearance, color, pulp texture, and taste were also scored higher for polypropylene non-perforated bags, followed by polypropylene microperforated and Cryovac PD non-perforated bags. Unfortunately, even though we had a higher amount of acceptance by the consumer towards polypropylene non-perforated bags, we were able to absorb some of the off-flavor compounds immediately after when we cut open the polypropylene bags or the modified atmospheric conditions. In order to check which are the compounds that are responsible for off-flavor producing compounds, so we have done volatile profiling of the stored fruits with the modified atmospheric conditions. Interestingly, we have found out that are the two major guava flavor compounds which were similar to the at harvest state. That means the off flavor which was produced when we cut open the modified atmospheric package was not because of the off flavor compounds which are produced inside the pulp, but it was due to the higher amount of carbon dioxide which we have noticed in the previous slides. These amount of off flavors were reduced as the storage period enhanced, and also once the packaging was cut open, and it was noticeably reduced after the 3 hours at ambient conditions. These are the pictures representing at 12-degree temperature modified atmospheric packaging, polypropylene non-perforated, microperforated with LDPE and PD 961 MP and MP. Along with these are the open figures after end of the storage. This is the same at room temperature. Summary, we can conclude that polypropylene non-perforated bags, polypropylene microperforated, and PDNP, PD micro. This is a sequence where half life extension was seen by reducing the respiration rate with the higher amount of transpiration loss by reducing the PLW. So, for extending the storage in guava. By all these factors, by the physiological and biochemical methods, we also wanted to prove that how ethylene biosynthesis or ethylene mediated ripening in guava is regulated by the genes. So in the ethylene biosynthesis pathway, the two major genes which are responsible for synthesis inhibitors are, one is ACC synthase, another one is ACC oxidase. In the present study, we have used one inhibitor, 1-methyl cyclopropane as one of the best indicators for this objective. Here we have isolated the RNA from guava pulp using a modified Reddy et al. Method which was developed in the IHR itself. Later on, two major genes which were involved in ethylene biosynthesis pathway, one is ACC synthase, another one is cell wall degradation enzyme, that is expansine. These were the two major genes that we have studied. By the RT-qPCR expression analysis, it was clear that ACC synthase gene, it has an upper regulation after 14 days of storage. That we have clearly noticed that after 14 days of the storage, there was an increased production of ethylene. That is the reason why after 14 days, we can clearly see the up regulation of ACC synthase gene. Later on, after 21 days of storage, we can clearly notice there is a down regulation of ACC synthase gene. That might be because of the 1-MCP, which has acted upon the ethylene receptors or ethylene receptors by blocking the ethylene production. Along with, we also see the expansion expression activity also. We can clearly notice that expansion activity at the 7 days itself in the control fruits. In the control fruits, it was high when compared to the untreated fruits. And after 14 days of storage, it was a very reduced down-regulated expression of expansion activity. That might be because of the reduced amount of respiration and transpiration, along with the reduced amount of peptide methane enzyme activity. Even after 21 days of the storage, we can see the treated fruits showing the higher amount of expansion activity, indicating that after 21 days of storage, in 12 days, the ripening started initiated. Whereas in control fruits, the ripening initiated even at the 7 days itself. By this, we can clearly conclude two validated two major primers for guava, and those primers can be used for climatic fruits. And by this study, we also concluded that expansion and ACC synthase activity can be regulated by an 1-methyl cyclopropane action inhibitor in extending the shelf life. Overall, if I want to conclude, I could say that 1-methyl cyclopropane 500 ppb was the best ethylene inhibitor in extending the storage of guava, followed by sodium nitrophosphat and salicylic acid with the higher concentrations. Non-phosphorated polypropylene bags, followed by Cryovac PD, were the best modified atmospheric conditions to extend the storage life. And we were also able to regulate ACC synthase and expansion gene through the complementary technology. Practical implications, if I want to say, the ethylene inhibitors and modified atmospheric packaging can be integrated in the supply chain management in extending the shelf life of guava. Along with, we have developed a new protocol for extraction of mRNAs from guava, and the expression activity and ACC synthase can be regulated using 1-MCP. Future studies, several genes which are involved in ACC synthase or in the ethylene synthesis pathway can be studied and can be validated. My sincere acknowledgements to my advisory committee, PG School ICRIRI, PG School ICRIA HR, Division of Post Harvest Technology ICRIRI HR Bengaluru, and KSTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin. Good effort in extending the storage life of Goa, as we are losing more than 30% of the fruits and vegetables after harvesting. So, as we are running short of time, we cannot take the questions. You can send your queries to the mail presented at the beginning. So now I request Mrs. Hamsa R, again a research scholar from, of course, FVHS Bagalkot, to present an evaluation of hypoglycemic activity of the spine guard powder formulated product in ST-induced diabetic rats. This is Hamsa R. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay, please start.
Yes, please, sir. Yes, sir. Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello, Hamsa, carry on.
Okay.
Yes, start. Please start. You are audible. Please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, yes, we all come across the pandemic and we have faced and moved forward. As we all know, now the people are more conscious about their health, and they are moving apart from the junk foods and are moving towards a more nutritious food. As we all know, fruits and vegetables, we call them as a protective foods because they are very rich source of vitamins, minerals, and what are the essential phytochemicals. And with a quote, like I would like to present my work like the doctor of the future will no longer treat the human brain with drugs, but rather will cure and prevent with a nutrition. So fruits and vegetables, they are an important component balanced human diet and valuable component in achieving the global nutritional security by providing the nutrients, vitamins, and minerals. And I would like to also say Karnataka in India scores the worst in South India pertaining to the nutrition, according to the National Family Health Survey, while 45% of the pregnant women they are anemic, and 73% in Raichur and Kalburgi they are facing malnutrition issues. So with respect to this, so there is a need for that nature is an outstanding source of the natural medicinal value plants, which may supplement to improve the blood glucose control and to prevent the long-term complications with respect to many chronic diseases. And also, we know that value addition is a thrust area in our country, and there is a need for value addition, particularly of underutilized fruits and vegetables, which not only provide the nutrition for balanced human diet, but also having many medicinal properties to overcome malnutrition and chronic disease. So with respect to this, though many synthetic drugs are available to treat diabetes, but in this present work, like effort is made to evaluate the hypoglycemic activity of spine guard through the value addition in estrogen-induced diabetic rats. And this particular work has been carried out at the College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, and HSK College of Pharmacy, Bagalkot, and the guidance of Dr. Bhuneshwari ji. So here the objective goes like this: to study the effect of the processing methods on physical nutritional quality parameters of spine guard powder, and to optimize the recipe for value-added products from spine guard powder, to study the hypoglycemic activity of formulated spine guard product in estrogen-induced diabetic rats. So here is the first experiment is to study the effect of processing methods and nutritional quality parameters of spine guard powder. So first treatment, the control, that is dehydration of spine guard slices. And next we gone to for blanching and steeping in 0.2% of KMS and 2% salt and dehydration. And then we gone for spine guard slices for roasting at 120 degrees Celsius temperature, and then for dehydration. And finally, with spine guard slices with steeping in vinegar for 24 hours, and then we gone for dehydration purpose. This is the flow chart which show how we carried out the dehydration process. Firstly, collection of the good raw materials and primary processing like washing and cleaning, and fine cutting of spine guard slices and dried in easy to dryer and powder, and it is packed in HTP for further studies. And this is the picture showing the dehydrated spine guard powder. Here we can see the T2, that is blanching, showed the better color retention and also other properties. And this particular graph shows the carbohydrate, calorific value, and phenols of different dehydration methods with respect to spine guard powder. Whereas T2, that is blanching, showed highest amount of phenols content when compared to the other dehydration methods. So we selected the next studies, and the next study is to optimize the recipe for value-added products from spine guard powder. And here, with respect to Bengal gram flour, we have replaced 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, up to 50% of replacement of Bengal gram flour and wheat flour with spine guard powder. And this is the Gujarati snack, that is khakra. It is a famous Gujarati snack. Here T1, it is controlled, it doesn't include any spine guard powder. And T2 is which contains 10%, T3 contains 20%, T4 30, T5 40, and T6 contains 50. First. So we have done the sensory evaluation at CYH Bagalkot. With respect to the sensory evaluation, that is T6, apart from control, T6, that is 50% incorporation of spine guard powder, has shown the highest overall acceptability and other parameters with respect to the sensory evaluation. So based on this, T6 has selected as the best treatment, and we gone for to study the hypoglycemic activity of this khakra, that is for a spine guard incorporated product in estrogen-induced diabetic rats. Here we have selected 6 groups. One is G1, that is a control. We have given only the laboratory diet, and G2, here we have given laboratory diet plus spine guard khakra 5 grams per rat per day. And in G3, we have given 10 grams per rat per day. And G4, it is the laboratory taken as a control. And G5, and G5 again in diabetic induced rats, we have given spine guard khakra of 5 grams, and again G6 we have given the 10 grams khakra for the estrogen induced rats. And here the picture shows the results were carried out, and we have selected the albino rats normally weighing about 200 to 250 grams, which we treat as a normal rats, and we have marked for the replication wise. and then we have injected or we have induced the STZ in the albino rats, and we have studied for up to 21 days. And after that, 0th day, 4th day, 7th day, and 14th and 21st day, we have gone for collection of blood from the animals, and we have got for collection of, after collection of the blood, we gone for centrifugal blood, and we gone for analysis of blood serum parameters. And this is the picture showing the treatments of diabetic showing the picture which has worked carried out pharmacy college. G1 is the control, G2 and G3 this is the normal control, and G2 and G3 given only the spine guard powder khakra without induction of the STZ or without inducing the diabetes. Whereas G6 it is the diabetic control induced with diabetes, and G5 and G4 is the diabetic control, G5 and G6 induced with diabetes and given the product. And this is the table showing the feed efficiency ratio. Here we can see G1 and G2 and G3. They have the mean weight gain, which is normal. Whereas in case of G4, we can see the reduction in the body weight in the diabetic induced rats. Whereas G5 and G6 also show the reduction in the body weight, but still, when compared to the G4, it is somewhat good. Means when compared to the G4, G5 and G6, which is fed with spine guard incorporated products, show better treatment when compared to the STZ induced. Whereas mean food intake also, it was good in G1, G2 and G3 when compared to the G4, and G5 and G6, it has shown some good mean intake of food when compared to the G4. And this is the table showing the effect of spine guard incorporated khakra and serum glucose profile of STZ-induced diabetic rats. Here we can clearly see the G5, it is a G4, it is a diabetic control, and G5 and G6, this is the diabetic induced plus the product given. Whereas in G5, here we can observe on the 0th day, the serum glucose was 199, whereas on the 21st day, it is of about 153. And in G6, it is about 198 on 0th day, and on 21st day, it is 118.45. So this, by this we can say from 0th day to 21st day, in G5 we can observe 23% of reduction in case of serum glucose and 40% reduction in case of G6. With respect to the cholesterol level also, compared to the STZ induced group, we can observe in case of G5 and G6, in G6 we can observe 48.60% reduction of cholesterol from 0th day to 21st day in G6, and 39.63% reduction of the cholesterol with respect to the control. We can say like the product given and induced with STZ showed the better hypoglycemic activity when compared to the STZ induced rats. Again, with respect to the hemoglobin content, here we can see the percentage increase of the increase of hemoglobin content in G5 and G6. In G5 and G6, with respect to G5 and G, both show the increase in the hemoglobin content, which are fed with the product. But still, G6 show 36.97% of increase in hemoglobin content and 26.20% on 20.
Hamsa, you are not audible.
Yeah, now we can hear you. You please continue. Hello.
So you are not audible. Please check your audio settings and continue.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you now. Please continue. We can hear you. Hello. Can you hear me?
Network issue, I think, sir.
Yes, we could hear you. You please continue presentation.
ಹಲೋ, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ? ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ.
ನಮ್ಮದು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ.
ಹಲೋ.
Sir, actually, ಅವರು ಸ್ಮಿತಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಹಂಸ is not talking, sir. We are not audible to Hamsa, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Hamsa.
Hamsa?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Ma'am, actually, I lost connection. I think I have completed. Again, I will do, ma'am. Hello?
Yeah. We are able to hear you. Please continue.
Please continue and try to wind up within time.
Ma'am, from where? Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Please continue.
Ma'am, from where I have discontinued, ma'am? Actually, I lost the connection.
Yeah, that albumin-rats, this one you're showing, no? Glycemic index, that slide you go.
This one, ma'am?
Yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah.
Yes.
That one. Continue.
Exactly.
Okay. So this is the effect means like in G4. G4 it is the diabetic induced, but we have not given any the product, that is Pine-Gard incorporated product, means taken as a diabetic induced control. Whereas in G5 and G6 we have induced the diabetes and we have given our product, that is Pine-Gard incorporated product. Here we can see in G5 that is given with the product at a 0 day 199.68 the serum glucose profile. On the 21st day it is showing 153. That is 23.13% of reduction from 0 to 21st day. And again in G6 it showed 40% to 40% reduction. And with respect to the control, it showed 59.06% reduction. And again with respect to the cholesterol level, here we can see G4 and G5. With respect to the G4, we can see the percentage of reduction was 28.24 in G5, and again in G6, 48.60% of reduction of the serum cholesterol level we can find with respect to the G4 control, and also from control we can see 39.63% reduction with respect to the control, and from 0 to 21st day it was showing 48% reduction in the serum cholesterol level. And again with respect to the hemoglobin content in G4, G5 is showing 28.50% reduction from 0 to 21st day of hemoglobin increase of 28% in hemoglobin content in G5, and 36% increase of hemoglobin content in G6. And again with respect to the control, the hemoglobin content has been increased 26%. So with respect to the conclusion, T6, that is 50% incorporation of the Pine-Gard powder incorporated product showed significant decrease in serum glucose, serum cholesterol, and increase in the serum hemoglobin level in diabetic induced rats on 21st day. And the future line of work goes like this: the optimization of value-added products by incorporating Pine-Gard powder, and even there is a scope for estimation of bioactive components in Pine-Gard powder, which is responsible for hypoglycemic activity. And there is a need to carry out the microbiological and storage studies of the products, and also there is a need to conduct experiment in human subjects. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamsa. It's a nice effort and nice presentation. So now I request the next speakers, but they should restrict their timings because each speaker is given 10 minutes time. So now I request Mrs. Sharavati, MB Research Scholar, UHS Bagalkot, to present on studies on mutation breeding in balsam apple. Sharavati, are you there?
Hamsa, you stop sharing your PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Sharavati, are you here?
Sharavati.
She is not here, I think, sir. You can go to next speaker.
Okay, if Sharavati is not there, then I call the next speaker, Mrs. Is there? Maybe you have to make them, able to speak. Sharavati, you make unmute them. Yeah. Sharavati, you are there. I hope you please unmute and speak yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, Sharavati, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Because we could see your, yeah. Now you can share your PPT and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it visible, sir?
You are sharing your mobile. Yeah, we could see. Please.
Sir,
do
I'm
it.
not able to share through this laptop, sir.
Okay, no problem. You can continue with this. You can
Okay,
continue
sir.
with this.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all the respected dignitaries. So I welcome you all for my presentation on the topic determination of genetic divergence by D-square analysis in sweet potato genotypes under hill zone of Karnataka, which was carried out under the guidance of Dr. Srinivas V at College of Horticulture, Modigere, and I am from KRCCH, Arbhavi. In the course of civilization, man has explored about 80,000 edible plants, out of which only a fraction of about 3,000 species have been used for the food, and only about 150 species have been cultivated commercially. India is the second largest producer of vegetables in the world next to China. Among them, tuber crops are known as energy banks of nature, serving either as a primary or secondary staple food, which contribute about 1/5 population of the world need. Because these tuber crops are mainly used due to their various health benefits like reducing risk of cancer, improving eyesight, and it boosts the energy as well as with the help of natural sugars, and it improves the regulation of heart and kidneys and strengthen the immune system. But nowadays, the attention of vegetable scientists is towards the only few important vegetables like tomato, potato, brinjal, chili, etc. But the ever increasing population has aggravated the complexity of nutrition and hunger. In this regard, minor or underexploited tuber crops should be given importance. In this weave, in the weave of introducing or popularizing this sweet potato under hill zone of Karnataka, the present study was conducted with the title Determination of Genetic Divergence by D-square Analysis in Sweet Potato under hill zone of Karnataka. As we all know, the scientific name of sweet potato is Ipomea batatas, which belongs to the family Convolvulaceae, and it is locally known as shakarkan. And there are different fleshed sweet potato like orange fleshed as well as purple fleshed. Coming to the objective of the research, to find out the genetic divergence among the yield and yield attributing characters of sweet potato. Coming to the methodology of the research, here I have used 30 genotypes of sweet potato which were procured from AICRP on tuber crops, Dharwad, UHS, Bagalkot. Here the experiment was laid out under RCBD design with 2 replications, and plot size was 3 into 2 meters and with a spacing of 60 by 30 centimeter. And all the recommended cultural practices was carried out with as per the recommendation followed by the UHS Bagalkot package of practice. And in each genotype, 5 plants were randomly selected for observation. Here, observation were taken, which includes vine length, vine girth, number of axillary branches, number of leaves per vine, internodal length, and some of the quality parameters like reducing sugar, non-reducing sugar, total sugars, starch content, beta carotene content, etc. Coming to the results, table 1 shows the list of sweet potato genotypes used in the study. Here, I have used 30 genotypes which were collected from AICRP tuber crops, Dharwad, UHS, Bagalkot, and among them, Shribhadra is used as a check. Coming to the table 2, which shows the cluster composition based on the D-square statistic in sweet potato genotypes. Here, the genotypes are grouped into 5 clusters. Out of 5 clusters, cluster 1 was the largest, which consists of 26 genotypes, whereas cluster 2, 3, 4, and 5 had solitary genotypes each. Coming to the table 3, which shows average intra and intercluster d-square value for 20 characters formed by 30 genotypes of sweet potato. Here, in this table, cluster 1 with the 26 genotypes showed maximum intracluster distance of 5633.11, whereas other clusters had no intracluster distance as they possess single genotypes in each cluster. And based on the intercluster distances, maximum divergence was observed between cluster 1 and cluster 5, and whereas lowest was observed in case of cluster 2 and cluster 4, that is 10,963.04. Coming to the discussion part, the formation of solitary clusters that may be due to the total isolation of preventing the gene flow or intensive natural selection or human selection for diverse adaptive complexes. These genotypes may be very unique and useful in the breeding point of view. The crosses among the divergent parents are likely to yield desirable recombinants. A breeding program may be initiated between the selected genotypes belonging to the different clusters considering their cluster mean. And maximum intercluster d-square values between cluster 1 and 5 indicated that the genotypes included in these clusters can be used as a parent in the hybridization program. Coming to the conclusion, the divergence study revealed that highest cluster mean for the total tuber yield per vine was observed between cluster 3, cluster 5, 1, 4, and 2. Hence, the crosses between the genotypes of these clusters can be tried for the improvement of the yield. The present study clearly indicates that geographical isolation of the genotypes resulted in the reproductive isolation leading to the genetic divergence. Interestingly, the diversity observed among the clusters was mainly due to the important productive and economic traits. Coming to the application of research in horticulture sector, here the conserved germplasm may be act as a pre-breeding material for further breeding work in sweet potato, and the crosses between the genotypes of the clusters obtained in the study can be tried for the improvement of yield. And it is the base for survival of the plants in nature and for the crop improvement. And also, diversity in the genetic resources provides an opportunity for the plant breeders to develop a new and improved cultivars with the desirable characters, which includes both farmer preferred traits as well as breeder preferred traits. And these are the different variability of the tuber characters in sweet potato, which I have used in my research work. There are 30 genotypes which I have used. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Shanavati. So there was some discrepancy in reading the title you are presenting. Actually, you presented on grouping of sweet potato cultivars by following D-square analysis. Thank you. Now the last presenter of this session, Mrs. Dattatreya Hegde Radhika, research scholar, UHS Bagalkot. Please start your presentation. Sharavati, you can please close. Okay, are you there, Radhika? Yeah, okay, okay.
Radhika, we are unable to hear you. Please go to slide share mode.
Yeah, we could see your slides, but voice, you please speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Radhika, yes. Yes, you are audible now. Go for, slides show mode. You could see only the screen which is not pressed with the slideshow button. Hello, Radhika, can you hear us? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you please make it a slideshow and start.
Sir, I'm not able to show.
WebEx, we could see that your screen is shared here. Yeah, is there any issue? A net issue or yeah, again we could see.
The slide is visible.
Yeah, it is visible, but please press the slideshow button and
Okay.
get it to the full screen. Yeah, it is. No, you minimize this, not this space. You minimize. I think you are not pressing the correct button there. This WebEx page, yeah, this sheet, yeah, this sheet. Press the slideshow button. It will be a complete screen. Slideshow button, you please press.
Yeah.
At the bottom, yeah.
I think it's visible now, right?
Yeah, no. Now it is visible. You start. You
Okay.
start speaking.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I am Radhika Hegde, PhD student working under the guidance of Dr. Raghavendra Gunaya from the College of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot. Today I am going to present on the topic pomegranate bacterial blight susceptibility inducing transcription activator like effector genes identification in Xanthomonas citra pathovera punicae. We know this pomegranate is a medicinally important as well as sorry, slide is not moving. Pomegranate is a medicinally important as well as nutritionally important fruit crop, especially in Ayurveda. The mention of pomegranate can be seen in the cure of many diseases. Also, the demand of this crop is increasing, but farmers are facing very much problem in the cultivation of the pomegranate because of major two constraints. One is bacterial blight and another one is wilt. Here I am focusing on the bacterial blight which is caused by the Xanthomonas citra pathovera punicae, which is leading nearly 60 to 80% of the yield loss. Farmers are trying to manage the disease with several chemical as well as cultural practices, but till date there is no efficient management practice has been reported. Hence, there is a need to develop a resistant cultivar in the pomegranate against bacterial blight. Even though some wild accessions are reported as a tolerant, but they are with some undesirable characters which are not possible to transfer through conventional breeding program. Hence, there is a need to understand the molecular basis of the host pathogen interaction in order to identify the candidate resistant or susceptible genes in the pomegranate through biotechnological approach. This pathogen family is known to infect the host through type 3 secretion system effector proteins among tails participate in the disease development. These tails, that is transcription activator like effectors, are highly complex because they are having highly repetitive sequences. They are having nearly 33 to 35 amino acid repeats of 9 to 27 times these repeats will be there. So capturing this repetitive sequence is very difficult through short read sequencing. So we hypothesized that this long read sequence can be helpful in the capturing these tail sequences. For that, we have fixed the objective like long read sequencing and analysis of the Xanthomonas citra pathovera punicae and tail identification and its target identification in the pomegranate. With this objective, we isolated the pathogen from the bacterial blight infected pomegranate leaf on the NGA media, and for the confirmation we have sequenced the 16S RNA
After the confirmation, genomic DNA of the Xanthomonas citrate pathogera punicae is being analyzed for the quality using qubit, nanodrop, gel electrophoresis as well as pulse gel electrophoresis. After the QC pass, we subjected this genome for the sequencing using long read sequencing method, that is packed biosequencing. Then after the sequencing, the raw data was assembled using the fly assembler, and assembly was evaluated using the average nucleotide identity as well as Busco analysis. Also, genes were predicted using the glimmer. After the gene prediction, gene annotation was done using the PGAP, RAST, and DFAST softwares, and tails were identified using the annotate. Then we isolated the promoter region from the pomegranate, extracted the promoter region from the pomegranate, and identified the target in the pomegranate. Again, it's the tail targets were identified using the annotail as well as targeter software. And then these tail targets, whatever we identified, biological annotation was done. The genes which related to bacterial resistance that were used for the interaction study, and in that interaction study which have given good result, that were used for the expression analysis in the infected plants using QRT-PCR. And also we have cloned the tail using Gibson assembly method, and target promoter sequence also cloned. As I told, the 60 RNA, whatever we have sequenced for the confirmation of the pathogen, that was showing 100% identity with the already reported Xanthomonas citrate punicae, which is deposited in the NCBI. We also submitted our sequence into NCBI as well as submitted the culture into NCMR. After that, whatever we have sequenced, we could able to receive 1,743 million base pairs, and in that the subbreed N50 was 5,956 base pair. So this was the longest average long read whatever we have got through sequencing. And after the assembly, we could able to make it into 5.4 MB total assembly with 63.94 GC%. And in that, we could able to identify 4,652 coding genes. Assembly quality was checked with the help of average nucleotide identity. In that, it was showing 99.83% average nucleotide identity with the Xanthomonas citrate pathogera punicae. Also, Busco analysis showed the good assembly of the Xanthomonas, our genome assembly. After this in the annotation using PGAP, we could able to identify 11 non-tail type 3 secretion system effector proteins and one type 6 secretion system where we identified, and also 2 CRISPRs were identified. Especially we reported for the first time 2 true tails and 4 pseudo tails in the Xanthomonas citrate pathogera punicae. For the target analysis, we have taken 1000 base pair upstream genic region of the pomegranate gene, and in that we have predicted the targets using Tunisia pomegranate genome. In that, we have taken top 20 targets as well as the bacterial resistance related targets for the in silico interaction study. In the in silico interaction study, the value root mean square deviation value, which is less than 2 angstrom, that were used for the further wet lab analysis. In that, in tail 1 as well as tail 2, we have chosen 5 major top interactive genes for the expression analysis using the QRT-PCR. In the QRT-PCR, we could see the zinc reporter as well as uncharacterized proteins were showing relatively high expression in the infected plants. And also we cloned the tail, predicted 2 tails, whatever we predicted, that we could able to clone using the Gibson assembly method, and that was sequenced, and the sequence were 100% identical to the what we have predicted. Also, we sequenced and cloned, we have cloned the target promoter sequence by the TA cloning method. So yet the wet lab interaction study is still in pipeline. From our study, whatever the genome we could able to assemble, that is higher compared to already reported short read assembly, as well as whatever the gene we have predicted, that also comparatively high in our genome assembly compared to the already reported short read assembly. More importantly, we could able to identify the tails in the Xanthomonas citral Pathogora punicae using the long read sequencing. So we are hoping that whatever the uncharacterized genes we have predicted as a target, that may be the susceptibility related gene in the pomegranate, like sweet gene in the rice or cotton. So with this, I would like to conclude that whatever we have done is partial confirmation. Still, the confirmation of the gene is to be done. Gene tail and its target interaction to be in the wet lab. Still, it is in pipeline. So hopefully, we will get the candidate S gene for the pomegranate bacterial blight. So thus identified susceptible gene can be used for the genome editing and genome assisted breeding program. And our genome sequence is submitted to NCBI under this project. And I would like to acknowledge DST sir for funding this project, and KBIT for the providing laboratory and infrastructure facility. Also, I'd like to thank KSTF for giving this opportunity to share our research finding to the all. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika Hegde. So it's a nice effort because the pomegranate bacterial blight is the burning issue. Now we come to end of this student session. Okay, sir. So we had presentations like resolving the issues like WBNV resistance in watermelon and the extension of storage life of Goa, the evaluation of hypoglycemic activity, that is to resolve the issue like diabetics by using the rats, and also D-square analysis and grouping of the sweet potato and the pomegranate tail genes uses for resolving the issue like this bacterial blight in pomegranate. So nice efforts by the students, Siddharud, Sachin, Hamsa, Siravati, and Radhika. Thank you for the presentation. Now I request Dr. Krishna Kumar sir to just have the interaction.
First of all, this is thank you on behalf of the KSTA, on behalf of Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, as well as from the University of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot, and all the Vigyan Prasar Government of India. We had many presentations from many scientists, eminent scientists. But what we really are very happy is the participation from the students, their commitment to real research and understanding of the research, and also their articulation and their presentations. We are extremely happy and thankful to each one of you, because when we are thinking what will be horticulture in the next 20 to 30 years, we should look up to you, saying that you are the persons who are going to carry the torch further. You are the persons who are going to spread the scientific information. You are the persons who are going to sow the seeds for the next generation to come, who are going to take this country towards sustainable development goal, addressing the climate change challenges through fruits, vegetables, nutrition, health, and all other things. I have no words to express with regard to the quality of your presentations, with regard to the communication skills that you have done, and also the time management that you have done on behalf of the entire group of organizers, and in my capacity as former DDG Horticulture. Please accept my profound thanks to each and every one of you for the participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we have some comments from Dr. S.B. Nadine, sir. I just wanted to, please, sir.
Dr. Mulge, let me congratulate all the students who have really done an excellent job. And now I am very happy. I write the place, and you must DG the event signed. Probably you look some front right direction. Can you hear me? Dr. Mulke, can you hear me?
Sir, please continue, sir. It was
Dr.
some
Mulge,
break
we are
in
running
between.
short of time. We are running short of time. Dr. Mulge, please.
Okay,
We are running short of time. Please,
only
Dr. Mulge.
Mulke, please see that the research, the students continue rather than they activities till they so
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I could hear you a bit. So I thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. Thank you, one and all. Please.
So I once again thank Dr. Ravindra Mulge, Dean PGS UHS, for successfully conducting the student session. Now we shall move on to the farmer session. The chairman of this session is Dr. V. Venkata Subramaniam, Director Atari Bangalore, and co-chairman is Dr. S.I. Athani, Director of Extension, UHS Bagalkot. I may request the chairman, Dr. V. Venkata Subramaniam, sir, to kindly take over the session.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Namaskar. I hope that am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening and namaskaram to all. My special pranam to our revered and beloved former Secretary DAR and DG ICR, Dr. Ayappan Saab, respected former Deputy Director General, and my well-wisher, Dr. Krishna Kumar sir, and Dr. S.B. Dandinji, former VC UHS Bagalkot, Sri Padraji, and all my colleagues. I really appreciate the efforts of the organizers to organize this program in a timely as well as it's a very important program. It's my pleasure to join in this program, sir. At the technological innovations and their economic applications in the farmers' production systems are the two engines of development. Fruits and vegetables not only give food, nutrition, and energy, but also economic returns to the farmers and have the potential to transform the rural and national economy. It is not only giving energy to human cells, but also to our economy. To conclude, the farming system approach, climate resilient technologies, value addition, and entrepreneurship development are the most important areas to be focused for the sustainability and income generation potential in this, to strengthen the income generation potential in this sector. Now we are focusing on the formation of FPOs, FIGs, CAGs for strengthening this grassroots economy of the farmers through fruits and vegetables, sir. Quantity, quality, cost, and compensation are the issues to be addressed for the sustainability of the sector, apart from resource conservation, then availability and accessibility of the quality planting materials, and also drudgery reduction and value additions and other issues. Here with us in this session, we got the farmers to share their views and their constraints as well as their experiences. And Dr. Sri P.J. Mahadeva Chetty, Sri Raju Bairagola, Srimati Hema Ananta, Sri Yaswanta Nayak, and K.M. Rajanna and Suresh are the participants in this session. It's really a pleasure for me to listen all of you, sir. I invite Sri P.J. Mahadeva Chetty from village Banitalapura, Taluk, Guntlapeta, district Samrajanagar, to share his views and express his vision for development of this session. Thank you very much. Sri B.J. Mahadeva Chetty Haru. ಶ್ರೀ ಮಹಾದೇವ ಚೆಟ್ಟಿ ಗಾರು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತಾಡ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾನ?
ಹಲೋ ಸರ್, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ?
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮಾದೇವ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ, ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಗುಂಡ್ಲುಪೇಟೆ ತಾಲೂಕು ನಮ್ಮದು. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾನು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 8 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಇತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ನ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೇ ಬೆಳೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು, ಮತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಅದ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಕೊರತೆ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀನಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಬೆಳೆ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫ್ಲೋರಿಕಲ್ಚರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಮೈಸೂರು ಇರೋ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಅವರ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗು ನನಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಯ ಇತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕೋಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಬೆಳೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ಅವರ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜೊತೆಗೆ IIHR ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಸಲಹೆಗಳನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಯಾವ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನೀಗ ಫಸ್ಟು 2018 ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಆಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಬಂತು. ಅದಾದ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ನನಗೆ IIHR ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಅಂತ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಮುಗಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಜಾಬ್ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಬ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾರು ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಕಡೆ ವಾಪಸ್ಸು ಇದರಲ್ಲೂ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾರೇ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 5-6 ಜನ ನಾವೇ ಕೂಡ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೋಳಿ ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಡೈರಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಮುಂಚೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಏನು ತಗೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೋ ನಮಗೆ 6 lakhs per annum ಇತ್ತು ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾನು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದ ಕಂಪನಿ. ಈಗ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 12 to 15 lakhs ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೊಸ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಲೈಕ್ ಇದು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫರ್ಟಿಲೈಸರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಫರ್ಟಿಲೈಸರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ತಂದು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹಾಕೋತಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ಬೆಳೆಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು, ಅದೆಷ್ಟು ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದೆಲ್ಲ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಈಲ್ಡ್ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಈಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಬಜೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅದು ಮುಗಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ರೇಟು ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ರೇಟ್ ವಿಷಯ ಬೇರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಾವು ಬೆಲೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಉತ್ತಮ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆದಾಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ಬೆಲೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಯ ತರಕಾರಿಗಳು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳು ಆದಾಯ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಪ್ರತಿ ವಾರದಲ್ಲೂ ಆದಾಯ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಆದಾಯ ಬರಬೇಕು, ವಾರ್ಷಿಕ ಆದಾಯ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇರೋದವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ತರ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು 30 years ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬಲ್ಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನಾವು ಅರ್ಶಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಈರುಳ್ಳಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅರ್ಶಿನ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬೀಜದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಈರುಳ್ಳಿ ಗೆಡ್ಡೆ ಬದಲು ಬೀಜದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಈರುಳ್ಳಿನ ಬೆಳೀಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕತೆನ ನನಗೆ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆದಂತ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಸೊ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಖರ್ಚಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ ಗೆಡ್ಡೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 50% ಅದು ಖರ್ಚು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವಾಗ ಈ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ, ತುಂಬಾ ಒಂದು ಕೆಜಿಗೆ ಒಂದು 1600-2000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ನಾವು 20,000-30,000 ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡೋ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ 2,000ಕ್ಕೆ ಬೀಜಗಳನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಸಿ ಮಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ more than 70% ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇಳುವರಿ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದೊಂದು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರಿಶಿಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಮನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ಈಗೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರಿಶಿಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ವೆರೈಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ಈಲ್ಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪುರ್ಕಿಮಲ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಸೊ ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಸಲ ತಾಲೂಕಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುಂಡ್ಲುಪೇಟೆ ತಾಲೂಕಿಗೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇಳುವರಿಯನ್ನ ನಾನು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ ಗೆಡ್ಡೆಗಳನ್ನ ಈ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ದೇನೆ ಬರೀ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ ಗೆಡ್ಡೆಯಿಂದನೇ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ನ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವಾಗ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ರೋಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿನ ನಾವು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಯ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಯೆಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಬೆಲೆಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮಾರಿದೀವಿ ಇದ್ದ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೇನೆ ನಾವು ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ಬೆಳೆಗಳಾದ ಸೀಬೆ, ಸಪೋಟ, ಮಾವು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪ್ರತಿ 6 ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಆದಾಯ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಮಾವು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸಪೋಟ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಬೆಳೆ, ಅದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಬೆಳೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆದಾಯ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ರೈತರು ಈಗ ಮೋನೋಕ್ರಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿ, ಏಕ ಬೆಳೆ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 6 ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಬರೋ ಥರ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಇದನ್ನ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅವಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ತಗೋದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಡಬಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಅದೊಂದು ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧ್ಯ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿ ಕೂಡ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಏನೇ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಪಾಡುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗೋದಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕೃಷಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳು. ಏಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದಂತೆ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅದೇ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಭೂಮಿ ಇದೆ, ನೀರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅವಾಗ ಕೂಡ ರೈತರ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಸನ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಉತ್ತಮ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕಬಹುದು. ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತೆ ಆದಾಯ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದನ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ garu. Now I request Raju Satya Bairagala to share his views. Raju Baira is from Rajapura, Mudalagi Taluk, Belagavi district.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Raju, he could not able to connect to the meeting. We shall request Srimati Hema Anand to present, sir.
Okay. Mrs. Hema Anand, Gauripura district Hassan. Nimma Mata, you can share your views and your experiences.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ, ಹೇಮಾ ಅನಂತ್, ಹಾಸನದಿಂದ.
It is requested that in another 10 minutes we have to complete the session.
Okay, sure.
Yes, Hema garu, very shortly, very briefly matladi.
Total session we have to complete in 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll complete in 10 minutes.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ನಾ ಹೇಮಾ ಅನಂತ್, ಹಾಸನಿಂದ, ಗೌರಿಪುರ ವಿಲೇಜ್. ನಾನು ಈ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ನ 27 years ಇಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್, ಬೈ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೂರನ್ನು ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇನ್ ದ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್ ನಾನು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. From 25 years I have not been to the market at all for selling anything, whatever I grow in my farm. ಯಾವುದೊಂದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆದ್ರೂ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್, ಬೈ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆ ಬಾಗ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು ವರ್ಜಿನ್ ಕೋಕೋನಟ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಬನಾನಾ ಪೌಡರ್, ಅರ್ಶಿನದ ಪುಡಿ, ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಸ್, ವೆಜಿಟೇಬಲ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಸೇಲ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ನೋ ರೇಟ್ ಅನ್ನುವಾಗ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಬೈ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವನ್ ಬನಾನಾ ಪೌಡರ್ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು 6 months ಇಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ವರ್ಜಿನ್ ಕೋಕೋನಟ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ 8 years. ಸೊ ನಾವು ರೈತರಾದವರು ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ವಿ ಗ್ರೋ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ನೋ ದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಲಿಮಿಟ್. ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ತಿಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್. ಆವಾಗ ನಾವು 100% ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ 27 years ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೂನು ಹಾಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು 50 liters ಹಾಲು ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ನಿಯರ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 15 to 16,000 ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಟ್ ಮೈ ಡೋರ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್. ಜನಗಳು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್. ನಾನೇನಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಅದು ಒಂದು ರೇಟ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಫ್ರಮ್ 6 years ಇಂದ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕೆಪ್ಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ರೇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕಮ್, ನೋ ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟರ್ ಇನ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ದ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮರ್. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಈ ತರ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನಿಜ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ 100% ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನೋ ರೇಟ್ ಅನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಬನಾನಾ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಹಲ್ವಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ದ ಪೌಡರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಇವನ್ ಕೋಕೋನಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎನಿ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಅಡಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ರಾ ಆಗು ಸೇಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸರ್ವಿಂಗ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ದ 50 members with my 30 acres of land. ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ 50 to 100 members. At every day on the 50 members ಬಂದು milk and my product whatever I grow in my field they'll purchase. So I'm very happy to be an agriculturist. ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. I wanted to go for a medicine but ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವಾಗ I got married, I came to this. I'm so happy and every day I'm on the 20 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ. That's happy too. So I'm getting the income also and the marketing also no problem for me. At present 30 acres ಅಲ್ಲಿ whatever I grow marketing ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ a risk for me. And ಏನು 30 acres per head per person ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಗೆ 1 acre ಅಲ್ಲಿ whatever I grow 1 annumಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. I am very happy to be a agriculturist. I am so happy. ನನಗೆ ಇದು
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಹೇಮಾ ಮೇಡಮ್. ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಶ್ರೀ ಯಶವಂತ ವಿ ನಾಯಕ್, ಗುಂಟಕಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಯಾದಗಿರಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್. I request him to share his experience. ಯಶವಂತ ವಿ ನಾಯಕ್ ಜಿ.
ಯಶವಂತ್ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಿಮ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ನ, ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಹಲೋ,
ಹಾ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಯಶವಂತ್ ವಿಜಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಾಯಕ್ ಅಂತ, ಗುಂಡಳ್ಳಿ ತಾಂಡ, ಶಹಾಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕು, ಯಾದಗಿರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಸರ್.
ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಕೇಳಿస్తుంది
ಸರ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಮ್ದು ಅಂತಾರ ಒಂದು 20 ಎಕರೆ ಜಮೀನ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. 20 ಎಕರೆ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 5 ಎಕರೆ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿವಿ ಸರ್. ಲೈಕ್ ಸಪೋಟಾ, ಮ್ಯಾಂಗೋ, ಲೆಮನ್, ಸ್ವೀಟ್ ಲೆಮನ್. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ಇದು ಬೌಂಡ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಂತಾರ ಇದು ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿವಿ ತೆಂಗು. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 5 ಎಕರೆ ಅಂತಾರ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಅಂತಾರ ಸೀಬೆ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಗಾವಾ. ಹಲೋ
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಮಾತಾಡ
ಸರ್. ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾವು ಅಂತಾರ ಇದು ತಾಳೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ವಿ. ತಾಳೆದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ವರ್ಷದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆ ಬಂತು ನಮ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ಭದ್ರಾವತಿ ಇದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸಿಂಗ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಜುಬಾಜು ಇದಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಂದು ಒಯ್ತಾರೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸೀಬೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ಸೀಬೆದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾವು ಅಂತಾರ ಇವು ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಬೆಳೆ, ನಮ್ದೇನ್ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಬೆಳೆ ಇದಾವ, ಶೇಂಗಾ, ಕಡ್ಲೆ, ಹತ್ತಿ, ತೊಗರಿ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಷ್ಟು ಅಂತಾರ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ಹಾಕಿವಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಹಾಕಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದೇ ತರ ಅಂತ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಯಾವ್ದೇ ತರ ಅಂತಾರ ಅತಿವೃಷ್ಟಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿ, ಅನಾವೃಷ್ಟಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವು ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಬೆಳೆ ಅಂತಾರ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಕೊಚ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಹೋಗತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಹಾಕಿರೋ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೂಡ ಬರೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ತರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ್ದೇ ತರ ಅತಿವೃಷ್ಟಿ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಅನಾವೃಷ್ಟಿ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಗಂತಾರ ಒಂದ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಅಮೌಂಟಿಗೆ ಅಂತಾರ ಯಾವ್ದೇ ತರ ಕೊರತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಸದ್ಯ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆ ತರ ಏನೋ ಒಂದ್ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರತಿ ಎಕರೆ ಇದ್ರಿಂದ 50,000 ಅಂತಾರ ಯಾವ್ದೇ ತರ ಕೊರತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾವ್ ಅಂತಾರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತ ಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತ ಈ ಗಿಡಗಳಂತಾರ 20 ವರ್ಷದ ಗಿಡ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಡುವ ಅಂತಾರ ಇಂಟರ್ ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಟ್ ಅಂತಾರ 1-2 ವರ್ಷ ಅದರಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ನಾವು ಇದು ಗಂಡು ಮರಿ ಇದು ಟಗರು ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತಾರೆ 2 ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ 50 ಟಗರು ಮರಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇಂದ. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಶಹಾಪುರಿಂದ ಒಂದು 4,000 4,500 ತರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೇನು ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ತರ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಅಂತ ಕೈ ತಿಂಡಿ ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಮೋರ್ಟಾಲಿಟಿ ಒಂದು 2-3% ತೆಗೆದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಗಂತಾರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ತರ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದಾಣಿ ಮಿಶ್ರಣ ಕೊಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಟೋಟಲಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ ನಾವು ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿವಿ ಈಗ 2 ವರ್ಷದ್ರಿಂದ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ಅದು ಟಗರು ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ಅಂತಾರ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತಾರ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು 4 ಲಕ್ಷ ಅಂತಾರ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇದು ಪೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಟೋಟಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಎಕರೆಗೆ ಅಂತಾರ ಒಂದು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಪರ್ ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅಂತಾರ 80% ಅಂತಾರ ಯಾವುದೇ ನಮ್ ರೋಗ ರುಜಿನ ಬರೋದಂತಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಮ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇರೋದಂತಾರ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಫ್ಲೈ ಇದು. ಅದ್ರಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿದ್ ಅಂತಾರ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಫ್ಲೈ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಪರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಒನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನೋಡಿದೆ, ಸೌತ್ ಆಫ್ರಿಕಾ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಒಂದು ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ಪೆಟ್ ಬಾಟಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ 3 ಹೋಲ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಳಗಂತಾರ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅವ್ರ ಅಂತಾರ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ರೇವಣಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಸರ್ ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರು ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಒಂದು ಮಿಥೈಲ್ಯೂಸನಾಲ್ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಟಿಸೈಡ್ ಡೈಕ್ಲೋರ್ವಾಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅದೇ ಪೆಟ್ ಬಾಟಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತರ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವತ್ತಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂತಾರ ಮಾರ್ಬಲ್ ಸೈಜ್ ಅಂತಾರ ಯಾವ ಹಣ್ಣು ಬಂದಿರತ್ತೋ ಆ ಟೈಮಿಗೆ ಅಂತಾರ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅಂತಾರ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಫ್ಲೈ ಕೂಡ ಅಂತಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಏನೋ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫಂಗಸ್ ಬರತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಟೈಮಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತಾರ ನಾನು ಜೂನ್ ಜುಲೈ ಮಂತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಸಗಣಿ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಏನಿರತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಕೊಡೋದು. ಅದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ DAP ಯೂರಿಯಾ ಪೊಟಾಸ್ ಯಾವುದೇ ತರ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಕೊಟ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಹೆವಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ರೇನ್ ಆಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಆ ಟೈಮಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಪ್ಪ KM ರಾಜಣ್ಣ, ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣಪುರ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ share your views and your experience.
ಹಲೋ
KM ರಾಜಣ್ಣ.
ಹಲೋ, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ ಸರ್?
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಂ ಸರ್.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕೋಲಾರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣಾಪುರ ರಾಜಣ್ಣ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಸಮಗ್ರ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಲಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ LLB BCom ಮಾಡಿ LLB ಮಾಡಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗದೆ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಬರೀ 3 ಎಕರೆ ಜಮೀನನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಕೆಲವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಲಾಭದಾಯಕ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವ್ಯವಸಾಯನೇ ಹೊರಟಾಗ ಅದನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳಿಂದ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಧುನಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡಲು ಹೊರಟೆ. ಈಗ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ 28ಇಂದ 30 ಎಕರೆ ಜಮೀನು ಮಾಡಿ 38 ಎಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 28 ಎಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆ 28 ಎಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಧವಾದ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹಣ್ಣು ತರಕಾರಿ ಹೂವು ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಏನೇ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಮಣ್ಣು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬೆಳೆಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕ ಗೊಬ್ಬರಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸದೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾವಯವ ಗೊಬ್ಬರಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾವು ಕೋಲಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯವರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಿಂದ ನೀರಿನ ಅಭಾವ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಇತ್ತು. ನಮಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 5-6 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದನೇ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಂತೋದ್ವು. ನಾನು ನೀರು ತುಂಬಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ 25 ಎಕರೆ ಬಾಳೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಈ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾವಾಗ ನಿಂತೋಯ್ತೋ, ಕೃಷಿಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷಿ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಯೋಜನೆ ಘನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಂದಾಗ ಆ ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಸಿರು ಮನೆಯನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ಆ ಹಸಿರು ಮನೆ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದ್ರ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀರನ್ನ ಶೇಖರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತುಂಬಾ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೃಷಿ ಹೊಂಡಗಳು, ಒಂದು ಸುಮಾರು 60 ಲಕ್ಷ ಗ್ಯಾಲನ್ ಇಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೃಷಿ ಹೊಂಡಗಳನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು 2 ಹಸಿರು ಮನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇಖರಣೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 3 ಕೃಷಿ ಹೊಂಡಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ ಕೂಡ 10ರಿಂದ 15 ಎಕರೆ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಆಶ್ರಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು 10ರಿಂದ 15 ಎಕರೆ ಜಮೀನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಧವಾದ ಬೆಳೆಗಳು, ಒಂದು 5 ಎಕರೆ 4 ಎಕರೆ ನೇರಳೆ ಬೆಳೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು 4 ಎಕರೆ ಸೇಬೆ ಗಿಡ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು 2 ಎಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾವನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 10 ಎಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಡಂಬಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಿಶ್ರ ಬೆಳೆಗಳಾಗಿ ಟೊಮೆಟೊ, ಸೌತೆಕಾಯಿ, ಆಲೂಗಡ್ಡೆ, ಬದನೆಕಾಯಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೂವು ಪಾಲಿ ಹೌಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೂವು ಬೆಳಿತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬೆಳೆಯಾಗಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸಿಕಮ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಕೃಷಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕೃಷಿ ಹೊಂಡಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀನನ್ನು ಸಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಲಾಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಪಶುಸಂಗೋಪನೆ ಕೂಡ ಸಹ ನಾವು ತುಂಬಾ ಜೋಳ, ರಾಗಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಗಲೇ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೇಷ್ಮೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂಪನ್ನುಗಳಿಂದ ಎರಡನೇ ಸಂಪನ್ನುಗಳ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಕುರಿ ಸಾಗಾಣಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮೇಕೆ ಸಾಗಾಣಿಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಮತ್ತು ಹಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಕಾರಣ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ರೈತ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಲಾಭದಾಯಕ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಸುಬನ್ನು ನಂಬ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಸುಬಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ನಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ಹಲವಾರು ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಹಲವಾರು ಕಸುಬುಗಳು ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕೆ ಬೆಳೆಗಳಿಂದ ನಷ್ಟ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೈನುಗಾರಿಕೆಯಿಂದಾಗ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೋಳಿ ಸಾಗಾಣಿಕೆಯಿಂದಾಗ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ರೇಷ್ಮೆಯಿಂದಾಗ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಆದಾಯ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಒಂದೇ ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು 20 ಎಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಒಂದು 20 ಎಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ 20 ತರ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾನು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆಗಳು ಬೆಳೆಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದವರು ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಕೃಷಿ ಪಂಡಿತ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಕೃತಜ್ಞನು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣ ನನ್ನ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕೆ, ಕೃಷಿ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಮತ್ತು KVKಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯವರು ತುಂಬಾ ನಮಗೆ ಅಭಾರಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಏನೇ ಬೆಳೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತಿಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಆ ಬೆಳೆಗೆ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾದ ಸಲಹೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಮುಂದುವರಿಯಲು ಕಾರಣಕರ್ತಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನಾನು ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುಮಾರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ರೈತರು ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೆಲೆ ಬರದೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಸರಿ ನಷ್ಟ ಹೊಂದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಬೇರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮಾರಾಗಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸೆಟಲೈಟ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು ಬೆಳೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ರೈತ ಅದನ್ನ ಮನಗಂಡು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈ ಸರಿ ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಅರ್ತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೇರೆ ಬೆಳೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ನಾವು ತಿಪ್ಪೆಗೆ ಎಸೆಯುವಂತ ಪ್ರಮೇಯ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು ಸಾರಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ತಾವು ತುಂಬಾ ಮೇಧಾವಿಗಳು, ನಾವು ಬರೀ ರೈತರು. ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ವರ್ಗಗಳಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕತೆಯನ್ನ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ರೈತ ಬೆಳೆಗೆ ತಕ್ಕ ಬೆಲೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕೇ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆವಾಗ
Rajana garu, thank you. Suresh, Sri Suresh from village Resnaranahalli, Chikballapur. Nimma Salaga feedback and your experience share ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ.
ಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಪ್ಪ, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅಂತ. ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬಾಗೇಪಲ್ಲಿ ತಾಲೂಕು ರೇಚನಾಯಕನಪಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಗ್ರಾಮ ನಮ್ದು. ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕೆ ಬೆಳೆಗಳು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ನಾನು ಮಾವು ನೇರ್ಲೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದು ಹಾಕಿ 3 ವರ್ಷ ಮಳೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಣಗೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೇನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಟ್ಯಾಮ್ರಿನ್ ಹುಣಸೆ ನಾಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಮಳೆ ಬೀಳ್ದಿರಿದ್ರು ಗಿಡ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಾವು ನೇರ್ಲೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಣಗೋದ್ರೂ ಹುಣಸೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಹುಣಸೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ನಾಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹುಣಸೆ ಈಗ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ತರ ತರಕಾರಿ ಬೆಳೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಿತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಟೊಮೊಟೊದಲ್ಲಿ 6-7 ಲಕ್ಷ ತೆಗ್ದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. 1 ಎಕರೆ 8,000 ಸಸಿಗೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ತೆಗೆದ್ರು ನನ್ಗೆ ಒಂದ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ₹1 ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೂ ದುಡ್ಡು ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಆಗೋಗಿರುವಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಂಗೆ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಈ ತರ ಯಾಕಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದೆ. 10,000 ಸಂಬಳ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋ ಅಫ್ಸಿಯಲ್ಲು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಿಂದ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. 6 ಲಕ್ಷ ಒಂದೇ ಬೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ರು ನನ್ಗೆ ಈ ತರ ಯಾಕಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದಾಗ ನಿಖರ ಆದಾಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ಗೆ ಅರಿವಾಯ್ತು. ಆಗ ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಸುಗಳು ಸಾಕೋದಾ ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಹಸು ಸಾಕ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ ಹಸುಗೆ 50,000 ಬಂಡವಾಳ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಆದಾಯ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸಲ 50,000 ಹಾಕಿ ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನ ನಾನು ತೊಂದರೆ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನನ್ಗೆ IHR ಅವರು ಪರಿಚಯ ಆದ್ರು. ನಮ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಲೂಕ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ. IHR ಅತಿಕ್ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಡೈಲಿ ಆದಾಯ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಹೂವಿನ ಬೇಸಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸರ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಟ್ಯೂಬ್ರೋಸ್ ಸುಗಂಧರಾಜ ಹೂವು ಬೆಲೆ ಹಾಕು ಒಂದ್ ಅರ್ಧ ಎಕರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ರವ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅರ್ಧ ಎಕರೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಲಾಭನೋ ನಷ್ಟನೋ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹಾಕ್ದಿರ 6 ಕುಂಟೆ ಸುಗಂಧರಾಜ ಬೆಲೆ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತಿನಂತೆ ನಾನು 6 ಕುಂಟೆ ಹಾಕಿ 2.5 ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ಗೆ ಆದಾಯ ಬರಕ್ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು. ನನ್ಗೀಗ ಒಂದ್ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 10,000ದಿಂದ 18,000ವರೆಗೂ ಆದಾಯ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಇದ್ರ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೆ 6 ಲಕ್ಷ ಬಂದ್ರುನು ಏನೋ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ದಿರಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಬೆಲೆ ಹಾಕ್ದಾಗ ಒಂದ್ 6 ಲಕ್ಷ ಹೊರಟೋಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾರನೇ ದಿನ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕಿರಲ್ಲ ರೈತರಿಗೆ. ಅಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಮನಗೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಅವ್ರ ಭೇಟಿ ಆದಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಸಲಹೆಯಂತೆ ಸುಗಂಧರಾಜ ಹಾಕಿ ಈಗ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 10ರಿಂದ 15,000 ಆದಾಯ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ 6 ಕುಂಟೆಯಿಂದ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಇನ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಅದೇ ತರ ಈಗ ಅರ್ಧ ಎಕರೆ ನಾನು ನಾಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆ ನಾಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಂಟರ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಶೇಂಗಾ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೆ. ಈಗ ಶೇಂಗಾ 6 ಮೂಟೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್ ನಂಗೆ. ಒಂದು ಮೂಟೆ ₹2,200 ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದಾನು ನನ್ಗೊಂದು ₹14,000 ಆದಾಯ ಬಂತು. ಹಲೋ
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಬಾ, ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಹಾ ಸರ್ ಅದೇ ತರ ರೈತರು ನಿಖರ ಆದಾಯ ಇರುವಂತ ರೇಷ್ಮೆ ಈ ಹಸುಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ರೇಷ್ಮೆ ನಾನು ಮೇಯಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ರೇಷ್ಮೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಹೊರಟೋಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದ್ ಬೆಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟು 30,000 ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ 30,000 ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ರೈತರಿಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಬೆಲೆ ಕೈ ಕೊಡ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ 30,000 ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ 30,000 ಸಾಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಈ ತರ ನಿಖರ ಆದಾಯ ಡೈಲಿ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ 500 ಆಗ್ಲಿ 200 ಆಗ್ಲಿ 300 ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಅದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಸಾಕಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾನು ತುಂಬಾ ಮನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನ್ ರೈತರ ಕಳ್ಕಳಿಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳೋದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ರೈತರು ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗು ಅವರ ಏರಿಯಾಗೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಡೈಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಆದಾಯ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೋ ಡೈಲಿ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಏನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಮನ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮಂತವ್ರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಡೈಲಿ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಬರುವಂತ ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನೀವು ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ರೈತರು ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ತಳಿಯ ಬೀಜ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ರುನು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿ ರೈತ ಬೆಳೆದ್ರುನು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂದ್ರುನು ಒಂದ್ ಮಗುಗೆ 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಫೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ನಂಗೆ 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ, ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಫೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಾಕ್ತೀನಿ. ಮಾರನೇ ದಿನ ನಂಗೆ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕಿರಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಬರೋದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳಾಗ್ಬೋದು, 3 ತಿಂಗಳಾಗ್ಬೋದು, 2 ತಿಂಗಳಾಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾಳೆ ನಾನೇನ್ ತಿನ್ನೋದು? ನಾಳೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅದಕ್ಕ ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಸಲಹೆ ಅಂತೆ ನಂಗೆ ಈಗ ಡೈಲಿ ಈಗ 15 kg ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೆ ₹70 ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಂಗೆ 1,050ರಿಂದ ಒಂದೊಂದು ದಿವಸ 18 kg 20 kg ವರ್ಗು 1,050ರಿಂದ 1,200ವರೆಗೂ ಡೈಲಿ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ನಂಗೆ ಟ್ಯೂಬ್ರೋಸ್ ಇಂದ. ಅದೇ ತರ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ತಳಿಗಳು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದೇಶಿ ತಳಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಡೈಲಿ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಬರೋದು. ನೀವು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಾನು IHR ಅವರ
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. Sir, thank you very much, sir. To conclude in this session, we have got Mahadeva Shetty, Raju, Hema, Yashwant, Rajanna and Suresh participated, but one speaker could not able to participate. To summarize, all the speakers could able to appreciate the help received from IHR and Bagalkot University in terms of technological backstopping, and they all followed integrated farming and then soil testing based nutrient management, IPM. And then everybody was talking about the marketing issues faced by them and Nikara Labam, that is the net income they wanted. And again, they highlighted the help rendered by the IHR in giving the tea bros and other cultivation which gives the daily income. The farmers are very much needed and for integrated approach as well as reducing their cost of cultivation and improving their quality. All these things marketing intelligence, all these are the important points expressed by the farmer friends, and they share their success stories with all of us. And let us take their views and then feedback so that we can strengthen our technological intervention as well as market intelligence and support system through KVKs and our research institutes. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Venkat Subramaniam, Director Atari, and Dr. Athani, Director from the UHS Bagalkot. Thanks to both of you. For chairing the farmers session. We now come to the end of all the technical sessions, including student sessions and the farmers sessions. And I hope I am audible and ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ನಾವು 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಹಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ತರಕಾರಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪೌಷ್ಟಿಕತೆಗಾಗಿ ಅಂತ 3 ದಿನದ ಈ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಂಪನ್ನಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕೊನೆಯ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಪ್ಲೀನರಿ ಸೆಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ಪ್ಲೀನರಿ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ 4 ಜನ ತಜ್ಞರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಬ್ಬರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ NK ಕೃಷ್ಣಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಡೆಪ್ಯೂಟಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಕೃಷಿ ಅನುಸಂಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್, ನವದೆಹಲಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ SB ದಂಡಿನ್, ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು, ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಿನ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ KM ಇಂದಿರೇಶ್ ಅವರು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ್
ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ್
ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ಈಗಿನ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ್ UHS ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ BSN ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು, ಭಾರತೀಯ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು. ಅವರು ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆಯುಕ್ತರು, ಮುಂಚಿನ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ಆಯುಕ್ತರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ KSTನ CEO ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ AM ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಪ್ಲೀನರಿ ಸೆಷನ್. So now we are coming to the plenary session. We have 4 experts in horticulture. Dr. NK Krishnakumar, former DDG Horticulture ICR, former Vice Chancellor UHS Bagalkot, Dr. SB Dandin, present Vice Chancellor UHS Bagalkot, Dr. KM Indiresh. I wish Dr. Indiresh also takes another mic, another screen, because you will have separate opportunity for sharing your views. And then Dr. BNS Murthy, present Director of the IHR Bangalore and the former Horticulture Commissioner, Government of India. Also with us in this session formally is Dr. AM Ramesh, CEO of the Academy. As you are aware, we also have 2 other colleagues from the Academy, Dr. Anand R, Senior Scientific Officer, Shri Umesh Gatge, Scientific Officer. Also several colleagues from the UHS Bagalkot, IHR Bangalore, who all have been working continuously for the last 3 days, as also several of our delegates, former friends, student friends, all are present here. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮುಕ್ಕಾಲು ಗಂಟೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಮುಕ್ಕಾಲು ಗಂಟೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಇದು ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಯಾವುದನ್ನೇ ಪುನರಾವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡದೆ, just to mention that last 3 days have been a great time for horticulture, and over 70 experts, maybe as chairs, maybe as reporters, maybe as speakers, have participated, including students and farmers. And the whole thing was designed by the core committee comprising Dr. Krishnakumar, Dr. Dandin, Dr. Indiresh, and Dr. BNS Murthy, to whom the Karnataka Science Technology Academy is grateful for bringing up this amazing, beautiful panorama of horticulture. Experts from anywhere in the world have come on screen, and then this has been a great document. At the same time, we would like to thank ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತ ಸಹೋದರರು ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ವೃಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ವಿಶೇಷ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳು. ಈಗ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ, ಚರ್ಚೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ students who have presented their it was like a competition, and these people, these 5 students also became finalists after a lot of screening. So I would like to thank all those people who are associated, like Dr. Sriram, Dr. Fakhruddin, professors, scientists, many were associated in this exercise, but they asked me to announce the results also. So 3 students, if you are available on the screen, otherwise also congratulations to you. First prize goes to Sri Siddharth Maragal of the IIHR. He is a research scholar in IIHR in Bangalore. Miss D.H. Radhika, she is a scholar, PhD scholar in University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot. Third prize goes to Miss Hamsa R, again from UHS Bagalkot. 2 certificates of consolation prizes go to Mr. Sachin AJ at IIHR Bangalore and Miss Sharavati at UHS Bagalkot. So the 5 jana whoever participated, first 3 prizes to Mr. Maragal, Miss Radhika and Miss Hamsa, and 2 consolation prizes of certificates, Mr. Sachin and Miss Sharavati. So to all of you from the entire organizers, co-organizers of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, Vigyan Prasad, New Delhi, University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, and Indian Institute of Horticultural Science, Horticultural Research, Bangalore. From all of us, to you, congratulations. And once again, to all of you, a big thanks. Now, coming to the previous session, I do not want to repeat, but as I said, it has been a great 3 days. We would like to thank the core committee, the co-organizers, and everyone associated with this event. There have been reporters working continuously. There have been computers. There have been colleagues in the academy who have been, through the 3 days. But then this exercise started nearly 6 months back. To be specific, in the month of May 2021. So in the last 6 months, several of our colleagues, the core committee members, have met several times, given their time, and given so much of their expertise. So for all this, I do not have much words. So for all this that had to happen, celebrating the International Year of Fruits and Vegetables 2021, a small tribute from the co-organizers KSTA, Vigyan Prasad, UHS, and IHR. A small tribute of Fruits and Vegetables for Health and Nutrition 2021, Focus Karnataka. So we hope we have paid our tribute, and we have played our role. As the year is coming to is drawing to a close, we thought we should have it in this before the year ends, and we are well in time. November 8th, 9th, and 10th, 3 days. So on this count, I would like to thank each one of you. Now coming to our panel, as I said, 4 core committee members are there. First of all, I would like to seek your perception of what happened during the last 3 days. How did you look at this conference in 2 minutes? From each of you. First of all, to start with Dr. Krishna Kumar, 2 minutes. What did you see in these 3 days of our conference? Dr. Krishna Kumar, please.
Ayyappan sir and all other my colleagues. Since the time is just about 2 to 3 minutes, let me be very. For the first time, we noticed that we were looking horticulture from an issue of production to nutrition. But this is the first meeting where we basically address the issue of nutrition through health. And this is something where there has been a shift as to horticulture for health, nutrition for health has been the main theme, which has been wonderfully brought out in this particular meeting, whether it is the deficiency of vitamins or the supply of nutrients through different agronomic and horticultural practices, processing, or their implications to metabolic health, aging population, nutrition through protected cultivation, and a gamut of ideas which came, which I'm sure if it is crystallized, it will be a great source of information. I'm also extremely happy that this has been not like any other symposium where each and every topic was divergent in itself. There were no repetitions, there were no similarities in the talk, but they were altogether different, which is an extremely great eye-opener for the staff, for the students of the university, and also for the research scientists. I would only request that The next step probably would be based on the agroecological zones. We identify within Karnataka and try to come out with a master plan based on horticulture for nutrition and health, keeping the agroecological zones of each and every state. The entire country should now look into two things in continuation of this meeting, and that is horticulture, especially fruit trees for biodiversity and ecosystem services, and the role of horticulture in arresting the climate change. These two are something that is futuristic in nature, which this repeatedly through lectures from Dr. Ramkrishnappa and many others very clearly brought out, Vasant Kumar and many others have brought out. So we would be sharing with you the important take-home messages from each of the sessions, as well as the detailed recommendations. But I thought in a nutshell that the aspects for research, aspects for education, aspects for extension, aspects for nutrition and health, and aspects for climate change, biodiversity, that is something which is the hallmark of this meeting. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krishna Kumar. I learned a great deal from seed to plate, as they say, from including processing. Several things were brought out. Thank you very much. What about the conference last 3 days?
Pardon me, sir?
Dr. Dandin, what do you feel about the conference last 3 days?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ayappan. This is a great learning experience for me and many of people like us, wherein all the experts who spoke on the respective areas and brought out a very good information to meet the much needed nutrition and health security component. Through these, we can definitely give some answers for resolving the insecurity of food and nutrition, number one. Number two, sir, this is a platform where scientists, farmers, students have been asked to present their findings as well as their thoughts for the future. Especially some farmers brought out a very good thing. Farmers' income should be based on daily, weekly, and monthly. This is something which is all the farmers should know and follow, so that they will not face the problem of this one. And some problems, there are the three lessons which I could learn from this is, still we have inadequate information on the food value analysis and nutrition availability of different crops. Except the few crops, we don't have much information. The researchers should look into that. And the second is, the most of the fruits and vegetables are seasonal. Their availability is very much limited at the particular vegetable or fruit. So the value-added products in partnership with the industry is the most important aspect, so that the producer gets the money, consumer gets the material for health and benefit. The third thing, sir, those horticulture has been recognized as the driving force in the entire country as well as in Karnataka. How best we can make horticulture as a more important livelihood to the farming community who seek more information, and in that form, horticulture alone need not be taken as a single crop, but horticulture integrated with the livestock, the honeybee, and so many other crops. Annual horticulture plus perennial horticulture. Perennial horticulture plus annual agriculture. If this combination is worked out, farmers are tend to benefit. The program of Indian government doubling the farmers' income is a dream, which will be only realized by putting all our heads together to make an integrated approach. Main component as horticulture, subsidiary component as animal husbandry and other requirements, so that we can do it. The farmers should also get a benefit of the farmers markets and markets at farm and conversion of the primary processing at farm. If they are realized, probably do it, sir. Only my request could be the entire activity, I mean the 3 days deliberation could be properly documented as a policy document to be given to the government of Karnataka, and we can, if need be, the KSTA can have a meeting with policy implementers and also the technical people and also some farmers, so that this can become a good document for the years to come for Karnataka to take a benefit of it. I thank the Trayappan and all other colleagues for having given the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
That's what we are looking to you for this policy paper. Thank you very much, Dr. Dandin. Dr. Indiresh, what do you feel about this 3-day conference? Dr. Indiresh, I think you are muted.
Doctor, sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Audible? Okay. Respected Dr. Ayappan, Dr. Krishna Kumar, Dr. Dandin, Dr. VNS Murthy, Director IHR, and the team of the core team of the Karnataka State Academy, Science and Technology Academy, and all the participants. The 3 days of National Conference on Fruits and Vegetables in relation to nutrition and health, which has been organized in commemoration of International Day of Fruits and Vegetables 2021, is a good success. In fact, I participated in the inaugural session and also I have chaired one of the session, technical session too. And there was a very good presentation by the guest speakers on various aspects of the fruits and vegetables, especially on the health issues and also the production and quality aspects of different fruits and vegetables. And there were a lot of interaction with the participants and some of the suggestions made by the honorable speakers during the different sessions. Once the proceedings are brought out, the university will take action to initiate the work or to initiate the action taken report, and we'll see that the issues which are pertaining to the UHS Bhagalpur, especially the fruits and vegetables, will be taken care by us. And in fact, the participation of PG students and also the farmers is not up to the expectation. Even though we have circulated among all the students, all the faculty members, I have requested related questions to circulate among all the 49 farmers who have been shortlisted for the success stories. Maybe some of the interested farmers, they have presented their views, and even the students are also benefited with this national conference. The inputs given by various speakers, it's a very useful and very good inputs they got it, sir. So,
Murthy, please.
For excellency and also in internship with farmers of Karnataka, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Indiresh. Dr. Murthy, your perceptions?
Very good afternoon to all of you. Most respected Dr. Ayappan, the chairman of KSTA, Dr. N.K. Krishnakumar, Dr. S.B. Dandin, Dr. Indiresh, and all the other participants. It was a very good learning experience for me also. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, please go on.
Yeah, most respected Dr. S. Ayappan, Chairman KSTA, Dr. Krishnakumar, HDDG Horticulture, Dr. Indiresh and Dr. S. Dandin, and all the other participants. These 3 days of deliberations was a very good experience for me also. And I got an opportunity to present the keynote address in which I presented the whole system of available resources for the schemes and policies for the horticulture sector. In fact, we have to, what I learned is in this particular seminar, the conference, is that we have to balance between 6th of June and 16th of October. 6th of June is being World Environment Day, and 16th of October is World Food Day. So there should be a balance of what we produce and what we have for sustainability. And quite a few very interesting sessions were there, especially for health of senior citizens. We started with that one. So many of our people we are getting into senior citizenship, and what we look for the senior citizenship is another thing. And the balance of soil health, plant health, and human health. There is a very good chain that is being addressed here. And during the COVID period, it's also as an opportunity for learning. Several technologies and several things have come out, like direct marketing and other things that have brought out very nicely. And the COVID also exposed us what we are eating is not that is not the food that we are supposed to eat. We will be having a lot of comorbidities and other things. Today morning, Dr. Kalidas Shetty has brought out this very well, and he gave a very good demographic example of what they were studying, in fact. Nutrition. There are several other fruit crops and temperate fruit crops also brought out which fruit crop or which vegetable is having a particular phytonutrients in large quantity. But bioavailability is another important thing that is to be considered. And to take it forward, some of these, whatever we are claiming, there should be good clinical studies. That is what is required. That is also one of the areas we should take it up. And there are several technologies are coming forth. And for that, we have to develop good HRD for that particular purpose, for teaching, and also some of the nutrition and health through horticulture. That should be one of the curriculum subject for students. These are some of my viewpoints, sir. Other things I will put forth in the policy paper that we are going to work out. We'll assure you, sir, that within a short time we are going to bring out that policy paper for your education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murthy. Now to the panelists, I have a few queries. If we can go on with the discussions. First one is, biodiversity, such rich biodiversity, particularly when it comes to Karnataka. But still, we see a lot of exotics, whether it is vegetables or fruits coming into market and people also going for it. Now, what should we be doing? First, we start with Dr. Dandin. Dr. Dandin, indigenous biodiversity versus increasing interest in exotics. Is it good, bad, or should be balanced? Dr. Dandin, please. Dr. Dandin, am I audible?
Something which is new, always.
Hello.
There in the house, what approach, how to bring the indigenous biodiversity for food nutrition is the most we should consider. Already we have a lot of information, then medicinal plants, then also some of the very important seed spices. These could help, especially the importance of the indigenous local vegetables, fruits and spices have been understood by many of the people in the COVID season. And this has become an answer. And our export value, total amount has been increased by about 11 times during this COVID period, taking this as a clue how to mainstream. Dr. Padre has said the jackfruit. Because of the size and cutting comparison, it should not be neglected. We have the other thing. Other one is there the jamun. And most of these indigenous biodiversity is not only energy rich, but it is nutrient dense. It is economically and also medicinally important. Only thing is that since most of these are available seasonally, for example, the jackfruit, that's one of the most important energy tablet. We neglect it because it is available only on the roadside. Only people are doing that, and they keeping quality. Then, as Dr. Murthy was telling, the clinical studies and bioavailability of the indigenous things which are not been worked out. This is another area we can do it, sir. And some of the crops which are coming again back to the mainstream, I am very happy that they are coming. But the trend of the modern generation is going for new and neglecting what they have. It is a trend which is very shocking. It should be discouraged. But why we have to bring out a kind of a mainstreaming of the existing biodiversity, which are directly relevant to the health and nutrition and also farmers' income, which should be our main activity, sir. And in our policy paper, we can concentrate it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Indiresh, so Dr. Murthy, what is your view? Why this, when we have so much of biodiversity still unexploited, why this growing interest or craze for exotics?
Sir, one thing is that our policies also like that. When we see some outside there is a import, we always allow for import from other places, and the quantity that is imported is also hampering our indigenous fruit crops. This is another thing is that whatever that we have as indigenous fruit crops, there is a problem of bringing them onto the mainstream in terms of availability of a good planting material, the volume, and increasing. Many of them are, since they are perennial crops, it will take quite a few years to come to the bearing. From that, we have to develop a market. Of course, of late, Government of India has also through several of the schemes like indigenous crops improvement for 10 different crops that they have identified, and also the ODOPs are GI crops, geographic indications, which are the crops that are indigenous to that region. We have their programs for bringing them to mainstream. And ODOP is the recent Government of India initiative wherein we can bring in some of these crops to the mainstream. These are some of the approaches that we are having. Definitely, we have to have a balance of both exogenous, exotic crops and also indigenous, because exotic crops also, some of them are very good in some types of nutrition. We have to have a balance of both of them, sir, to bring in export crops and also to increase the income of the farmers. This is my view, sir.
Dr. Indiresh, what is your view? Dr. Indiresh? Some problem with the connectivity, Dr. Indiresh?
Is welcome, and definitely we will take care of this, sir. And definitely, only thing is we need the proceedings of this as early as possible so that we can.
No, the question is when we claim so much of indigenous biodiversity is still not utilized. In any urban area, in any of the cities, you see so much of exotic fruits or vegetables. So is it fine with us, or do we have a strategy?
Sir, in this regard, we need to make extensive surveys for the collection of this indigenous germplasm of most of the fruits and vegetables. In this regard, the biodiversity park established by the international Biodiversity International has been handed over to university, and we are taking care of that. In addition to that, we have given some PhD students work on documentation of the nutritional values of some of the fruits, especially the minor fruits, and we want to strengthen this biodiversity park not only in GKVK. We also want to. We have already developed a biodiversity park in Bagalkot, but we need to include some more species. So we are trying our best, and definitely we will take care of this. And in fact, we recently have visited one of the farmers in Belgaum district where he has maintained nearly 40 varieties of banana cultivars and also papaya, very rare papaya varieties. So we have made these collections and we have kept it in our Bagalkot University biodiversity or minor fruit plots. So that way we will also concentrate on the collection and evaluation and documentation of these valuable genetic resources for future use.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Dr. Krishna Kumar. You are muted.
I have one fundamental query, and I would like all of us to address it from a different perspective. Very often we are mixing diversity with biodiversity. What you meant is diversity, and biodiversity is a different kettle of fish altogether.
I agree.
So I would now reframe the answer thinking that we are talking truly from a diversity point of view.
Absolutely. Sorry.
And second point is, the entire world, no crop has been exclusively indigenous to a particular region, whether it is potato, chili, capsicum, papaya, or the mangoes that are spread all through the world. You know, every country, no country exclusively can depend on its own indigenous fruits. There are so many things that are coming, like maize, which is an imported crop, and which has been extensively, potato for that matter. So we have to understand that we are a part of the globe, and wherever good that is be there, which is of use to us, they will play a significant role. So this is something which is an understatement. Having said that, in our wisdom, or many of our things like Jack and many other things, are we not giving? For example, Jack is one of the 3 native fruits that has been recognized in the way back in the 10,000 years Sangam literature of Tamil Nadu. But we have not given that kind of a boost. So the thing is, while we give all support to the indigenous fruits, we cannot throw the baby with the bucket. We have to, it's basically a function of supply and demand. So we have to take whatever is good. We will take the information technology from abroad, but not the pizza technology that comes from outside. So that kind of a, should prevail. So indigenous crops are very important, but that does not preclude that we have so many good things that are happening. For example, olives. We should certainly encourage olives in our country. So this is my take on that.
Thank you very much. Our next question is, because this I'm only asking for the general concern. Now, horticulture produce being essentially perishables. The farmers say the more I produce, the more I lose. So this perception is coming increasingly. The pandemic, every floriculturist lost the whole thing. This was just an example. So what should we be doing as a strategy? We start with Dr. Indiresh. Dr. Indiresh, what is your take on this? Horticulture produce as they are. How should we be going about? Dr. Indiresh. Dr. Indiresh. Sir, kindly another 10 minutes. Kindly be with us, 10-15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, kindly, you would like to say something?
So I don't have any comments on this, sir.
No comments? Hello? Hello?
To the mic.
Am I audible, sir? The perception growing is we said horticulture is the absolute alternative to agriculture. Whatever that kind of a paradigm that was going on. Now people lost so much because of the perishability. Now, any strategy for that?
Some of the perishable nature of some of the vegetables, we have to standardize the packaging technique, and some post-harvest treatment has to be done to enhance the shelf life of the fruits and vegetables. In this regard, we have a post-harvest technology department in all the colleges, and they are taking care of the research aspects of enhancing the shelf life of vegetables and fruits, so that this perishable produce, their shelf life is enhanced by adopting various technologies.
Thank
Available
you.
technologies.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. Over to Dr. Murthy. Now, in this, you said in the beginning about the doubling farmers' income after otherwise volumes, and then post-harvest technology, then the insurance, several things that are being also considered in the area of horticulture. Now, how effective are they, and for the farmers to be sure that what they invest in horticulture would never ever go a waste? What should be the strategy as we go along? Dr. BNS Murthy.
This is a very good thing that to increase the farmer's income, at the same time we have to produce what is required. One thing is that although it's very difficult, but Karnataka has shown the doors for given the technology for the rest of the country. You should have a robust and a reliable data enumeration system. In the Karnataka, they have brought in a crop enumeration system wherein the individual farmers, they themselves can put in the data of what they are growing in all the 3 seasons. With this, at least we can have an idea that how much we are growing, what is to be done, what is the expected yield that is going to come. And with this, we can have a balance with the national indigenous market. But this is very difficult, and it's possible only in annual crops. But when it comes to perennial crops, there is a difficulty in this one. There could be demand increase, or there will be changes in the yield levels. But it is certainly one of those measures that can give the cautions to the farmers, so that the area has increased to this level. There is no need for going to further area spread. But many a times it will not work as we say because of the climatic calamities that we are going to have. Even if the area is more, there should be some problem somewhere because of that particular problem of climatic conditions. There could be some problem of a shortage of food. The second point I wanted to make here is that several of these crops, although they are produced for table market or the open market, we could diversify into some sort of contract farming, wherein we can go for some of those varieties which that can, especially for tomato and other things, we can develop some varieties for processing. We can confine to that one, and some market for export. That way, I can reduce the risk for the farmers from horticulture crops. This is my take.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Krishna Kumar.
Sir, couple of points is when you were a Director General, always we used to discuss a lot about drought. And I was one of the happiest persons when we discussed about drought, because I used to always tell that drought is not a problem for horticulture, it is only the excess precipitation. So when you are talking about post-harvest loss or the rot that sets in most of the horticulture crops, it has a very direct linkage to the moisture content and the quality of product that we manufacture or produce. So the first thing is enhancing the quality of production. That means the anything without any blemishes, without diseases, without pest damage, automatically enhances the good quality of production, including balanced application of fertilizer. Everybody knows excess nitrogen for good quality. It does not take rocket science to understand. Second one is when it comes to the arresting the losses and enhancing the farmer's income. Certain interventions are certainly required. Our policymakers are to a great extent focused to great extent on cereals, and to that extent the perishable nature of the horticulture commodities I also see in the chat box. And yesterday Dr. Srinivas Murthy also said about the minimum support price that must be governed, which makes a lot more easy for farmers to better packaging, better harvesting, better transportation. That is possible only because yesterday's very clearly it was brought out. While the production has increased, the price that is available at the farm gate level has not really made any significant progress. When that being the case, certainly we cannot expect the loss that we are incurring at this particular point of time to reduce it very significantly. So there is a policy intervention that is required. There is an intervention required from the logistics angle, in addition to the production systems that is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. Dr. Dandin. Dr. Dandin, you want to say something?
ಹೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡಿ ನೀವ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Dr. Dandin.
Consumer gate also. Yes, sir. My view. 4 points. Primary producer gate is in the area where onion is produced, where chili is produced, where such crops are produced in large quantity in a particular season. There we should have a primary processing units near the farm gate. Number one. Number two, the transportation is very poor at the farmers level. That has to be enhanced by cold chain process with a good cold stored process to transport material from the farm gate to the farming. The third one is here. We have to involve the industry for the processing of that immediately unsold. The Thailand has become a model for everybody. If anything is unsold, it goes to the processing house nearby, which is situated in the market yard only. This type of integration of marketing, processing, cold storage, processing has to be linked together so that our wastage can be reduced. The last, farmers being fragmented, they are not having a good and enough financial support. A contract system from a producer to buyer is to be linked up, and a good organic linkage has to be built up so that this process produced is properly stored and utilized by the consumer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sir. Now, one point on quality assurance. Quality assurance in horticulture, whether it's the seed material, planting material, whether they are bioformulants and all these, several of these things. Quality assurance, it's a little more rigorous and standardized when it comes to agriculture, quote agriculture. Agriculture includes everything, but in Indian parlance, agriculture means always food grains. So somewhat more standardized. Now in horticulture, how do we address now? IHR should be, every time we have bioformulant, somebody takes it. I mean, it's all there. It's all about everything. So how do we address this issue of quality assurance across from seed to the produce? We start with Dr. Murthy in this round.
Quality assurance, actually, there is two things we can look into, sir. Quality assurance in terms of the inputs that we want to use in production system, and also the output, that is the quality that what we are talking to get the better price for the market, but the farmers. The quality assurance when it comes to the inputs, there are several of the acts that is available. One of the, for planting material is very important thing, accreditation system. And also wherein there are several nurseries which are without having the mother plants, they are producing the planting material. For that, the government of India also, and they have brought in the accreditation system. There is the Plant Nursery Act also that is coming into, in 11 states it is available. That has to be increased to all the states, and there should be strict followance. These kind of problems, especially when it comes to perennial horticulture crops, in other vegetables and other things, one season will be the farmers, they'll be losing, that's okay. But the other inputs like fertilizers and biostimulants, recently biostimulants, the guidelines are also being issued. These are some of the things. When it comes to output products, the horticulture crops such a heterogeneous group, and there are systems available like there are a grading system, BIS system is not there. Of course, Codex system is available for horticulture crops, many horticulture crops that are exportable crops. The same system we should bring it for a domestic market. And we should have a good grading system. Of course, that is getting attention now for with grading and packing and sampling machine. But that will add to the cost of the marketability that we have to address. Some of these issues, once we solve it, we can have a good quality system, sir. And farmers also should be encouraged to produce good quality crops. If he is getting 20 kg per a plant, there should be A grade, B grade, C grade that will add up to 20 kgs. But if we can produce only 18 kgs with a good quality of A grade apple or any other crop, for example, he will get a better price. That kind of interventions that is required for producing the A grade crops. If that kind things comes to a picture, he will also get a better price. Sir. These are some of my viewpoints quickly.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saab. Over to Dr. Krishna Kumar.
Sir, I this is a very excellent question, and I would like to answer it in 2-3 dimensions. The quality cannot be descriptive, quality should be parametric. And a quality is a summation of n number of traits which together as a bouquet forms a quality. It may be the size, it may be the firmness, it may be the taste, it may be keeping quality. A number of other things will automatically contribute to what we are talking as a quality. And for most of the horticulture crops, we don't have the standard parameters to measure the quality. And in fact, I requested Dr. BNS Murthy to initiate in horticulture crops a measurable, tangible parameters that can be attributed to quality. That is number one. Certainly, it is required. A very beautiful observation came in yesterday's discussion was, is food safety a part of the quality? And the answer is yes. While we are talking about quality, food safety automatically gets embedded into the quality parameters, because anything that apparently looks very good, if it has got deficiencies in with respect to food safety, it cannot be considered to call. So food safety has to be viewed in consonance with the quality. The last point that I would like to make is quality of the product that is fresh, that is going to the market, quality of the product that is actually stored and used at a later date, and quality that is going for the processing, where like juice and many other things we are talking. So these are the 3 different dimensions that has to be separately addressed. But certainly in horticulture crops, the next revolution should come with regard to not merely the productivity, but equal weightage should be given to productivity with equal weightage for quality. This is absolutely essential and needed.
you. Thank you very much. Dr. Dandin.
Quality. The inputs production can either be a chemical or a biological product. We should certify an assured quality of a plant production measures where a lot of residual toxicity and other things comes. Hitherto in the market, farmers are not getting the one which they desire, but what is available in the market. That is number one. Number two, sir, as long as you don't have a quality-based pricing in the market, either retail or the farmer asks, I am starting a crop by using 10%. Am I getting a commodity for quality? If it's not there, whenever there is a, it's so with pricing. That processing, what you do is the waste or the last thing which is available will goes to processing. This should not be. The processing should have a definite parameters. Dr. Kumar is telling definite parameters for a particular kind of a product. So the product-based quality aspect can be considered. These are the three things we should ensure at production, marketing, and processing sites. These are the important things.
Thank you very much, Dr. Indiresh.
Comments?
Dr. Indiresh.
Yes, sir.
You want to say something on this quality assurance in horticulture, end to end?
I was out of conversation. I've just gone.
Yes, sir, I require another 10 minutes of your time. Kindly. Quality assurance, you want to say something in horticulture? Because many parameters still to be addressed. So do we want to do something on this, on research, on whatever, on at the production level, at the processing level, at the market level? FSSA is is bringing out several standards. All those, even the raw material to be proper. Should we do something on this?
Definitely, sir. The quality is also equally important in addition to production and productivity. We have to give utmost importance for the quality produce, which is fetches a premium price in the market. So, in addition to that, the nutraceutical value, importance of these vegetables has to be taken into consideration while processing of these produces. So, quality is also equally important, and we have to do
How do we ensure quality of the inputs? For example, we talked of biofertilizers, we talked of the trichoderma, we talked of all certain things, and every time this problem comes up, because they are not in the initial, for example, CAB registration, all those things, every taluka has a problem, every district has a problem in this regard. So how do we go about it? That was the question.
One of the guest speaker, Dr. Ramakrishnappa from Mysore, in his presentation, he has given the same use of some of the biofertilizers, biopesticides, using the natural farming system to minimize the risk factor and to avoid the contamination, heavy metal contamination, water quality, and all those things. He has highlighted some of those issues in his presentation. So that has to be, we have to take forward the suggestions made by Dr. Venkat regarding the suggestions made by him during his presentation about the use of biopesticides, safe use of pesticides.
Thank you. Thank you very
Sir,
much.
biopesticides, I conducted a meeting on quality assurance and registration about 4 months back. The proceedings that have come have been submitted to the Department of Agriculture, Government of India, and I will be sharing a copy of it with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, esteemed colleagues. This was mainly to get your views, and in the process we are learning. So the last round of queries, if you kindly agree, now we have a Karnataka focus in this conference. Now what should we do in Karnataka? Should we produce more? Should we process more? Should we export more? Should we look for more markets within the country? What should we do when it comes to Karnataka. I know Karnataka is not a leader in vegetables for production national level and all that, but still, since we have a Karnataka focus, so that our farmers really get the benefit, and we see many neighboring state farmers coming and taking land on lease and growing ginger, for example. You go around Mysore, they go and crop of ginger and go away, then and all that kind of problems are happening. So when it comes to Karnataka, what should we produce more? Should we diversify? Should we export? Should we look for domestic market? What should we be doing as Karnataka farmers? There's the last round of questions. So we're grateful that you're answering all these. So we start with Dr. Krishna Kumar with regard to, in sum, what is the strategy for Karnataka for horticulture?
For a very long time that I've been requesting that we need to have a policy framework with regard to what is in the next 40-50 years with regard to horticulture for Karnataka. That is based on agroclimatic zones. We have 10 distinct agroclimatic zones. To each of the agroclimatic zones, we should make an analysis of the SWOT analysis, and we should be very readily prepared with regard to opportunities as well as threats with regard to the strength and weaknesses of each agroclimate, not just viewing Karnataka as one, because the agroclimatic zone of Bijapur cannot be just ideal to what is there in Bangalore. So this is splitting a complex problem into subunits and then coming out with a roadmap. That is one. But the second point where horticulture is really essential is we are also seeing a cascade of problems associated with either withdrawal of monsoon, or with regard to collapse of the hillocks, or with respect to extensive cultivation of ginger, which is also partly responsible for collapse of some of the small hillocks in Coorg and many other regions. So we have to address this particular region now, not only through the prism of the horticulture production, productivity and profitability, but horticulture as a component of how do we sustain this particular state where the best medium that is available for us is through horticulture. So this is something which is absolutely essential if we are planning in the long-term strategies. With regard to the opportunities, where I see is Karnataka is the seed capital of the country. Karnataka can easily become the planting material capital of the country. We have the information technology power, we have the scientific manpower, we have a salubrious climate, we have personnel who can deliver those kinds of goods. And this is a much bigger market even than the seed market that we are really thinking about through the private sector. The second one is we have bestowed with certain crops which have tremendous export potential, which need to be capitalized not just for export, even for beyond the borders of Karnataka. There are hundreds of crops. We can supply flowers all through the year, for that matter. So there are tremendous opportunities in each agroecological zone. Karnataka is now the leader even with regard to protected cultivation. Why? Because many parts of Karnataka is having a very salubrious climate. So we can be a role model in a number of other things where our strengths lie. And at the same time, we should not be blindly introducing apples and something else only for the sake of somebody, one farmer has been successful with regard to this. So these are some of the points that I would, but this requires a commitment at the policy level, a blueprint at the scientific level and the administrative level, and a think tank that is absolutely required in the state to chalk out the map and periodically meet to do the course correction. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sir. Over to Dr. Dandin, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I totally Karnataka stopping policy. Either there is no restriction for farmer either to grow X or Y or Z. They depend on they grow the crop which is previous year has got a high market and we created a glut. Number one. The glut market can be avoided or glutting of the crop can be avoided by developing a good cropping policy based on the strength of each region and their production possibility and available market linkage. Number one. Number two, sir, there is the sky is the limit to the new crops. But we have crops which are high value, also high market potential. Both domestic as well as abroad, we should concentrate on those crops because we have a technology, we have a farmer friendly these things. The third one is here, as far as Karnataka is concerned, two major problems are, one is the fragmentation of the land, second is the monsoon erratism. So to avoid these questions, a kind of a farmers corporate or farmers producer organizations linked to a processing unit or a corporate unit is the only answer to find out a solution for a good market to farmer, a good process, and also the product conservation as also plant with a plant must look into. Important is have a lot of subsidies, but these subsidies are not based on the particular pattern or a particular crop. That is another thing which you have to look into. And Karnataka is concerned, sir, we don't have any MSP for the horticulture crops either too. We have a rice, maize, jawar, all those things. Very one or two crops have a pricing MSP for this. So MSP for horticulture crops is very important to promote the farmers to grow more and also produce more. These are my 3-4 points, sir. The Karnataka can kindly concentrate. First is a cropping pattern policy. Second is a MSP for the horticulture crops. Third is linking the producer, processor, and to the corporate model and promote and as a to avoid 4 points we should look into. But finally, the agroclimatic zone-based production is the only way to increase the production of a good quality at the lower cost, so that farmer gets the benefit. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Indiresh. Yeah, Dr. Indiresh. Dr. Indiresh. Dr.
I don't know what is happening.
Dr. Indiresh. Okay.
Sir, we go to Murthy afterwards. He joins.
May I share some 2 points, sir? Venkat Subramanian.
Quickly, please. Yeah.
Sir, it's a value addition is very important, sir. For example, fig and banana and so many other issues. As our earlier speakers pointed out, we got the potential of salubrious climate and we can strengthen the planting material. Apart from that, we can strengthen the value-added products, sir. There's a tremendous potential, and with the Karnataka, with the urban hubs and horticulture hub, we can have the value addition product with respect to horticulture, all right from floriculture to fruits and vegetables, sir. That's so important. Even IHR, they got a very good technologies, and we got so many products, sir. Yesterday also I saw the banana, and then other issues like bindi and everything. They have got a vacuum packed and so many other products which is from floriculture to all the horticulture crop. We can strengthen it, sir. And KVKs are there, we will associate with it, sir. This is very important and got very good market potential. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Venkat Subramanian. Dr. Indiresh. Dr. Indiresh. When it comes to state of Karnataka, what should we be doing? Emphasis on production, emphasis on processing, domestic market, export. What should we be doing as a state? Dr. Indiresh, please.
Sir, I would not attend the deliberations discussion.
Yeah, nothing. The question is, as a state, where should be our emphasis in horticulture? Should we process more? Should we produce more? Should we concentrate on domestic market? Should we export? What should we be doing? And many other things as a strategy.
Sir, we have to give importance for both production of quality produce and also export in order to improve the income of the farmers, especially the doubling of farmers' income is mainly dependent upon the enhancing the production and also the quality produce and also export. Processing and export of the finished products is equally important, sir. Then only the value addition only with improves and the economic value. Doubling of farmers' income, we can fulfill this only with the value addition. So that's why both production and value addition are equally important.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sir. Dr. Murthy.
Sir, 2-3 points I want to make it quickly. I want to bring in the major three vegetable crops, top crops. We have very good strength. Actually, tomato is one of those crops, especially in the north when the prices are very high. Here we are throwing into the this one on the roads. Only thing is the logistics. If you are able to improve and produce to the market demand in northern India, is one thing that we should strengthen that one, sir. Somehow the value chain, not the value chain, the supply chain we have to increase. This is one thing. And when it comes to onion, sir, we produce a lot of kharif and late kharif onion. These are very important when it comes to the price stability within the country. That is from September, October till the February, March. If we have a very good crop of kharif onion, which we have the strength and our agroclimatic conditions are also suitable, if we have very good varieties and we have a good production system, this we can garner the benefits of kharif and late kharif onion, sir. Next crop is as we see that there is a new technology, apical roots cuttings, and Dr. Krishna Kumar also told about the seed. Karnataka can become the seed hub. This we are importing, we are getting a lot of planting material of potato from Punjab in terms of tons of tons. There is a lot of carbon footprint also associated with that one. This particular technology, if we properly address and take it forward, we can become the supply chain for the whole country. Many of these varieties that they have been brought into. The another one important aspect that I'm looking into is, sir, in terms of mango, the Appamidi mangoes that we can have. There are more than about 200 types, 200 types that we can promote in terms of global as a food, in terms of pickling and also small scale industries, they can come in. And other crops like minor crops that whatever that was that addressed to bring it to the major chain, that is like jackfruit, either jackfruit, jamun and things which have a major strength, that we can take it forward. So these are some of my quick views, and I will be giving some of the other views also in coming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murthy. So this brings us to a close of these rounds of queries that I had. Now at this time, among the four panelists, if you want to say anything more as last remarks, I would invite you now to any of you can speak. Now, the four panelists, you would like to say something at this stage as we are coming to a close? Dr. Krishna Kumar, you want to say something?
Dr. Dandin here.
Yeah.
One submission is, sir, now we are preparing an approach paper. It is
that will
yet
come
to
to
be formulated.
Yeah,
So
that
some
will-
of the recommendations.
That will come to, but anything
minute,
else, you know, as like.
Okay, sir. No, nothing more to add, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Krishna Kumar, you want to say something?
There is one important question in the chat box. Why is it that we are not providing the MSP to the fruits and vegetables? I mean, it has been flagged by a Berader and not Berader, one of the farmers, Raghunath Reddy. I'm coming from a farmer. Now the question is, let me be very frank in telling, there are two opinions with regard to the MSPs itself. The highest level at Delhi is not in favor of MSPs. But there are also a lot of grassroots level, state level, and many others, including Dr. Dandin, who said that MSP should be there, which I also support, which has been bereft in horticulture crops and only focused on rice, wheat, etc. Now, when the MSP is given, at least the productivity certainly will go up. This is something where whether Karnataka can take a decision to support the horticulture farmers. It is not only should be during COVID times, but whenever there is a glut, whenever there is a calamity, or whenever there is a, for example, onions, very often we see 100% of the onion are totally rotten due to very late withdrawal of the monsoon. Now, those kinds of time helping, and also some minimum support for us. If possible, it can be articulated as a policy matter to the state. Let us start a small chapter at least for tomatoes and many others. In the absence of tomato, for the last 30 years, we are not processing tomato. Of course, the flip side of it is, when the prices go up beyond MSP, farmers are not bringing it to the processing industry. That's also there, which you have been seeing. But in crops such as Totapuri mango, in crops such as many other crops, wherever opportunities do exist, because this was a question that was flagged in the chat box by a farmer, I thought I will just articulate. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have a point to make in this respect, sir.
Yeah, I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Krishna Kumar. You know, we have a Karnataka Agricultural Prizes Commission. Years back, it was headed by Dr. Prakash Kamardi, our colleague from the university, you know that. Now, of course, there is one another gentleman there. And then Dr. Kamardi had a district-wise discussion. And then he brought up priority crops for each of the districts. And sometimes he included some of these horticultural crops also. That is one document worth seeing. It's a very good document. So maybe in those fora, with due arguments, we should raise these points as to why some of these crops, horticultural crops, cannot be provided MSPs. So there is an opportunity. Thank you very much for these remarks. Now over to Dr. Murthy, please.
Sir, my views are slightly different, sir. In fact, MSP is given when there is a very good public distribution system. After the MSP is given, after it's procured, how we will going to dispose? There again, it's a cost added to that one. To address this one, there is already one scheme that is not being exploited from many states, sir. It is available for all the states on the sharing basis of 50-50. That is the market intervention system, wherein if the production goes up by 10%, or the market prices crash below 10%, the state governments can look for that kind of support. This is available, sir. This can be invoked and it can be used for in many crops because we don't have a public distribution system once we procure. What we'll do after procurement? That is another major challenge that is happening. And other things are, in fact, Kerala and Haryana, they have come up with some minimum support in terms of that particular 13 vegetables, 13 horticulture crops, if the prices go beyond a particular level, falls below a particular level, they have some sort of arrangement for giving some price. This is the via media that we can address rather than having a MSP on a particular crop, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. Dr. Indiresh, you have anything as last remarks? Dr. Indiresh?
No, sir.
Dr. Indiresh? Thank you. So I
Sir,
believe,
only one, sir. One point, sir. If you permit, sir.
Dr. Venkateswaran, please.
Sir,
Okay, yeah,
one
please.
submission is we can utilize the this agriculture infrastructure fund for establishing the post-harvest management infrastructure and community farming assets, sir, like cold storage and other cold chain infrastructure, sir. This is my submission, sir. Very good amount is available with the agricultural infrastructural fund, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Grateful to you. I believe all the esteemed panelists have spoken what they wanted to over the 3 days, and in this particular panel discussion, plenary session. If you want to say still anything more, some more last chance for any of the esteemed panelists.
I would request KSTL to, for at least a month or so, to all the PowerPoint slides that were presented in this meeting, somehow an access is provided for those of them who want to universities, students or scientists who would like to download and make use of it. Let this vast knowledge be shared so that information shared is information effectively disseminated.
So thank you very much. I'm grateful to you. I don't have any, but I just wanted to say one point. Somehow, we are feeling in many cases when they present the state's GDP, agricultural GDP, many agri sectors are not being taken into reckoning. I'm not saying horticulture. Horticulture is being definitely reckoned by. But when it comes to, for example, sericulture, many things are going out. For example, the other day when we were discussing with the agriculture minister, because there are several departments, several ministries, departments. We know the whole thing. So many times we have been talking of convergence, a stronger convergence between departments in the state. For example, agriculture, horticulture, animal husbandry, fisheries, sericulture, forestry. So these are a few departments that we came up with, but then we are not sure whether all their, both the budgets and then all those things are being. So only point wanted to say it doesn't mean much, but then only point that we have been emphasizing in the state is a greater convergence, a kind of an agri cabinet, where all the people, all ministries associated with farming are duly in touch and duly consulted, and they project a stronger figure. This was to some extent appreciated. Maybe this one make again that the horticulture sector in greater measures. Agriculture, now there is also the food processing technology, post-harvest technology, that kind of, the recent announcement that there is a separate department also, not a ministry. So how that will work closely? So this is the concern. So in the paper somewhere, if this is brought about, it will be good. So that's the only point. Now coming to the close, I would say a few words. One, KSTA responsibility to provide, as was mentioned by Dr. Krishna Kumar, access to all the PPTs of the speakers. Surely that will be arranged. And request to the core committees 2 documents. One is the compendium of lectures and talks along with the proceedings of these 3 days. I'm sure our rapporteurs would be helpful. That's why they are all there. So one booklet of all the proceedings briefly. It need not be already the program is there. Briefly, what you want to say at the end of the program. We need not bring out individual speakers and all that. Already that's there. But a set of recommendations. So that will be placed on the website. Second is, as I've been requesting, an approach paper to horticulture in Karnataka 2030. Which I'm sure you would you have told us by the end of this month, November, you would be giving us. These 2 are the requests from the core committee. One is a compendium of lectures along with the proceedings in the conference with a few recommendations. About the approach paper, even one bullet is enough. It need not be very verbose. For example, you said MSP, just one bullet is enough. That will be taken because they also don't need a huge document. So an approach paper for horticulture in Karnataka, not is what has been agreed earlier also. Murthy has said there are as many as 7 different segments in horticulture that will be duly represented. So that's what we would request you till the end of this month. 2 documents, as I said, company of lectures along with the proceeding of the conference 1 that will be placed on the website, and all the PPT will be given access to whoever wants to use. And the important thing is an approach paper for horticulture in Karnataka 2030. With these words, I do not have more words to thank the esteemed panel members and the core committee members, Dr. Krishna Kumar, Dr. Dandin, Dr. Indiresh, and Dr. Murthy, for the time you have given for the last 6 months and last few weeks and the last 3 days. Absolutely grateful to you. Equally, of course, Ramesh CEO will be giving the formal vote of thanks. Equally grateful to all the students, reporters, speakers, and everybody, participants who made these 3 days a great occasion for the KST, Vigyan Prasad, UHS, Powerport, and IHR Bangalore. With these words from us, grateful and thank you very much. We'll be in touch. Over to Dr. M. Ramesh, CEO.
We all are very grateful to you, sir, for your persuasion and patience to bear all with all of us. Though he could our commitment in time, but we really learn from you to take things further.
Dr. M. Ramesh, CEO, KST.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್. ಇಂದು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪೋಷಣೆಗೆ ಹಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ತರಕಾರಿಗಳು ಎಂಬ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಹಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ತರಕಾರಿಗಳ ವರ್ಷದ ಅಂಗವಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. We have successfully completed the 3-day online national workshop on fruits and vegetables for health and nutrition during 8th to 10th November 2021. It was a very learning experience for all the participants, including me. KST, UHS Bangalore, IHR, and Vigyan Prasad jointly organized this 3-day conference. We had 22 distinguished talks in the conference by eminent scientists across the country, and technical sessions covered nutrition, health, productivity and quality, as well as new horizons in horticulture. Conference also had a presentation by progressive farmers on their success stories and young research scholars about research that they have carried out. Finally, a plenary session was held now. It was very educative and experts gave their opinion on various aspects of horticultural development in the state. At the outset, I would like to thank everybody involved in making this conference a grand success. All the technical sessions and distinguished speakers are planned by a core committee consisting of eminent experts, including Professor S. Ayappan sir, Chairman KSTA, Dr. N.K. Krishna Kumar sir, former DDG ICR, Professor S.B. Dandin, former DCUHS, Bagalkot, Professor K.M. Ingresh, DCUHS, Bagalkot, Dr. B.N.S. Murthy, Director IHR. I'm very, very thankful to the chairman and expert committee members for helping us in every step in organizing this conference. Thank you very much, sir, for your guidance and help. We seek your guidance and help in future as well. I'm grateful to Dr. Nakul Parashar, Director Vigyan Prasar, and Dr. Bharat Bhushan Vigyan Prasar for supporting us. I would also extend my sincere thanks to all the resource experts for their very scholarly and insightful talks in these 3 days. Thank you very much. I'm thankful to all the session chairs, rapporteurs for conducting the technical sessions so well. In fact, Dr. Fakhruddin, Dr. Sriram, Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Shweta, Dr. Smita, and Dr. Raghunath Reddy, and the host of others, Dr. Athani, Dr. Rajannan, Dr. Margal, Dr. Tungamani, Dr. Venkat Subramania, all were there with us. Dr. Biradhar, throughout these 3 days. I am very thankful to all of them for helping us in every possible way. I express thanks to all the participants who have joined on Cisco WebEx, Facebook, and the YouTube platforms. In fact, there was an overwhelming response from different colleges across the state and elsewhere in the country as well. Thank you very much for your support and participation. My sincere thanks are due to colleagues of UHS Bagalkot, IHR Bangalore, and KSTA for their excellent support. Thank you very much. I extend thanks to all those who have helped us directly or indirectly in meeting this conference a grand success. Grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ramesh, sir. Good evening to one and all present here. I take this opportunity to applaud all the organizers, panelists, and active participants for exhibiting consistent interest to learn the unlearned things through this need-based and tailor-made conference organized by Karnataka State Technology Academy, Science and Technology Academy in collaboration with UHS Bagalkot, ICR, IHR, and Prasar Bharati. In this multi-stakeholder conference, we witnessed the healthy scientific interaction and exchange of knowledge among scientists, policymakers, entrepreneurs, research scholars, and farmers in a single platform. I anticipate this conference will play a significant contribution in socio-economic empowerment of the farming community, and at the same time, this conference will trigger the insights of the budding research scholars to undertake need-based research and development of user-friendly innovations in the days to come. Thank you, one and all. We shall conclude the program with national anthem. I request all of you to stand up for this national anthem.
Thank you one and all. Thank you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು.
Hello, Dr. Biradar. Dandi sir, thank you. Dandi sir, thank you very much.